Hello and welcome to the Last Arc YouTube channel. And today we're going to be having a very, very fun stream that we're hopefully you all looking forward to kind of going on the journey with us of going through a series that we all know and love, which is Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. We're going to be going over just Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. If you're a manga reader, it's all 42 volumes, and we're gonna just be ranking them on a tier list and. We're hoping that if this is has a great reception and people enjoy us doing this kind of stuff, we're hoping to in the future, like next Saturday, do a Naruto one, and then maybe a Yu-Gi-Oh one, and so on until we're kind of doing all the series. We figured what better series to start with than a series we pretty much all started with and all love already, which is Dragon Ball, and we're gonna be kind of going over. We have every member of the last arc here with us to be giving their take on every single arc and everything like that. Or I guess in Dragon Ball they call them sagas, but we will be all talking about that today. So let's go through real quick, introducing everybody. Uh, as you know, my name is Amjin Rakai. Next we have Haid, who's also known
Hello,
as
how are we doing?
Vincent.
I've just done my profile picture as well, so I'm ready to go. Let's go. Excited.
And yeah, we just want to go in order. If you guys all have the same bomb thing that I have, Lucas, if you want to go next.
Yo, what's up, party people? It's Straw Hat Lucas. I am definitely ready to talk some Dragon Ball.
Nice, nice, nice. Hey, if there's anything you guys want to promo or anything like that, well, at this point, people watch the beginning of the stream the most I've heard, so it's like you can pop in whatever you got going on here, and then we go to the rankings.
Hey everyone,
Go
it's
follow
Cuba
me
the
on
Red.
TikTok.
Oh,
You're good, Cube. Sorry, he said promo.
no worries, no worries. So, what's up everyone? I'm Cuba the Red Sea, member of the last arc and also the last Prince of All Saiyan of the server. So, check out, I'm only on the last arc. You can find me on Discord, and I can't wait to start talking Dragon Ball.
And then, of course, we have the always illustrious three-day trip.
Guys, it's 3A, and I'm excited to get started on this tier list. It's the first time for me, but I think I'll do okay. I love Dragon Ball.
And that was something too that we all kind of all thought of was this would be a good one to start with because we pretty much, I think, universally everyone likes Dragon Ball, or at the very least, was your first anime or manga, whatever you read. If you're old like me, it was the very first anime thing I'd ever seen. I think maybe I saw Robotech before, but I had no idea what it was. But Dragon Ball's kind of has a special place in I think all of our hearts. And not to mention, if you're just on our channel for One Piece content, Oda's biggest influence by far is Dragon Ball. So there's tons of stuff that can be used for both series. And and I think we forgot Fritz. We have our streamer extraordinaire Fritz the Ditz here too. If you want to introduce yourself too, Fritz.
Hello, I'm Fritz Ditz. Just glad to be out of the back rooms and kind of getting out there with the community.
Nice, nice. And then Fritz has some great DB knowledge as well as great computer knowledge. Without him, none of this stuff would be possible, and none of this, what you guys are seeing on the screen now and everything, would be something we even dream of doing. So without him, none of this stuff happens. But okay,
And we just realized he's also a musical genius as well. So
yes, we did just learn. He can play every instrument almost, which is amazing. He's also very good at playing video games. So if you're ever on Twitch, I think it's Twitch, check him out because he's got some great playthroughs where he just does everything. He's really good at it, whatever.
That's Fritz the Ditz
yeah,
live.
basically, Dragon Ball's kind of the series that needs almost no introduction. We all know the story. Goku's going around to find some Dragon Balls, and the different hijinks and situations that he gets into, and then it kind of turns much more into a martial arts series. So I guess we can probably start with the tier list, and what I will do is I will read a little introduction to whatever saga we're going to be talking about, and then we will just jump in, each of us, whatever. So starting, of course, with the Emperor Pilaf saga. In search of the 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma crosses paths with a young boy named Son Goku. Realizing Goku's profound strength, she encourages him to join her in search of the remaining Dragon Balls, although they are not the only ones after them. And as a refresher, this is pretty much the first 2 volumes of the manga, and I think it's the first 13 episodes of the anime, where it basically ends after the first wish is granted for, as we all remember, Long's panties.
Yeah, I find this one really interesting, really interesting, because like you mentioned earlier, we all sort of grew up with this, and there's a merge for me with Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball. Like as a kid, I didn't understand the difference, you know what I mean? And as far as I was concerned, Dragon Ball Z was hyped up, and it went on for years and years and years. So to go back and to look at, like, particularly as a manga, but as a series as well, as an anime as well, it's so quick. It's like I would say it's perfectly paced, but if for a longer story, it's not perfectly paced. But it's like reading a one shot, so you're getting all of the goodness in a short amount of time, and like lots of intros and lore, quick, like machinery and sort of the society they live in, and also the sort of characters that don't really understand the world. You know what I mean? They're kind of just like they just want to fight and stuff like that and like train. So yeah, for me, it's up there. It's up there in one of the best all-time tiers of all time, maybe for me.
I'm gonna jump in and say something because Adam, you forgot to introduce this. This is also the introduction to one of the most important masters of all shonens, the perverted himself, Master Roshi,
Yeah.
the
This is
Master
true.
Miyagi of the shonen universe. The introduction to this great master.
And like all
Who's still
great
kicking
Great
it.
Mutant Roshi.
and like all great masters, you have to pay him with underwear shots.
Exactly. And then yeah,
Or-
like
Or
I'm gonna also
pornographic
jump in.
material.
That sets
This
the
is like
precedent
for
to
me.
like
that-
all animes.
Yeah, and no, but like I think this arc for me is in terms of I think it's the most nostalgia arc. If you think about it, there are so many like wholesome characters who are introduced just at the beginning. Bulma, even though I'm not a big fan of that character. Yamcha, that I call Yamshit for some reasons. Don't ask me why. You have Krillin. It's like it's just a wholesome sort of nostalgia. There's even Oolong and Puar, if I remember correctly. They're also introduced at the beginning. So yeah.
It has the crowd
Um,
favorite of
just,
underdogs.
Yeah.
Just a quick aside, Krillin actually didn't appear in this saga. He appeared in the next one when Goku went to train with Mutant Roshi. That said, though,
It's
I
true.
agree.
It's true.
I think
It's
this-
true.
Yeah, I think this saga is definitely a high A. I wouldn't put it in the Z top tier yet, but it's definitely a high A. We get the introduction of the Oolong transformation. We get just the whole thing with Oolong wishing for panties. That's hilarious. You get Goku's patting Bulma and being like, "Where are your balls?" Like, there's so much comedy and just energy in this saga that a lot of the other sagas, even in Dragon Ball, don't have. And I think, like everyone else, I agree that it goes up there for sure.
I do
Hell
agree with the energy. That's what I was sort of touching on earlier. Like the patting is a good example of how like Goku just doesn't know what's going on in life, and Roshi is interesting because he does, but he's still like a blank canvas. Like he's not like everyone else, like Bulma and stuff, who live in the city. So yeah, there's a lot of like I don't know, almost an isekai element to it because these guys just don't know where they are or what they're about.
Oh,
So
yeah. Can we
top
talk
tier stuff.
about Master Roshi's introduction on Fry Pan Mountain when like we see this frail old man and then out of nowhere he just gets tanked and buff and shoots out a Kamehameha wave for the first time in the series and puts out the fire of Fry Pan Mountain. Such an iconic moment. Oh, so good.
Like literally made all old people in anime from there on muscly. Defined old people after that.
Well, and that's something
well,
that Hyde, you were kind of talking about where over here they showed Dragon Ball Z first. So from like 96 to I want to say like 2000, 2001, we got Dragon Ball up until about the end of the Frieza saga. And then they
Yeah, shout out to Fox Kids.
and
Fox
then
Kids
they
and all
started
that.
showing Dragon Ball. So over here, it was like a culture shock to get the original Dragon Ball first, because I had seen, okay, there seems to be flashbacks of him as a kid, or this his grandfather Gohan guy, but like we didn't know for sure. So when it was finally coming out, it was like, oh my god, this is like what I've been waiting for, to find out all this stuff before, you know, Dragon Ball Z started or whatever. And the Pilaf saga, I do think, is a great one to pretty much like introduce the series, and it's very episodic, but it's very funny. It's very all that stuff, and I would say, yeah, a strong A for sure as far as ranking goes for this arc, and obviously it sets up Pilaf to be shown in, you know, I know he comes back in GT and stuff like that, but it's and then honestly he comes back in the manga too, and the anime a bunch, but really I think it's a great arc to kind of introduce everybody, and then you don't really know who's gonna be who. Like Yamcha starts as a villain, Oolong starts as a villain. Master Roshi, you learn that he knows the Kamehameha, which is the first time we see it. And that's the other thing we haven't talked about either, is this whole idea that he transforms into a giant ape.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody learns how
Very
dangerous
quickly.
this kid really is.
Very quickly, yeah.
When they're in the cage and like it has no ceiling, and he's like, yeah, my grandpa said just never look at the moon, and then he got crushed by something when the moon was out, and everyone's like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
what's about to happen? And then, oh, it's so good. I would love to hear from 3 Days though. 3 Days. What's your thoughts on this saga?
I loved it. It was so wholesome, and Goku was so clueless. It was so cute, and especially thought it was hilarious when Alma wanted the Dragon Ball and Flash Roshi, not knowing she didn't have underwear. I mean, that's just the funniest stuff ever. So
We got him.
I love it. At least an A for that.
I'm also gonna add on something that Lucas, you talked about, you know, the whole reveal about Goku. And I feel like it was one of the biggest interesting twists is, you know, the relationship between Goku and Bulma. Goku and Bulma, you know, their brother and sister relationship, which if people remember that arc, she was very annoyed, and then one moment she acted like protective over him is when she told Yamcha and Oolong and everyone to never tell Goku that he is the one behind his grandfather's death. I think that was a moment where Bulma actually was protective over. That was a moment that she was protective over Goku.
That was
She's the
true
one who
character
put
growth.
yeah.
Oh, and that's
like
character growth. That's something we totally forgot to mention too. Is when you're reading the manga, you actually see titties.
Yeah.
That's essential to the plot.
You also see Goku's you also see Goku Jr., don't you? In like the first couple of chapters, I think. He's got his winkle
in
out.
the first chapter when he's diving down to get a fish, and like you see it.
Yeah. And that is a couple times you see Goku Jr. Showing off with I think even a fight later on.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think like it's probably not the best It's probably not the best segue to use, but I think even though we're not listing all literature, I think from a literature perspective, it's pretty high up there. Like it's like the effect that it's had on the, like, you could say the world now, because everything that we see now, all this like huge anime explosion, One Piece explosion, One Piece Fortnite, stuff like that. There's like, as you said, Adam, Oda would not have any of that if it wasn't for Toriyama. And like we know that like that's just one case, but loads of them, everything in the anime community is somehow derived from like the motives shown in DBZ, I think. Like,
yep.
And that arc has most of the motives.
Even something as small as, you know, kind of relatively in the story. I think he's only in 1 or 2 chapters in that first arc is Master Roshi. That Kamehameha wave revolutionizes how energy attacks are shown in manga from then on out. Like before that, the idea of doing an energy blast was foreign to anime. That is something that I think every single, even if you don't watch anime, you would think, oh yeah, they all have energy blast, they all have whatever. That did not exist really in a big form until Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave. And then of course, you know, it goes from there.
So are we thinking
before we move on as well.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I was going to say, like before we tie it up and put a ranking on it. Oh, sorry, Jackson's trying to get me. What I will say as well, on the deeper side of things, like I don't know this because I haven't gone much further back than Dragon Ball, but basically, All right. Sorry about that. Basically, it's interesting that it's called Ki. Now we have Haki. Like Naruto uses the chakra systems. Like he was on, as far as I know, because I don't know any others that were doing it at the time. He was on some very deep stuff way before anyone else was doing it in manga. Like Berserk's a good example. Berserk's very direct, but Dragon Ball isn't very direct. It's like the hero's journey, but more subtle. So. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Very deep.
Absolutely.
Actually, I have a follow up to what you just said, because I always wondered the fact that before Dragon Ball, he created Dr. Slump, which is all about science. So I'm wondering if Akira and Oda both had a shared love for basically Star Wars. If you think about anything like mainstream about those type of energy, I always think of in the 60s, 70s with Star Wars, 70s with Star Wars with the Force. So I always wondered, like, maybe Akira and yeah.
So some information that, like, just for people who don't know this in the chat and stuff, this is all from Joseph Campbell, who took ideas from like Carl Jung and stuff and made the hero's journey. And then Joseph Campbell, before he died, his most preferred student, or you could say his best student, was George Lucas, who then wrote Star Wars for the hero's journey. So it is like they should all, if they're good enough, keep up with the Star Wars vibe. We were talking earlier about the motif of the father and stuff like that dying and the rebirth of the son. So yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, and just to comment on that, because you're absolutely right. I know that especially here in America, Dragon Ball is kind of looked at as not being very deep or very spiritual or being a quote unquote smart series or whatever. But what you're talking about, Joseph Campbell, and studying mythologies. One of the biggest places that has mythology instead of religion is Hawaii, which is where the Kamehameha name comes from. And so I think he was very tapped into a lot of things that, of course, we all think Oda is, but Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z are very much as well, just much deeper below the surface than it takes a couple read throughs or really thinking about something to kind of see it. Because on surface, it's a titty showing gag manga in the beginning, but it's actually much deeper than it's given credit for, honestly, at least here in America.
I think that's also a lot to do with like certain communities, because there's also depends on who you talk to. Like there's a lot of people actually have it in such high regard that there's no escaping that conversation.
Okay. Okay, so we've all kind of discussed it, and this is kind of probably the method we'll do for each of them. Once we're done kind of discussing and giving our piece, we'll go each one saying what the ranking is, and then kind of go by consensus. I can start. I do think it's an A arc.
I agree.
I totally agree with that too.
100%.
I'm gonna have to put it at the highest of A.
That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll keep you right there for now.
Should have had an A+.
I agree with everyone, and especially with Denden, because I think that it's a bit like Naruto with the Zabuza arc. It's one of the initial arcs, and like without the beauty of this arc, I don't think Dragon Ball would have such a. Think about it, it was unique before that. Nobody was doing what it did. So yeah, high A for sure.
Yeah.
The highest of A's.
Just to jump on what Coop was saying, it's funny when you said that. I was just thinking like it's kind of unfair because it's the first arc, and like the first arc of most things are the best and like filled with all sorts of juice. But then I realized I'm a One Piece creator, and that's probably not true actually. So anyway.
Then yeah, I think we're kind of decided by everyone that it's an A ranking for the Emperor Pilaf saga. And then we will move on to the next saga, which is the first tournament saga, the 21st World Tournament saga. Training for Goku and Krillin begins under the teachings of Master Roshi in preparation of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, where the greatest fighters in the world will compete. Unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi has also entered under the guise of Jackie Chun to ensure that neither is crowned as the tournament's victor. And something I want to start saying right off the bat from this one is, as a kid, Dragon Ball was the first manga I read or whatever, and it's considered, at least when it was started serialization, as a gag manga, so it only has 12 to 14 pages per chapter. So there are no double page spreads. There is not one double page. I think there's one in the Majin Buu saga when Vegeta dies. But I think aside from that, there's not any double page spread. So I didn't even know they existed until seeing like Naruto and One Piece and stuff and Show and Jump. Um, but the idea that he can start as a funny gag manga, and then all of a sudden immediately turns it into the greatest martial arts series of all time, I think is just a testament to how great Akira Toriyama is and how well he can write and all that stuff because of just his versatility.
Agreed entirely. So this is the first tournament arc in the whole series, correct?
Yes, this one is basically from when he goes to Master Roshi and meets Krillin and they do their training up until the end of that first 21st Budokai tournament.
I'm going to say this multiple times throughout the stream. I'm a huge Krillin fan. I love Krillin. I think he has one of the funniest introductions ever. He just shows up and hands Master Roshi the pornographic material and is like, "Will you train me now, though?" and plus his whole training arc with Goku as well, where they're delivering the milk and they're trying to find the stone, and he like tries to gyp Goku and give him a different one and stuff like that. It's so wholesome and like, I don't want to say cute, but cute. Like it's such a cute little like fun part of the manga. And then obviously with the tournament, we get Master Roshi destroying the moon and stuff. But we'll get there. I want to hear everyone else's thoughts.
It's again, I've got to restrain myself from giving it the Ultra S's because I don't know, it's absolutely peak for me. Like when I think about the jokes that are in it and stuff like that, and it's absolutely peak. Like, and also, I put it up there in the top like 5 or 3 tournament arcs ever. So I have to give this the highest of A's again, or a low S. Yeah, I know. What kind of want to reserve the S.
Well, we have S, and then we also have Z for the best ones.
Oh, really? We've got both.
Yeah, we got both. A is right in the middle, pretty much for us.
Yeah. Okay. Arc 1, S tier. Arc 2, S tier. The tournament is so peak, and like you've got to think, like every single mangaka that writes a tournament arc now, which was like the big thing in the early 2000s, cannot have seen that, and cannot not have come from that to a degree. So I just think it's absolutely prime and like at the time actually original. So yeah, S for me.
I think from beginning to end it was good because I even liked the training Master Roshi put them through. I thought that was fun and inventive.
And also, wasn't
Yes,
Krillin
it
more
sense
trained
we're
in the key?
shell.
What's that, Free?
Wasn't Krillin more productive with the key because he had been trained in it more than Goku's actual training because he didn't really have much training?
Yeah. So he like Goku arrives, right, and Goku just can't do anything.
I think
and
they were
then
fairly close to being even back then, right?
Krillin, I think, started off stronger because he didn't have Goku didn't have key training.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like Krillin turned up knowing who Roshi was, right? It was like train me sort of thing.
Yeah, Krillin had already belonged to another school. Oh yeah, the magazines. Just here.
So that's where he got the things on his head from, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's from his previous school. Yeah, Cube. You were saying, yeah.
Yeah. So me, I have a type of a problem in this instance. For me, it's obviously an A. No, never under A. The problem is if I take it as just as I was reading it or watching as a kid, yes, it does reach the S rank. But in terms of overall tournaments, I just feel like the next 2 ones are just brings it to a whole new, like other than Jackie Chan, Goku, and Krillin, and some people out of it. It was and then the training is peak. It's just a tournament is that there's only 3 people compared to all the other ones. Then it becomes every contestant is a possible rival to Goku. So that's why I liked other than Jackie Chan. I think there was Nam, right? That fighting with the Indian guy. I think it was this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great fight, but I still feel like
fight.
Until Jackie Chan, you knew that Goku was gonna body the people. That's how I felt it.
Well, we're also forgetting one of my favorite characters introductions, Launch.
Ah, yes.
Oh, I love
Yes.
Launch.
I was about to say that.
I
People
agree with
don't.
you though. Now that
Sorry.
everyone's spoken, I would say this is a high B, just because the other tournament arcs in Dragon Ball and Z are just barely a little bit better.
I honestly,
What's
I do
everyone else
agree
think?
too. This one, we had some fun stuff where like we got to see Krillin. The one thing I do like from these older arcs, at least the older tournaments, is that like pre-tournament thing they had for the selections, where that actually seemed to mean something instead of just being like an afterthought kind of thing, where we get to see Krillin take out his old training buddies, and we get a little bit of like hints at some of these other stronger characters and all this stuff. And then finally we get to the tournament. Which also too, I got the mangas. I'm looking at them right now, or whatever. I love the setup of the tournament. Obviously, it doesn't work that much when you can fly and do all that stuff later on.
Well,
But
that's one of the things that I love about it. Like that's what I was going to say. Sorry to interrupt you, Alan.
you're fine. Just literally just the landscape of with the dragon heads in the back or those golem heads. You got the people on the watch on the sides. It's like it just really looks like a cool
It's like
thing to go
it's
to.
real small and it's real local. It's like Yugi's dad's shop. You know what I mean? It's like proper local and small. And like when they come off the ground and start flying, it's like whoa. You know, it's like what is going on? The crowd's like whoa. Everyone's like sick.
And I
Guys,
think
I
Oh,
hate to interrupt. 1 second, Adam. I hate to interrupt, but Ragnar in the chat said Launch was literally the inspiration for Miley Cyrus as Hannah Montana. And I just wanted to address that because he's entirely right.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Well,
Yes.
and speaking of Ragnar, he was bringing up that's something I want to ask about is what were your favorite fights from that first tournament? Because obviously, for me, one of them obviously is that Bacterian versus Krillin, where Krillin's able to win because he has no nose.
No nose,
That
right?
is so funny.
It's
Yeah,
like-
yeah.
Yeah, I had been watching
Okay, that
Dragon
might
Ball
bump
for
it up to an
years.
A for me.
I had been watching Dragon Ball for years, and I always kind of noticed, I guess, they didn't have a nose, but I just thought it was a design choice. But then to watch this years later and go, oh no, okay, he really doesn't have a nose. It's not, it has a purpose. I always just thought that was so funny.
Oh god, it was so disgusting
so
though
good.
too.
I swear, is it a different battle? Like it related to him having no hair, or is that the same one?
The no hair one, I don't remember.
I remember he might have just mentioned it in that fight or something, but I remember him saying like because he's bald as well or something like that.
No,
and
that was
yeah.
that was the tournament when he returns Goku in Dragon Ball Z, and then he says, "Krillin, you have hair." He says, "Yeah, I always shaved it. Remember, as a kid, I always told you." You
Yeah,
always saw me shave it."
yeah,
Yeah, that was a thing.
yeah.
That was.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Goku thought he was just bald.
Well, and that whole fight too is something where it's like I know Goku's kind of once he's an adult is kind of portrayed as like the ultimate idiot or whatever, but we see a bunch of his fighting prowess in that beginning where he actually reminds Krillin that he has no nose.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you get a
funny.
little taste of just how smart Goku actually is, at least when he's a kid. When it comes, even if it just comes to fighting, I guess Goku is pretty much really, really intelligent. That is kind of later on in the series, and especially in Super, it seems like it's kind of put to the wayside.
Isn't the fight with Giran in this tournament as well? Goku versus Giran?
Giran, which one is he the Indian guy or is he the
Oh, that's the
dinosaur?
pterodactyl guy.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
yes,
the
yes,
dinosaur
that
guy.
is.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's a killer fight as well.
True. Where he has to use the Nimbus cloud to come back or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So for me, for this
Little
battle fight, the one I prefer the most, I think, is Jackie Chan versus Goku, like everyone else. But if I have to take out another fight out of it, it's a fight between Nam and Goku, the Indian guy, because it is, if you remember what Nam explains, the reason why he couldn't give up with Goku is because his entire village was like, it was the first instant where
Hungry.
Goku met someone who had a real reason to fight. Remember, the whole thing with Goku is he was looking back at the people around him and he realized he wanted to win for not just for himself but for everyone else. Like the one moment where Goku started realizing he doesn't just need to fight to have fun. There are some real life stories behind it.
True.
Yeah,
And we
that was a
obviously
great
get
fight.
a great like Master Roshi has a heart type deal when he gives him all the money.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. So what are
Fritz,
we thinking?
what did you think?
Think what? Oh yeah, Fritz. Yeah.
I think it's a lot of the importance of some of these fights, especially when like everybody's talking about when Master Roshi, he's fighting Goku. They remind Roshi because in the thrill of it all that he doesn't have to actually kill Goku because he probably could have, but that uh, why he destroys the moon is because they're pleading with him that he doesn't even realize what he's doing.
True.
Mm.
Oh, I forgot about that. You're right.
Because the bystanders like Bulma and they're telling him that it would be easier enough for them to just cut off the tail, and he's like screw it, and he just blows up the moon instead.
Yep. And real quickly, Lord Vegeta just dropped a $5 super chat saying that if you look back to Krillin, he's only affected by a placebo effect for most of the fight until he realizes he has no nose. Which we commented
That's
on.
that is completely, I think, like intentional as well. I believe that. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking it, but when I read the super chat, I was like, actually, yeah. When you go back and you look at it, I do remember like each panel is like you can see he's like under his own effect, sort of thing. Like he's freaking out.
Oh, yeah, he's
Like you said,
disgusted
Goku
by it.
reminds him, you don't have a nose, and then he's like, oh yeah, and then he beats him easily.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's also something else that happens in this, because before this arc, Yamcha is portrayed as a pretty formidable foe, and this is kind of the first start of his demise, where he's always pitted against one of the strongest people in the tournament. These first two, obviously, he's pitted against the champion. It's not until the third one that he faces, someone who doesn't make it to the finals.
He gets
Oh, and real
slept on
quick,
a
we
lot.
had another super chat from Lord Vegeta. Girin had a similar situation where he was almost fighting for the prize money, where he was also fighting for the prize money for his tribe. Girin has an entire people that he leads as well. Absolutely. That's what we were talking about, where almost every character that's outside the fodder and the dinosaur and stuff like that, Akira Toriyama is able to, without doing the huge flashbacks like Oda does, kind of get you emotionally invested in some of these characters with very little screen time or panel amount.
Mm-hmm.
In like just to touch on that, like obviously when you're getting into DBZ and stuff, it's a little different because you're dealing with planets, like multiple planets, like and stuff like that. Whereas aliens are they're more common, so you can briefly just be like, oh yeah, my whole race of people was destroyed. Whereas if you did that in One Piece, it's not the same size. So yeah, it's interesting. Though. It's a good point.
Oh, and dude, just to comment on that real quick and I think that's what Oda has perfected, is because and like I said, I love Dragon Ball. I think from volume 4 until about volume 30 is probably the best shonen manga and I don't mean that as a derogatory term, but the best shonen manga that exists. And I think that Oda kind of viewed the pitfalls that I guess the lack of tension that can come when you can fly and when you can destroy planets. Everything becomes such a there's a great thing in writing where you talk about you can kill 1,000 people and no one cares, but you kill one person, a named little girl, and the reader will care. And Oda has perfected that to keep it on a smaller scale, still worldwide, but a smaller scale to keep the tension as high as possible. But yeah, so what do we think? What do we think's the ranking for this first arc? I would say B as well, because it's compared to the other tournaments, it's like it's not one I usually go back to read. And it does have some great fights, especially that Jackie Chun fight. There's the funny stuff with his they're like dancing for a little bit and stuff. There's the moon thing with that thing. I always thought as a kid it was funny how he didn't step out of bounds the whole time while he was a giant ape. But I would rank it like a B plus 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 plus, just on the cusp of A.
I'd say like let's put it in A, and then we can move it down one when the other tournaments come if we feel it's necessary.
Okay.
You want to put
Yeah,
it
because
in?
my vote's for B. My vote's for B as well.
I'm
Cube,
high
what do you
B,
think?
low A, somewhere around there.
Okay, so we got
High
2
B.
for A,
Yeah.
2 for B. What do you think,
Uh,
Fritz and Cube?
Cube?
I'm gonna throw
I'll
it.
let Fritz go for.
I'm gonna let it throw it in the A, only because it's as the start of this beginning journey, and it's seeing how important all these characters actually interact with each other is just as important as the first. You know what I'm saying? As it is
True,
any
true.
other of these series slash mangas.
I'll remember this, Fritz. Later in the stream, I've got you.
And what do you think, Cube?
So for me, I was thinking everybody was saying, and if it wasn't for the Nam and Jiren thing that Ragnar and I brought back in, I would have put it at B. So I'm putting low A, the lowest of A.
Now,
Lowest
okay,
of
the
A.
only
Okay,
thing that I'm
fair,
going to say
fair.
to try to rebuttal this A thing is that this is the only tournament that does not contain a bad guy who eventually turns good.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one thing to me, additive wise, of why it goes in a B compared to the other tournaments. But I'm
No,
fine with A.
I'll put it into B. I'll put it into B because the size, it's just not fair. Like it's so small and condensed. Like yeah, it's super sick, but again, it's kind of cheating because it's so early on. It's the first one, and yeah. So I'll go high B, the highest of Bs,
The highest of
the
Bs.
The
B's
highest
knees.
of B's.
Highest of
Highest
B,
of B's, I agree. I agree.
All right. B it is.
Okay.
B plus.
B plus.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Anything in any category is probably a plus. Okay, so then we jump on to the start of the Red Ribbon Army saga, and the Red Ribbon Army saga is the Red Ribbon Army is on the hunt for the Dragon Balls, and they're using any means necessary to get their hands on them. Goku must take on the entire Red Ribbon Army to get his grandfather's 4-star ball back. And I would say that I think that this one is pretty much from the end of the tournament up until when they I want to say up until he goes and meets like
It's
Tao
until
Pai.
it's until the training before the tournament. Like literally, the next saga is if I'm not mistaken, is the next tournament. So you have to take account it's before TN. I think until before TN.
So here's what's crazy. There are actually, according to the wiki, there are 4 sagas before the next tournament. We have the Red Ribbon Army saga, the General Blue saga, the Commander Red saga, which has Tao Pai Pai, and then the Fortune Teller Baba tournament, and then
yeah.
the next tournament.
Yeah, I remember.
So
Yeah.
I would say I guess this one's just that beginning one where he's Now, see, that's where it's. This is probably the only one that we haven't done enough. Not we haven't. I haven't done enough research on to know. But I think that the main part of this saga is when we meet those. We start meeting the androids for the first time, and of course, we meet Android 8, and we get a little glimpse of what this Red Ribbon Army is about. But I want to say this one probably goes till the end of that first Android 8 meeting and that whole saga, which I know Lucas, that might be one of his favorites.
One with the tower,
Yeah,
right?
this is the Muscle
the
Tower
tower.
arc, basically. It's him fighting. This whole little saga is the one. It ends with him fighting Mr. White, and
Yeah.
that's the infamous fight where Android 8 stops Goku and is like, you don't need to kill him. You've already won. And Goku's like, no, I have to finish him off. And he's like, you got to show restraint, or else you'll be just like them. And it's just so iconic. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is a Z tier for me. This whole first arc of the Android arc, and I know we're trying to hold off to Rankle, but I'm just gonna throw it out there immediately. Z tier for me. Android 8's introduction, and then I think this arc ends with him going to Curran Tower as well.
This arc is going to end right when they meet General Blue.
Okay, so that's where they go into the submarine. So it's after. Okay, yeah, okay. But still, I'm high S tier, low Z tier for me. I'm gonna let everybody else talk because if not, I will go on for an hour and a half on how much I love Android 8. The whole little Penguin Village thing was cool from Dr. Slump. Like, this is a great saga to me.
Yep.
I think I agree with that too. It was really, really good, and Ada is sweet.
I agree. And this arc was kind of not the end of, but one of the last where we get like really funny fights still. When Goku fights that ninja guy, and there's a moment where he does camouflage and he accidentally uses an American flag in front of the tree instead of his tree one. And there's all sorts of there's all sorts of funny gags. He steals his shoes, and it's like I just remember as a kid not knowing who this guy was or anything, but being really interested in this fight just because of how funny it was. Putting the pole in his butt.
You gotta remember
So
also,
good.
there was a lot of inspiration coming from like the Terminator movies coming out. The Terminator had come out in like what I
Yeah.
think maybe 84, 86, I can't remember. But then like Terminator 2 was getting ready to come out, and it was a big inspiration of the whole idea of these androids, you know, and the way that they were gonna go. Even one of the main characters was basically one of the first androids he runs into was basically a full-on robot, but it was directly inspired from the Terminator, the Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even more than that too. I mean, Trunks coming back from the future to save the world against robot. I mean, he loves Terminator for sure. And that's actually something just since we're a One Piece channel mainly or whatever, it's always very interesting to me that the very first android that we see in Dragon Ball before we see that Terminator guy, he's got Luffy's stitching scars.
Oh yeah, he does. I think
Yeah,
Anger is
also
based off
you've got
Frankenstein, but he does have that. Sorry, Hyde. You can go.
Jiro as well, who's like Vegapunk and all this stuff, and Frankie ties and all that, all the numbers.
Which I don't think we actually see Dr. Gero until the
No.
Android saga, but we know at least he exists because they're making the robots.
Hmm.
And I'll say this, why that's a problem I have with the Red Ribbon because I put them all together. But I'll say why I like this one, especially with Ader. I'm a huge Dragon Ball Z fan more than Dragon Ball. And if you think about everything, the interaction between Ader and Goku, and the one cyborg in Dragon Ball Z that he's hinting that will be the one who can defeat him is Android 16, so 8 times 2, and seems to have very similar nature. But so I would say like I like Ader because he could be basically the blank canvas. He was the one that realized there was interaction with Goku, but then found a way to weaponize Ader against Goku. I always like this idea, so that's why I really like this arc because it's one of those characters. Yeah, it's one of those characters where when you think about him, he only appears once in Dragon Ball Z. For those who know, I'm not gonna remember. I'm not gonna tell you when, but you all know when he reappears. If you think about it, he's constantly thought of during the Cell cycle. I'm going in advance, because we're gonna go to that. But he's constantly an aftershock, a thought every time you think of Android 16, especially when you know that when Goku did it, he had that pep talk of Goku, and Gohan had one with Android 16, father and son.
True. No,
I'm going ahead of obviously, but yeah, that's why I really like this
I
arc.
think that stuff's great to bring up because so many people don't think that Akira Toriyama, tied back into stuff or was reusing or not reusing, but evolving themes that he had earlier. That's a great example. Is Android 16 basically being the Dragon Ball Z buffed up equivalent of Android 8?
But if you think about it though, there are things like Toei Animation and the anime they made up for themselves without consulting, like Dr. Flap, and he didn't exist, and it was one of those things where they're trying to bring in all the androids and they're trying to like justify some of these things that they've created over the separation between the manga and then condensing it into an anime. Like they're just not one of those original characters too, but they try to tie in a character that didn't necessarily exist with the creation of the androids.
True. Oh, and real quick, we got another super chat from Lord Vegeta. Thank you so much, man, for another $5 saying Android 8 is my heart. Glittering heart. The one with the super robot. This arc, he uses Kamehameha like Pro for the first time. This is the beginning of Goku world travels. Yes, world traveling by himself mainly. Yes, 100%.
100%. This is why I love this arc so much.
Yeah, Lucas, I know you love this arc the most. Is there any final words on before we go to what the ranking is?
No, I just want to I'll talk about this more later, but I just want to say, Cube, I agree 100% with the reflection of Android 8 and Android 16. I actually talked to this with Fritz and Adam a little bit last night, but I just know that like Lord Vegeta just said, this is the first arc, at least for me, when I was reading this as a teenager, you know what I mean? Because I unfortunately didn't get a hold of the manga until I was probably about 16, 17. But when I was reading this as a teenager, it felt like, because I'd already watched Dragon Ball Z and I'd watched a lot of Dragon Ball. So like I'm reading this and it felt like this was it. This is Goku stepping out into the whole world. We're about to see the world that we know from Dragon Ball Z in the eyes of Goku for the first time. And it's such a magical feeling. And I hate to say it like that, but that's true. And from a storytelling
It's
perspective,
true. No, it's true. It's true. And what Vegeta
Yeah.
said, like it bounces off that as well. Like I've never really thought about it, but it's pretty obvious. Yeah, like it's like the first time that he's just doing his own thing, and yeah, that's pretty sick. I might have to bump it for that actually. Like,
And I mean, it's a simple story or a simple plot device, but it makes total sense that he's going after what he thinks is his grandfather, which obviously the Red Ribbon Army is kind of going to culminate in that with that Baba tournament. But it's totally plausible, and it's honestly almost something you could have predicted reading it, new of okay, he's gonna go get this four-star Dragon Ball again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I
would rate this one a Z with what you guys all said about the robots and it kind of funny fights. I would rank it as a Z because remember this is just the start of it to the end of the Muscle Tower, pretty much.
I'd give it a Z.
And still,
yeah. I could do that. Yeah, it includes Muscle
I gotta
Tower,
walk away
then
from my mic
it's a Z.
because that's what I'm talking about.
Is that are we consensus
I
here?
love it.
Yeah, Cube and Fritz.
Full agreement.
What are you guys' votes?
I said Z.
Okay.
I have a question. Like I said, the Red Ribbon different arcs are all meshed one together. Is this the one with Taru Pai Pai or not?
No, it's not. This is just that first one where they're in the snow tower thing with Android 8 and then General White.
Okay, then if it's a Taru Pai Pai, it would have
Drum
been
Island,
high
basically.
Z. It would have been high Z because for me he's my favorite Dragon Ball villain. So wholesome, but I'll put it low Z for me.
Okay. 3-Day, your thoughts?
I'm fine with Z. I'm fine with high S tier or Z. Either one. It's great.
Okay.
Love it.
Well then, yeah, I think we're at Z then, if it's all cool with you guys. And then we jump on to the General Blue saga, which is while continuing the hunt for his grandfather's Dragon Ball, Goku, now accompanied by his friends Bulma and Krillin, run into General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army, who follows them in a hot pursuit to an underwater pirate cape. And I'm gonna be honest, I never liked General Blue. Does have some funny moments, does have some funny, situations or whatever. And I did like, of course, bringing Bulma back and bringing Krillin back. Because at this point, when if you're just reading it for the first time and you don't know Dragon Ball Z and stuff, you're not really sure who's gonna stick around and who's gonna be. I mean, we just got the end of the tournament arc that Roshi said he had nothing left to teach Goku. So you're not 100% sure if he's going to be going back to any of those people or seeing any of them again. I guess we know that in 4 years is another tournament. But aside from that, it's like we don't totally know. So it was good seeing these characters come back again. But I never liked General Blue. And this is probably going to be one of my only D rankings for the whole series.
I would counter that with I would say high C, low B for me. General Blue is definitely not an interesting villain, but we have a lot of great moments in this arc, like Goku going to West City for the first time and trying to find Bulma, and then fighting the dude in the street and like getting all the money and then giving money to the first person that tells him where Bulma is. Like that's so
the West City stuff. The West City stuff is pretty up there, I would say. Like that to me, when I look back at memories and stuff, like I do like West City and that whole vibe.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the this is the first arc that Goku has a loss, isn't it? Because he leaves from fighting General Blue. Doesn't he lose against General Blue? Or am I wrong about that? Because I kept feeling like he lost against General Blue.
Yeah,
Then went to
first time he
Tyrion
lost
Tower,
first.
and then
First time. No. That was Tao Pai Pai,
The
but he did
animatrix
have
stuff.
but he did have a defeat. It was just different. Then he went back to yeah.
okay. Yeah. So,
But
what are you thinking, Fritz?
Um, it's a bright-eyed kid in the middle of the city. This is probably one of the most important parts because you got to remember he is literally an outsider who grew up in the mountains, who never really seen anything like that, and he goes there and like he said, he wins the money and then immediately gives it away because he has no concept of money.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this. Oh, sorry, I thought you
you're
finished.
you're good. I'm gonna say like for me, I'd probably put it in the B to C area because it really isn't. It's more of like a filler. You know what I'm saying?
Um, what were you gonna say,
So,
Cube?
the ranking won't change much, but I'm just gonna bring up two things that people haven't brought up. The first thing is, and I say that about the West City, is if you think about it, when we were getting to the faction, we should remember that when we met Goku in the first 10 minutes, in the first pages, we also meet Bulma. So we're getting this extra world building through Bulma and realizing, the whole Capsule Corp and this whole it's not just about strength and stuff like that. He couldn't just hunt down and find the Dragon Balls. So I like this idea that there isn't just fighting in Dragon Ball, and we also see Bulma was actually she could have been annoying at the beginning, stuff like that, of Goku, but then you realize actually the girl is really a prodigy. She's 16 years old and she's basically working hand to hand with her father, and father is doing praising some of her inventions. That is one of the things I like, and I'm gonna say this because it was the most funniest thing is the whole fight scene with Blue versus Bulma, and Bulma realizing that she never win. So she says she's a beautiful girl and he's a hot guy. So he tries to she's tried
Seduce.
to seduce him. Yeah, and I take off her clothes. And what's so funny is I'm just gonna hint on it is just the way he looked at her and he was offended, as you all know what that means. And as a kid, I just thought the guy has crazy willpower. Then you realize he was just not interested by her. But I like the way that he looks at her and says, I'm offended. You would think that was so. I'm sorry. That was such a funny way to do that. It was really
That was
well
so sad.
executed. It was so
Sad
well
moment.
executed. Yeah, for Bulma, Bulma felt really insulted, and I think it's one of those scenes where I give the best example as a One Piece creator that sometimes it's very hard with Sanjay and those kind of moments, comment all those stuff. But I do feel like Dragon Ball didn't have a lot of those moments, but this one really they hit it right. It was really well executed.
True. And I will
So-
say, look at the volume. This is the crossover part with Dr. Slump. So I guess I would move it from a D to a C, I guess, just for that.
So
Yeah,
we all
for
think
me,
it's
like,
C tier
I-
then,
like-
high C. Oops, sorry, Hyde.
I know. I just it kind of reminds me of when Ash gets off the boat in Pokemon, and you see him in the big city, and they're just in the real world, and it's just a different kind of another isekai vibe. Like they're in a different world. They're not going to be there permanently. Yeah,
True.
I like it, man. I like it. I don't know. There's something just light about it for me. But as you say, General Blue's a bit shit. So I'm happy with a high C.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this as well. I just realized I never thought of it. If you remember, the first season was all about nature with Goku. He seemed to look like a Chinese type of Asian culture. And the next arc where he goes to the city, he goes to West City. So I really liked it between West and the East. Like he was more Eastern, and now he's going to the. If you look at it, West City is the most capitalist and commercial city you can ever have. With all the cokes and everything. So I really
Okay.
like the naming as well with West City. It was really nicely also executed.
True. What is your grade though, Cube?
I said for me it's a C.
Okay. 3-Day and Fritz.
I was gonna go with high D, but West City, him looking for Bulma was so cute and everything. Bumping it to C, low C.
We'll give her a C, and we'll wrap that saga up with that one.
Yeah, man. Some would
Okay.
say that we'll give him the rank of Cube of the Red Sea. I'm just kidding.
Okay, and then now we jump into the arc that Q has been waiting for when we meet Tao Pai Pai with the Commander Red saga, where Goku crosses paths with a ruthless assassin named Mercenary Tao Pai Pai, that's what they call in the manga, and suffers a devastating defeat. Surviving, Goku decides to climb Korin Tower in order to receive the sacred water necessary to gain the strength required to defeat Tao Pai Pai and avenge the father of his new friend Upa.
SZ.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna say this because I'll say this. Tao Papa is one of my favorite, if you could call him antagonist, because he's the only one person, other than the tournament announcer who's not a villain, who after meeting Goku once learned his lesson. After losing to him. And also, I'm gonna say this. This is also the one moment in this arc where Goku lost a friend. If you remember, Upa's father, the Native American, the
Yep.
one who tried to help Goku and he was killed by Tao Pai Pai.
Yes.
He diverted his entire plan just to and he promised him, I am going to bring back your and that's the first time Goku makes a promise to someone who lost someone. And it's everybody who's a big fan of Dragon Ball Z Super GT, that is a core value of Goku making a promise. This was the moment
Yes.
where Goku started accepting that I am capable of. It's basically Clark Kent realizing I have to become Superman. Bruce Wayne realizing he's Batman. That is his origin story. I think that for me, I would say this arc is where he gets his origin story as Goku, the protector of the Earth. That was his first. That was his first. So for me, it's a Z. So
Round of
Yeah,
applause.
I wouldn't.
Round of applause, Cube.
Yeah, I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't go
No, no,
Z.
no.
I'd go. Sorry, Lucas, you carry on.
No, you can go. Then I don't mind.
Yeah, I would just put it below a Z tier personally. It's banging. It's banging. Tao is banging. Killing General Blue with a tongue. That is S tier on its own. But yeah, it's just not as S tier as some of the others. But yeah, it's up there.
Yeah, I would say S for sure, high S maybe, just because that that Tay Pow Pie, Tay Tao, I can't. Oh my gosh, I'm fumbling on it. But his introduction when he throws the
That's
pillar
hilarious.
is one of the coldest moments. Yeah, it's one of the coldest moments too. They're like, "We'll get you a jet," and he's like, "Nah, I got this." Taps the pillar on two sides, throws that mofo, jumps on it, and rides it to Curran Tower to kill a man and then beat the brakes off of Goku. Like, that's so cold.
Yep.
and I'll say something.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say something because I think that's the coldest thing. But what I like is even more is that the way Goku defeats him is so crazy. First of all, when a guy tries to jump very far, Goku jumps as fast as him. He gets scared, literally get bullied, and then the whole thing is he runs away, throws a grenade before running away, and Goku just kicks it or throws it back at him. And that's how he gets blown up. And I find it so interesting because the way he was defeated is he came in as a powerful guy who's able literally he wasn't scared of gravity. And that's what basically the thing that we said, oh, he's so cold for that. Goku just said, fuck you. Sorry for the cursing. He said, just screw you. And and he defeated him.
Well, and that's
So, yeah.
The grenade as well, by the way. The grenade is hilarious.
Yeah,
classic.
it's hilarious. His face. I'm sorry, his face. One of the reasons why I love Tao Papa,
Yeah,
as you know.
when
It's
that
burned into my
to me is
memory,
why I'm
that face.
torn. You can go, Lucas.
No, you go ahead, Adam.
I was gonna say that to me is why I'm torn with it between Z and S arc or tier, because that initial fight where Goku loses and he only lives because the attack hit the Dragon Ball in his shirt or whatever is great. But it really does. It kind of starts one of the big problems that I have with Dragon Ball as a whole, which is when Goku gets the power up, the fight is 100% one-sided, and I'd say in this case it works because in Dragon Ball it really doesn't happen too much to where Goku gets the power up and then he's able to just trounce the villain, completely. But with Tao Pai Pai, he really is able to, pretty easily beat him. And I did really like that, like the training for the Kirin or whatever was just climbing up the tower, and then he drank some water. It doesn't mean anything. Of course, he comes back later on to get the real water or whatever. But that the training's just like a Mr. Miyagi type thing where, oh, your training was all the things you did here or whatever. But because this arc also includes the assault on the Red Ribbon Army, like capital or like headquarters or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Which is badass, and I think I just saw at least parts of it reanimated in one of the new movies or something like that. But that I do really like actually that fight where okay, now we kind of know that this Red Ribbon Army is not like the biggest challenge for Goku, but it's a challenge because there's like a million of them, and he's got to kill them all pretty much. So I do as a whole, I guess I would say it's probably Z tier.
What are you thinking, 3?
I'm thinking that this was the first arc where I thought Goku's life could be in danger. Is the first time I felt real tension.
True.
I think it's at least S or Z.
That's a good point. It is one kind of the first time where we actually think that he could, like, how's he gonna beat Tao Pai Pai? Like, how's he gonna stand a chance against this dude? And then obviously we see a quick little training stuff. So okay, we got between Z and S right now. What do you think, Lucas?
Well, hold on, Fritz. We need to hear from Fritz still.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I interjected it like right at the beginning when you read the description. I pretty much coughed in there and I was just like SZ because it really is it really is like Tao. He's like he's an amazing villain because at the same time, at the beginning he's like it's effortless what he's doing. He's ready for the fight. And then Goku has to go through a journey. And really, it's one of those things where it progresses Goku into more of the end-all, be-all savior of the universe. You know what I mean? These are the humble beginnings.
True, and it also in this arc too gives him a reason to, a wish to use for the Dragon Balls. So it's not so much just, not that it was self-centered, I guess, before, but it's not so just himself-based gathering the Dragon Balls this time because now he wants to bring back Upa's father.
No. Actually, that's a really good point for both of you, but especially the wish thing. Because if you think about it, that's when Goku started. Think about it, Goku is the perfect example of someone who's content with his life. That's his whole thing. Like he had a simple life, so you could say that somebody who's content will realize that you might be content, but the rest of the world isn't. Which I like is the whole core. Like you can say what you want about Goku, every MC shonen, and what I prefer about Luffy is that he does show that he's not he's all about himself. Like he's not a hero. He says all the time he can be selfish, and Goku does have that. And except this one is you kind of see that Goku did not have to say it; he lived it, and then so he did some changes to help other people. Yet still not changing. It stayed the core value of Goku. So yeah, I like the 2 points that Fritz and Adam said.
Is this the series where he does make the wish to bring him back?
What?
Is this the series where he does make that wish to bring back the father?
Yes.
Yeah. He brings back the father.
Isn't it also when he?
No.
It's not.
No, he gets the last Dragon Ball from fighting in.
Yes.
From fighting in Fortune Teller Baba's tournament.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
But also he comes eventually. I think it's the next one. But he pretty much meets Gohan again. Grandpa Gohan.
That's the next one. That's the next one.
Okay. I'd say S. I don't know about this one.
I was honestly,
I was on S.
I was on S until 3-Day turned me with the tension because it really is kind of the first time that I felt like Goku might die.
It's got to be for me. It's got to be a Z because it's like a Z. Sorry, as you Americans say, because it's like a peak. If you know what I mean, everything builds up and then up to that sort of saga, and then boom, it hits hard. And the comedy's just on point as well. So yeah, I'm gonna Z that.
So I'm just
big arc, like 4 or 5 volumes or so, or maybe it's just 4 volumes where it's like the biggest arc so far in the series. Oh, and real quick, just Lord Vegeta donated another $5 super chat saying, "Remember the tribal kid that became one of Goku's first lifelong friends. Also, climbing Korin Tower is one of Goku's best feats as a kid," which I think we all totally agree with. The Upa's father, and then also the tower climbing.
To answer to Merc Hunter Ricky, the one who does the art, because I think it pop ups, is Adam himself. So because I see him writing, he's very interested by the art. So you should reach out to Adam.
Adam
He
has
makes great art.
commissions.
Yeah,
Adam,
if you
Adam
if you
has
create
commissions.
things, I'm findable under Adam Jinrakai on Instagram, Twitter,
Merch,
YouTube, Discord.
merch. If you merch, just DM me and I'll sort you out after the stream with everything.
Perfect.
Wait, so are we in agreement though that it's probably a Z?
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah, Z.
Definitely.
Okay.
I just want to interject real quick. The Red Ribbon Army saga as a whole is my favorite saga in all of Dragon Ball. Just so to see it almost clean sweep the Z tier so far is just making childhood Lucas happy.
That's great, man. Because I there's not many people I've talked to where they say that's their favorite, so it's great to have that like perspective.
And I'm gonna say this because what I like about the Red Ribbon Army is that it's an organization that doesn't come back in Dragon Ball. It stays dead. So it's like it's great.
Not the Jerome
That's why at first I was like not going to rate it as high like at first, but then the more I think about it, just because it's self-contained, it doesn't make it like a bad thing, I guess. But yeah, it's sick.
And though, remember though, Cube, that all of Cell and the androids are Dr. Gero trying to get revenge against
Yeah, it was irony because Cell and Red Ribbon Army and Cell Saga are my favorite. That's why. So it was irony of But actually, I'm gonna say this because I did love it. There is an instance at the end that's actually quite interesting. Is he doesn't say he defeated everyone, but he says, "Oh yeah, they should be all gone now." There's a moment where he says that, I think, to Upa or somebody else, and I think that was Akira dropping that little, that idea, open-minded.
Okay.
But it's not clear. What I'll say is not clear. But there is some stuff at the end where it seems that he was rushed, because he was trying to get back to, because he was running around everywhere. So yeah.
Well, and speaking of the next tournament, is the next arc that we have is the Fortune Teller Baba saga, which is unable to find the last Dragon Ball needed to revive Upa's father. Master Roshi suggests seeking out Fortune Teller Baba, who can divinate the locations of lost items. However, Goku and his friends must first defeat her 5 mysterious warriors before she will set them up. And real quick, Lord Vegeta dropped another super chat, another $5. Thank you so much, man. Saying, fun theory. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure Oob was born in the same tribe as the dude that needed water for his village.
I could
that's
agree
very
there.
interesting. I can totally see
think
that
that's
too.
cool. Yeah, I thought it was canon. I've always thought that.
I honestly never thought about it, but I like that better than if it's not true. I like that better anyway. And then this arc is the Fortune Teller Baba saga. That whole tournament where we meet Gohan at the end. Everyone has some pretty cool fights. It's more of a round robin type tournament. I'm pretty sure it's the last time we see titties.
This is the second day, all right?
Yeah, he's a pro, absolute pro.
Well,
at least it wasn't Baba.
I was talking about that ninja fight kind of being one of the last funny ones, but this
that's hilarious.
They're all funny.
Yeah, the palace is real cool.
This one are hilarious.
The palace is like super cool as well, in my opinion. Like,
yep,
cool setting.
And all the stuff inside with that, like those 2 tongues that are the one fighting pathway. I love how that invisible guy is defeated by having Master Roshi show Bulma her breath when he has the nosebleed.
And then Yamcha beats him up. It's so good.
And we Dracula one of the fights. Sad Yamcha fight where he loses the invisible guy really easily.
I'm gonna say this. What I liked the most wasn't the Gohan versus Goku fight. It was Master Roshi snickering, and then when Bulma and Yamcha ask him why, he says, "Oh, don't worry. It's just Goku is fighting against someone who he can never defeat." And I like that because he realized it because he trained them both. That was very wholesome. He didn't say he would be stronger.
It's cool stuff for Yamcha as well.
Yeah,
he literally said. Go on. Sorry, Coop.
I was gonna say, I think this is like one instant where it's very important. Goku always physically beats him. But when he says it, and it's one of my favorite moments in that arc, he says he is the one person that Goku could never defeat. He didn't say couldn't. He said never, as he would never defeat him because it's his grandfather. And I really like the way, and that showed like the because like people like to take Master Roshi as very comical, a pervert, but he has great insights. He has great insight. At that moment, he just didn't even talk. He knew exactly who he was by the fighting, which I really liked.
And his life was complete after reuniting.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
And
where he learned to his weakness, that he had to train his tail. I think that's one of the most important things about it too.
Yeah. I will say that I think this is the first time in the series as a whole that it's a very emotional moment too. Like when Goku realizes he's fighting his dead grandfather again, it's so wholesome and it's so moving. And one aspect I love about Dragon Ball Super, which I know we're not ranking that today, is you see Goku at Baba's place and he's reenacting every move from that fight with his grandfather. So it's something that is instilled to him for the rest of his life. And there's just something so, I don't know, powerful about that, I guess.
Even not even like there's
sorry,
not even the
ahead, David.
deeper stuff. Like some of that stuff is like I totally get what you're saying, but like even on the less deep stuff, it's all there. Like I was going to say about Yamcha earlier, like you just feel all the vibes in this one. You know what I mean? You can feel all the characters not fleshed out, but it just feels quite real, like and legit, quite weighty.
Totally. And we also get. I think this arc includes meeting Emperor Pilaf again, where they're at the final fight. Where I think we see Goku Jr. once again when he's fighting like with his pants off to get the final Dragon Ball.
Yes.
I'm looking at it right now where he grabs a missile, and the main part of the shot is you see his little Goku Jr.
This just sounds wrong.
Oh, would you rather I call it a Shenlong?
No. Go back.
Pause.
And yeah, this
so what are we all thinking?
end with the Dragon Ball wish, and then him coming back saying bye to his grandpa. And like 3-Day was saying, he does get it inside of his mind that he needs to train his tail, because the only reason he's not beaten 100% just by his tail is because it pops off.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we ranking this one? I think I would honestly say I'd say at least an A. I would honestly probably say A.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it above an A personally.
Yeah.
Agreed.
High A.
Because
like the highest
high A. Yeah, high A.
I agree.
What's that?
Was that what? Did 3 just jump in and say B straight up road?
A. A.
Now we got to revote.
Okay, so the next saga that we have is the Tien Shinhan saga, which is, of course, the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai.
Real quickly.
Oh, what?
Let me interrupt real quick. Andy Lex, turn the memberships on. Angel, I told you yesterday as well. Turn your memberships on, because you can get a membership now for free, because the guys have already offered them.
Yeah, so. If for easier, that's how I did it, because I couldn't find it. Scroll up, look when there's like membership. Click on it, and at one point it'll say, "Oh, you have to allow your gift." Yeah, it can also help you out for those who can't.
Yes, I just figured it out yesterday, and if I can figure it out,
look at Vegeta coming in absolutely strong with the step-by-step guide.
He's coming in, and like I said, I told him we were kind of full for this one, but we're only 6 sagas in, and it's been an hour and a half almost. When we do future ones, and this one's good, of going more in depth about the series, we're definitely going to be inviting Lord Vegeta / Ragnar in here to kind of give us some of his knowledge.
I want to see him battle it out with Coob, like just one-on-one. Like I know they've gone before, but yeah, it'll be amazing.
On the next episode of DBZ Rankings.
You guys are laughing, but as you know, Ragnar and I, we do tease. We've had many battles concerning Naruto and Dragon Ball, respectively, on which arc we prefer and everything. So it's like we say,
you want to
it's
open
like
them wounds back up.
Yeah, like back in the day, Whitebeard still remembers the battles between Ragnar and I around the New World. You know, the world was shaking when we were doing our takes. So don't worry, it has happened.
That's what I felt here in Ohio. That's why there was that oil spill or that
Ex-
train
ex-
crash.
exactly. It was Ragnar defending Freeze and me defending Cell, and our hockey collided.
Oh, what? We'll be fighting about that because I think Freeze is much better than Cell. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah,
That-
Ragnar, consider yourself wrenched as well. I just can't do it from where I'm sat, but I'll wrench you up.
So okay, the next saga is the Tien Shinhan saga, which is Master Roshi's students head off to compete in the next world tournament, but a surprise awaits them. Master Roshi's rival, Master Shen, has brought his students, Tien Shinhan and Chaozu, to compete as well, and they're out for blood.
This is the one where Master Roshi pretty much gives away because he already knows he doesn't have to be the one to humble him because he realizes the other students like Tien and them are strong enough to give them that kind of humbling and run for their money.
Yes, but I would also argue too that I think that Tien is probably stronger than Master Roshi here.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But he definitely is like,
Because
yeah,
if you
I don't need to
remember-
worry about it anymore. The world's getting stronger.
This is also where
If
you
you
get
remember,
two of the
Adam-
strongest moves in the entire series from Tien. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the first time you get some of these strong or overly used skills. One of them that gets shared by
Like
a
Solar
lot of
Flare?
characters. Yeah, that gets shared by a lot of characters later down the road.
True.
And
And that was what we talked about last night too, where we in this arc we pretty much see the first time ever that like the Kamehameha wave is not effective, and Tien has that move that can just totally negative, just totally make it not work.
if you guys remember too, this Roshi and because Roshi and Tien fight, don't they? And that's when Roshi steps out of the ring.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's such an important moment too, because he's trying to tell Tien like, this isn't you. You have so much potential, and you're under this nefarious master kind of thing. And that's really the start of Tien becoming, like Adam, you said, this is one of the first arcs where we get to see someone who was previously evil turn into a good guy. I really I want to bring up too Roshi's first fight in this tournament when he fights the man wolf, and he's mad at him for destroying the moon, so he can't turn back into a man every time there's a full moon anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm gonna say this. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, Cube. You can go.
Okay, I'm gonna say this because I think everybody's gonna address this, but I'm gonna say like this. If anybody remembers that final between Tien and Goku, this is one of those moments where I'm gonna say this. It was a tie. The only reason why it wasn't a tie is that Goku got hit by that car, and so he dropped half a second before Tien to the floor.
It wasn't even a tie. I mean, Goku won, and then he lost because just like with Master Roshi, how Master Roshi's foot was longer than his, so the kick at the end hit him
No,
more.
but that's the thing. Tien was knocked out, but he was still in the air. While Goku,
True.
when he was falling, he got hit by the windshield of the car and got smacked to the ground. That's what happened. So he was diverted directly to the ground, which is technicality. But you're right. Like even Goku should have won, but they were both out of the ring. But because Tien was not hit before. So like I said, it's one of those battles where it was such a great battle, and then the ending, no one was expecting that. It's like
Yep.
it was the ending I was not expecting. Tien being knocked out and Luffy, sorry, Goku winning because he got hit by a car. It's like it's crazy. It was such a surprising ending.
That's actually very interesting too. Is that Oda has actually mentioned in interviews that he thinks that Akira Toriyama's greatest writing stuff was that Goku lost those first tournaments because everyone in the world wanted him to win. There's no way Goku could lose, and he had the courage to make Goku lose both those first tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
I will humble you. I shall make you humble.
Well, and this is
So-
also too probably one of Yamcha's best fights. I know he loses to Tien or whatever, but it's like we get to see him use a Kamehameha wave for the first time. He's pretty much gotten to
Beautiful.
Krillin's level.
Well, there's a super chat, but there's also I'll read the super chat. But first, I'll read what Elid said, who's in the chats. What's up, man? He talked about how Tien was the first archetype for Vegeta, which isn't wrong at all. I like that at all. A lot. And Lord Vegeta donated $2 saying Wolfang Fist automatic Z tier.
Yeah. Well, and this arc also had the great Goku versus Krillin fight for the first time, where,
Yep.
like Day was mentioning earlier, Krillin tries to use, the what do you call it, his tail against them, and then Goku shows off that he's trained even that.
Isn't doesn't Krillin use a Kamehameha wave in this too, and him and Goku have a beam struggle?
I'm looking right now because I don't remember.
Yeah, this I
I
don't
can't remember either, but I
Ragnar, do you remember?
I-
Because I know he knows more Dragon Balls than
Yeah.
me.
I was just thinking it was the first beam struggle, but I don't know if that's right or not, and I don't want to say that and be wrong.
I'm looking through the pages right now. No, they don't. They don't. Goku literally stops Krillin's Kamehameha with just his hand.
Mm. Okay.
And I'll say this as well.
What are we
before I
thinking?
give, I'll give in because I'm also going to give this. This is also the first arc where literally the next arc starts directly after it. Like the events of, as you know, something happens to Krillin for the next arc, and it's after. If I'm not mistaken, it's directly after the tournament. So also that's why. So for me, it's a S maybe, a high A or low S.
Yeah, I would say S too because I do really love the TN fight. I love the whole ending. I love the Yamcha fight, and I love Master Roshi kind of passing the baton. I would say it's the first S tier we have as well.
Yeah, I'd jump in. I'd agree with that, man. Like Tien's always been like, well, he used to be sort of a bit of a favorite for me before he got like turned into super mid, but it is kind of cool, like them taking over the mantle and doing that. The setting's pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. I would go I go a low S or a high A personally, but only just because it's just over time. It's just I don't really watch it that much anymore.
True.
That saga.
Like nobody said it, but like everybody's original, like wasn't Chaozu there? Wasn't like
Yeah, Chaozu is actually a
nobody said
challenge there.
nobody said a single thing about
Mm.
Chaozu. Not
Mm.
once. They're
I
so
will say
blown
this.
away from the Tien
I-
Shinron that they didn't mention Chaozu once.
Well, that's kind of Chaozu's fault.
Yeah, but I will say Chaozu is menacing in his fight against Krillin.
Yeah.
Chaozu is menacing. I will give him that. I would say S tier as well, but Chaozu is definitely menacing. Using like the whole psychic thing, and doesn't he predict Krillin's movements for a moment?
Yeah, because this is why my problem with Chaozu, and I really like Chaozu, but this is why I will not bring it up, is that they introduced the concept of magic, was literally then become obsolete with Baba then Chaozu until Majin Buu. So that's why for me Chaozu is a lot of this thing was magic, but we don't really get a follow up. Like until now, I just say it's magic. It's like One Piece where we can understand where it comes from, those hypnosis, all stuff. With Chaozu, his magic is just magic. So that's also why I don't really talk about Chaozu that much. I still feel like there's so much stuff missing about him.
True, and I will give him his flowers in the Vegeta saga when he takes on Nappa.
He's a Voltorb.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
So we're giving this one an S tier. Are we agreed on that?
I think so. Unless anyone's got any objections, we'll do it S tier.
Oh, dude, was
Yeah,
my
S
music
tier.
coming in from the back then? I thought I was muted. Could you hear the music?
No.
Okay, good.
Okay, and then the next arc, which is what Q was alluding to a little bit ago, is that the King Piccolo saga, which starts when Krillin is found dead after the World Martial Arts Tournament, and it soon becomes apparent that Piccolo, the Demon King, has once again returned with plans of world domination. As he searches for the Dragon Balls in order to regain his lost youth, his demon spawns set out to kill the Earth's best fighters. And this, I think, is the whole Piccolo, the whole Piccolo, original Piccolo, whatever saga, and that includes this
The
little
Demon
spawn
King.
things, and we're also meeting Yajirobe.
Yajirobe, my guy.
Yes, that's one of my favorite things too, Yajirobe.
I mean, pretty much here and in the Vegeta saga, he pretty much saves the world twice.
Yeah.
Underrated.
He eats too many sensu beans, and he can afford to eat less. All right, but that's
That's a good
about
point.
it.
And this is the first time we get sensu beans, isn't it? Or did we get them with Tao Pai Pai?
I think
I
this
think
is.
Goku ate one before, right?
Yeah,
I think
I
so.
think we went at the end of the Current training on the like in the tower.
No. He gets. Remember,
him up there too.
he explains it. That by eating this, it's like you're skipping that much meals and stuff like that. It's in the corn tower.
It's like
He
10
explains it.
meals.
I remember. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
want
like
to
10
say
meals.
it's like 10 days of food or 10 meals or something like that.
I'm gonna say
this
this.
arc- Oh, you can go,
This-
Cube.
This arc returns obviously Dragon Ball started because Pilaf, liked to screw up shit for stupid reasons. As we all know, who is the one behind it all? Pilaf has returned. So this is also the return of Pilaf. In a way.
He did return at the end of the Veteran Army saga, but yes, he's back here, much more menacing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I don't know, this saga for me, like, I was watching it kind of in order for that like part of it, and when I was a kid, and I remember just it being like the stakes were a lot. It was getting higher, like it wasn't just Dragon Ball anymore. It was getting more, not Dragon Ball Z vibes, but like kind of like, yeah, the stakes were a lot bigger, and I remember King Piccolo was kind of freaky to me a little bit and stuff like that. So I personally, on a personal level, would rate it quite high. On like a non-personal level, it would still be decent, but not like it wouldn't. I'd probably say high B.
And that's where I'm kind of at with it too, because I remember from watching Dragon Ball, there was something going on with the older looking Piccolo shooting the egg out of his mouth, doing all sorts of stuff like that. And I was looking forward to this, having heard about it. And I wouldn't say completely underwhelmed, but as a whole, I was, especially what's coming next being my favorite arc, I was underwhelmed with just Piccolo as a whole. Now, at the time, though, reading it just chapter by chapter, Goku loses to Piccolo. Then he gets a power up where he becomes young again with the Dragon Balls. He's actually I want to say he's the only villain who actually completes his quest of getting a wish from the Dragon Balls.
Yep. And also, yep, he gets young again.
So he's the only one to ever really do that.
He's not the only one that ever gets his wish, though.
No, I mean in the current time, like in terms of villain, he's the first one. Like timeline wise, I think that's what you meant, Adam. Yeah, because I do agree with Chris.
Not counting Garlic Jr. I think he is the only villain that actually succeeds in getting his wish.
Getting immortality and then stuck in the void.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Garlic Jr. or whatever, which we will talk about. I think coming up.
But I'll say something that Hyde said, where the stakes were much higher, and I would agree on it. As you remember, when Goku realized how powerful he is, Master Roshi tells him the legend of King Piccolo because he faced him, and he explains that everything that has been done up until now to be able to contain him from his masters was the only thing possible to stop him.
Holy
and right
shit.
now,
Sorry, Cube. Lord Vegeta just donated $100 fucking.
Oh shit!
What?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Whoa!
Wait. Is that a mistake? If that's a mistake, let us know, and we'll sort that out.
Let us know, because if not, oh my god, I cannot even believe it. But his comment is, Demon King Piccolo goes for everyone. He sent his children all over the world to kill all the top martial artists, and I mean all of them. We get a Roshi flashback, the introduction of the evil containment wave, and we get one of the most dope villains, and Yajirobe introduction.
He's a fan.
I agree. Like on a personal
Automatic
level,
Z tier for
I was
Ragnar.
invested.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. For this one, Lord Vegeta, put in the chat what your ranking of it will be, and we'll put it there. That's what you get if you donate $100.
That's well deserved enough.
You get to choose what tier it goes into.
You can.
I agree.
You can buy your way.
On a
You can
personal
buy
level,
the tier list.
it was super like hype at the time. Like it was real cool. But like Adam sort of summed what I was trying to say up earlier. Like it was kind of disappointing. Like there was some bits that were just disappointing and not absolute peak. So for that reason, I wouldn't. It can go wherever Ragnar wants it to go.
He said S tier, at
Uh,
least S
just
tier.
because I
Which I would
S-tier.
agree with that. I would agree with
Because
that. We do get the first main character death. I mean, yeah,
says
Upa's
S-tier?
dad was sad, but Krillin dying was a big deal.
He says S tier.
And also, yeah, and also think about it.
He said
It's
S
like
tier.
I said, it's like think about it. Goku first gets pissed off because he lost Krillin, and that was a one moment. Remember, they told him to calm down, and he left. He left. He
Yep.
chased down.
It's like he's
I think
ready to.
I forgot the name. Yeah, and then if you remember, when he realizes the danger of it and goes to see Master Roshi, he literally understands the master himself, his own master, died trying to do it, and he doesn't even know.
Well-
Like it was a situation where literally the Dragon Ball would not work against Piccolo, and Goku he either had to defeat him. It was the only option. So yeah, like Den said, it was where the stakes were really the highest possible.
True, true. And this was kind of, I mean, I know the Red Ribbon Army didn't quite get to that point, but this was kind of the first time that the whole entire world was at stake.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also the where people saw there was a video. Remember, he was on television, and so that was the first time it's true Goku was seen around the world. He was a hero.
I guess he was saw the tournament too, but yeah, the first big time with the news and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. You're right. Lord Vegeta, remember that adds to the stakes too during that whole arc, to where once the Demon King Piccolo completes his wish, he kills Shenlong, so that no one else can make a wish. So at the time, we're not even thinking that Krillin can come back for a second.
Is this the first time we've seen the evil containment wave too?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
And just
and
like
Yontarobi just saying, Yontarobi always saying, "Don't take my breakfast," or what? How do you say that? It was funny as everything. He didn't say it right. That is gold by itself.
Yeah, I think in the modern accent.
A breakfast, something. It was hilarious.
Oh, did I miss something? Sorry, I had to throw something in the oven.
Oh no, you're talking about. We're just talking about the evil containment wave and Yajirobe's accent.
Wasted though.
True.
It gets completely wasted. It's a one shot.
Yes.
It was a one shot that didn't roll twice.
True.
Gave us life for it. It was sad. Disappointing.
So
this song, like we were talking about earlier, immediately Tien Shinhan's a good guy. Obviously, at the end of the last tournament, he learned about how his master was kind of using him and was bad and stuff. But this is the first time, like Elders was saying, where the villain of the last arc becomes a main good guy in the next arc, which is something that's going to happen for the rest of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z.
I won't lie, I came on here preparing to C tier this arc because, like Din and Cube kind of say, it was very underwhelming for me. Piccolo was hyped up as this huge villain. I don't know. But with everything you guys have said, I would agree with Ragnar. This is an S tier arc. We get the introduction of Kami as well. I don't know if anyone's mentioned that yet. And Popo, that's where he goes to train to defeat Piccolo. This is the beginning of Popo's training in his pecking order.
So Jacko likes it apparently. I was just going to say, last thing I was going to say about it is, like, I'm glad it goes in S because, as I say, on a personal level, like, yeah, it slaps.
Also,
we get some answers about where the Dragon Balls come from. Obviously, we learn more about that later on in Z, but we finally get an answer to where these magical balls are created and come from is, God Kami himself.
And also, let's give it up for Piccolo for being the only character in the shonen, or at least at that time, to give birth to himself. It was very weird, this whole egg thing, because he did say afterwards, Piccolo Jr. said, I'm not him. Like it's a different person. So in a way, he did give birth to a new entity.
Yeah.
True. So yeah, I think we're in agreement that it's S arc. And yeah, Lord Vegeta, you said in the chat that you ran out of letters. If there's anything else you want to talk about from this arc, let us know in the thing, because we're more than happy to.
And I would say, even if you have viewpoints on other arcs, we'll try to keep an eye on it in the chat, just because that was an insane donation, man. You went above and beyond. That was wild.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. So yeah, S arc at least, and then maybe even I wouldn't even doubt it at the time, like reading it live. It was the best arc that you had read so far in Dragon Ball, just because this is the first time those stakes are put to that level. But as far as what we're looking at the whole thing as a whole, I think S tier is
Yeah.
extremely good.
And it's actually an interesting one. I've not thought about it, but it was something that I would want to talk more about on its own. But considering the time and stuff, obviously got to move on. But yeah, that's an interesting one. We should save that for later, or talk about it later. I mean,
True, totally. Which I have obviously no problem coming back to these at the end of the thing or anything like that, or even doing another stream. Just talking, like I said, more in depth about whatever select arcs that we really want to touch on. But so the next arc that we have is, I think, probably maybe my favorite, which is the Piccolo Jr. saga. After training at Kami's temple, Goku must confront Piccolo once more. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament begins, and as predicted, Piccolo arrives. Fighting his greatest battle yet, Goku must now defeat the reincarnation of Piccolo and save the world once again. And this obviously is the end of the Dragon Ball manga and the last martial arts tournament for 30 odd volumes until we get there in the Buu saga. But this is the last big tournament, the last time that Dragon Ball is super centered around the idea of this continual annual World Martial Arts Tournament. Kind of like an end of an era type thing.
Yeah.
Gohan's
I will say I love
Goku's
the
an
time
adult
skip
now.
aspect. Yeah, the time skip aspect is what I really like about this. And one of my favorite moments in all of Dragon Ball is actually the fight between Goku and Chi-Chi, where she's talking about you made this promise to me as kid, and we don't know who this is at the moment. I mean, you can kind of guess with like her appearance, but for the most part, if you were reading this and you had no idea who Chi-Chi was, like in the time period, right, when those chapters were releasing, it would be a complete shock when Goku gently wins and then proposes to her and is like, I'm going to keep my promise to her. I'm going to marry her. I don't know. There's something so wholesome about that, and I love it a lot. And then you have the Piccolo and Goku fight, which is just amazing.
He doesn't even remember.
yeah, goated
them.
moment with Chi-Chi, by the way. The Chi-Chi moment is up there.
I'm gonna
And
say
obviously Piccolo.
this. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. One of the most, I think, wholesome moment as well, since I think the Chi-Chi one is the biggest, and I really liked it, is Bulma not recognizing Goku. And like I said, people like to use a lot to do relationship stuff. I always saw them as a bit like Nami and Luffy, a brother and sister relationship, and it really made it seem for me when she saw Goku, it's like your brother going to war or going to college, and you haven't seen like in 3-4 years, or COVID time, you were separate from your family. Like she was so happy to see Goku. That was also a big wholesome moment.
Totally.
My favorite was Kami versus Piccolo myself, and they were speaking
Oh,
the alien language. That just hit so hard.
Yep. Oh yeah. The Shin Kami, or it's Shin. I think is the body that he's in. But yeah, the Shin Piccolo fight is amazing.
Not even that. Think about it. Wasn't he fighting against Yamcha at first?
And that's Yamcha's probably best fight.
Yeah, you think about it. What I love about it is, and when we don't know it's him, is every fault that he did, every mistake, and Yamcha was seen like an idiot, but he was like saying, it's so weird. Like every fault he made, it seems like it's actually affecting more me than him, which we were realizing he was not actually following. It was all part of his moves. He was actually fighting. I really liked it. It was a distraction.
Lord Vegeta in the chat said Kami versus Yamcha, top one, Neo Wolfang Fist. I would agree.
Yeah.
His Wolfang Fist is actually just iconic.
But he has that sweet move too, where the ball tracks the enemy and it goes all around the ring and then from the ground and stuff, and forces Shin to get serious to knock him out. When this one too, for me watching it, one like 3 Days said, I knew from Dragon Ball Z that there was some sort of a flashback with this alien language. That was one of the big. Okay, I know this series exists, but like I said, for years it wasn't out here. So that was a big moment, finally seeing that or whatever. But in the anime, the animation quality is bumped up exponentially during the Yamcha and Shin fight, during the Goku versus Tien fight, and then for various episodes of the Piccolo versus Goku fight. But it was the first time for me watching where the animation almost matched, because that was why I always liked the manga better. Every single picture was great in the manga. In the anime, there are some off-model stuff. There's some quickly drawn things or whatever, or not as detailed, whatever. But in the manga, every single panel is great. And there was a bunch of episodes during this arc in the Dragon Ball anime where the animation was as good as the manga art, for almost the first time to me.
I think it kind of sums up, like I mentioned, the stakes going up on the last one. This is just where it's starting to turn into DBZ, and it's like the seeds of it, and it's just pure peak, in my opinion, absolutely pure peak. Piccolo as well. Like at the time, I was a bit like, eh. But then as it went on, I was like, okay, like this is serious, and like I felt like it wasn't disappointing like the last one was either, Also, as I said, like the Chi-Chi fight, absolutely good.
That one is great. And then does Krillin fight Piccolo in the first round? He loses.
He gets trounced, doesn't he?
I think
Yeah. That I just couldn't remember if it was. I had to be the first round, I guess. Thinking about it, but I remember that fight. And like I said, Goku versus Piccolo Jr. in the final of this tournament is my favorite fight in Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. I think Frieza's number 2 for me, but that fight is my favorite fight. And all the stakes of, okay, he's eating Kami or Shin or whatever, and Goku's got to get him out, so he tricks him into becoming big to do that. We see Goku use all sorts of pretty much everything he's learned in the whole series. He uses against Tien and against Piccolo, and then and I'm not saying Super Saiyan's bad or anything. It's just it's introduced about a volume or so before we actually see it. This one, we've heard about flying now for 6 or 7 volumes, and it's a very organic power-up of, we know Goku's been trying to learn it, he hasn't been able to succeed at it, and then what does he use to win the final of the fight is being able to fly, which of course,
yeah,
we didn't mention it earlier, but to me, the coolest part about the Piccolo saga is how he beats him, which he has his one arm left and everything else is not working and wounded, and he's able to blast off the ground and go through them. Well, and then Piccolo, having learned from that mistake, gets all of his arms off. I remember that shot. I think the episode ends with it too, where Goku gets shot through the chest by that mouth cannon thing he has, and it's like, oh my god, this is the first time Goku's been wounded that bad probably ever. How's he gonna get out of this? And then of course, he learns how to fly at the end, and that's able to beat Piccolo and knock him out of the ring, and finally, for the first time in the series, win the tournament. Well, not the first time, the only time in the series, Goku wins the martial arts tournament.
Didn't he ride a Kamehameha wave up to do that though?
He did against Piccolo, the old one, but against the new one, all of his limbs were broken, so he had to just fly.
Okay, I must be mistaken.
Oh, and we got another super chat from Lord Vegeta for $5 saying, Piccolo talking about how his hate for Goku is genetic is the most absolutely twisted villain backstory. Fight me, I'll die on this hill. Which I agree, which we even learn later on that Piccolo doesn't truly want to do that. It's much like Tien, he's literally genetically forced to. Which we also see with the androids too later on. I mean, it happens with a lot, and even Majin Buu. But yeah, I totally agree with that.
What do you think on this arc?
What's that?
What do you think on this arc?
I think it's at least an S. I think the importance of the fight, him actually making it through the tournament, like Adam was saying. This is also where the artwork pretty much hits its standard as it goes into Z. From there on, you know what I'm saying? Like it's the highest resemblance to the art structure, like you was saying, from the manga. Also on the same side as the anime, like was the biggest stump up. It was his maturity. It was like everyone was saying about the lessons that he learned. I think it was a really important part of the story. It was just like everything was rallied up in the final hoorah.
Yeah, it was like when the S tier started hitting hard. Like full on.
The first time we have a beam to beam thing with Piccolo and Goku.
Yes.
That's what I mean. It's like fully there. Everything's there. It's all fleshed out. Like I think anything under an S for me personally would be. Is wrong,
to me, I'm the same here with Z. To me, it's the Z arc. We're finally getting the Dragon Ball Z type fights but with the stakes and like not just everything's the world destroying power of Dragon Ball Z, everything still has very down to earth stakes, and the power ups
Grounding.
are built up for years. I would say
Also,
Z is for sure.
I'll say Z because there's something nobody talks about. Is at one point during the fight when Goku tries to talk through him, make him understand. He tells him, "You can't understand me." That's what Piccolo tells to Goku, right? Think about it.
Yeah.
Piccolo's was born from an alien. An alien gave birth to Piccolo, dropped it on when he hatched on the planet on Earth on the land. He woke up with a narrative. If you think about it, he said, "You cannot understand about me," and everybody who knows the beginning of Z, that's basically parallel to how Goku came to the story. Think about it.
That's
He came from
true.
another
Yeah,
planet,
that's true.
but he
That's
got
true.
hit by the head, and that follows through. Except Piccolo, it's more like his nature was that, but his nurture changed him. While I think Goku was the reversal. His nature changed, so he adapted to his nurture. Like there's a very wholesome parallel between Piccolo. We just don't know about it. And when you start Z, then if you do the rewatch of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, when you've seen everything, it goes through your mind. Oh shit, that's literally Goku fighting a version of himself that maybe could have happened. And the way he's talked to it is literally, you could even say that
Oh
a part
shit.
of Piccolo that he's having that fight is literally Goku, that evil Goku, if he had never hit his head. I always came to that idea that I do feel like there was some work onto this.
I
Well, and
can see that
that's actually
entirely.
something. That's something I
Sorry.
wanted to comment real quickly on too, about like the deepness of it. Is there's especially back then there's no black characters in manga or anime. Piccolo sadly is the equivalent, being an alien, out of water, stuff like that. And I think that Akira Toriyama was kind of commenting on the idea that Goku, because he's white, because he's a hero, all this stuff, is very accepted into the world, and it's much easier to change his nature of being sent here to destroy the world. Whereas Piccolo has to go through it a much harder route to finally find love from humans and start loving humans. And I do wonder how much he was commenting on a much bigger issue in Japanese manga format, of what he could do at the time.
Real quick.
Yeah, it's Oh, go on, Fritz.
I gotta go ahead and I gotta prep this meal to go. I was just trying to figure out where we was gonna place this before I walked away.
I vote Z.
Vote Z.
I vote Z.
I'm happy with it.
Dragon,
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z. Of course, Z.
Easy.
Yeah. Cuba the
Rock
Red
the
Z.
Dragon, Dragon Ball Z.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. You go ahead. I'll be right back. Not even.
Yeah,
5.
take your time.
You guys will be talking still about the next one.
Oh yeah,
Don't
totally.
worry, no stress.
All right.
So yeah, that is the first. If you bought the individual volumes, that's the first 16 volumes of the manga series. If you buy the omnibuses, you learn that the end of that tournament is technically in volume 17. It's the first couple chapters of that, but that is the end of what is considered Dragon Ball. And I actually do like the filler that the anime goes into of Chi-Chi and Goku trying to save Mr. Ox and all that stuff. But I don't remember it 100%, and we won't super go into it. But I do remember liking that in the anime.
It's like an arc that again we could talk about independently. Probably one of the best. I don't know. That is probably one of the best of all time. But there's a lot of stuff I could happily talk about with that. In that arc, there's so much going on.
True. And then
Lord Vegeta did 2 more subs, by the way, or 2 more memberships. So everybody in the chat, make sure you're turning on your gifts so that those memberships can be gifted to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Lord Vegeta's the MV. He's the Z fighter of the chat. Okay, so now we're entering into what everyone has probably been waiting for, which is the Dragon Ball Z part of Dragon Ball. Oh, no, 3D, real quick, 3D. That is during this fight with Piccolo. It's just not the ending. Where Goku uses his feet to do the Kamehameha wave, which I don't think we see again. But that's the cool moment where he uses that to speed up to get to Piccolo.
Funny. That's funny, yeah.
But yeah, so Dragon Ball Z, of course, starts with, and this is what, if you're watching in America, this was pretty much what everything with anime, for the most part, got started with, was seeing this Raditz arc, having no idea about any of the characters, getting a quick introduction to them all, and pretty much going full throttle from there. And the synopsis or whatever of it is, after 5 years of peace, Goku's life gets shaken up once again with the arrival of Raditz, declaring himself as Goku's older brother and a member of the almost extinct Saiyan race. Kidnapping Gohan, the 4-year-old son of Goku and Chi-Chi, Goku must team up with his old arch nemesis Piccolo in order to get him back. And this is, of course, the Raditz saga.
Yeah, absolutely huge.
I would say I do enjoy this arc. It's cool to see that Goku has a kid. I'm not gonna lie, I always think of the TFS abridged where Bulma's like, "Who gave you a child?" But like, it's cool. It's cool to see that he has like Gohan's there, and then with the revelation that he's a Saiyan, it changes the whole foundation of the story. Hold on one second. Ronnie Williams just did a $10 super chat. Pull Brother Ragnar into stream.
Nice. Thank you so much, Ronnie.
I think one of you is
Really?
giving a little bit of feedback, by the way, into the mic.
I'm back. That probably could
What's
have
that?
been me.
Oh yeah, it's probably Fritz. Yeah, no worries.
But how to send the woman chicken nuggets with the kid? The kid go up there and send it to her.
To answer to Ronnie's super chat is we might do for sure next one where Ragnar will be on it, but it's just we're trying to get everyone since we have a full team to do the tier list. That was the idea of this tier list. That's why.
Yes, Ragnar will be on when we do another one about going more in depth into certain arcs. Ragnar will be our main guest for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can make the profile picture just Ragnar.
Well, I already talked to him last night about
yeah.
about getting him a spot with the Bad Man Vegeta shirt.
Yes.
But yeah, so with the
hold on.
Rad thing, something that I always think about, because it was something we knew from the beginning over here in America. We saw Dragon Ball Z first. We knew Goku was a Saiyan. But imagine at the time reading what a freaking world-shattering event that would be. Finding out for the first time that Goku is actually an alien. He's basically Superman.
And being called Kakarot, like over and over again.
And not realizing it, like having some kind of like semi fucking reaction to it, like he doesn't know why. It's like he's also been programmed like how Piccolo was, but not in such a large sense.
Well, and honestly, we really should have known too, because don't we get the idea? Well, I guess we find out that Gohan found him in the woods. We don't know that he came out of the little Saiyan egg pod thing. And real quick, Ronnie Williams is telling me another 999, saying if that's the case, the next one or after, I want in too. Which we will definitely. We have plans to do a Naruto one, a Yu Yu Hakusho one, stuff like that. That we will be, if not everyone,
Ronnie,
we will definitely have spaces.
What would you want to do? What tier list would you want to do, Ronnie? And Ragnar, what would your next one want to be? But yeah, carrying on with the conversation.
Wait, Danton, it's a good idea. I think we might do a community post or something, and we'll actually do a poll for what kind of tier list you guys would like to see. Actually, it might be interesting. We'll put a list on the ones we're thinking of doing, and even you guys can choose like which one. Yeah.
True.
But yeah, going back to it, like for me, it was just like this was like I was like hyped as like every single second. The outfits, like the little eyepieces, the numbers, the space vibes, him calling Kakarot all the time. From the get go, I was just like I was sold.
Him having a brother.
Yep.
Yeah, you just knew from the get go it was like this is heavy canon. Like all of this is gonna be legit, like let's go. And I was down for it. So yeah, that it's got to be one of my faves really. Or up there at least.
And I'm gonna say this, and because I'm gonna jump in on something Adam said 30 minutes ago, and I actually wrote it because I remember it. This actually why I love the Saiyan aspect to it. It explains so much the fight between him and Tao Pai Pai. He was a brick of death. He was brought back, and a Saiyan. That's the whole thing, and learns new thing. And I liked that it makes so much sense that Goku's thing what he got from Tao Pai Pai is his fear of not being high in the sky. You remember, like Tao Pai Pai was all about jumping high. And Goku only showed those feats after. So I really like it. Like you could see that Akira went back to Dragon Ball and tried to explain the unexplainable. And then I'm gonna say this, and it's just very weird after everything Goku has done and how close he was. It was so funny how they just said, "Oh, you have a kid." So yeah, for me it was one of those moments where it's very funny because after all this time, Goku not having a kid, which is for a parent the most important thing, it was the last thing he would keep his what's called his family. And for you, Adam, so Gohan never found him on a spaceship because he landed, if I remember correctly, in a mountain or something. And when he opened, he fell from the pod and hit his head. That's why he didn't have his narrative. And Gohan, I think, found him afterwards, outside of the pod.
No.
No?
I'm pretty sure Gohan found, because when they first found him, Goku was a bad kid. He was not very good.
You're right.
And then he
Yeah, I'm
falls
mistaken.
and
Sorry.
becomes nice.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm mistaken. Sorry, I did a mistake. No
And I
worries.
don't think we see the pod in Dragon
No.
Ball. I think there might be a thing in the anime where we find out that he found him in a pod or something. But I
Flashback
do
moment.
not think that we see that in the Dragon Ball manga though. Well, and yeah, the Raditz arc. I would say, just because it's all that great stuff with the Saiyans, everything. I would start at an S arc, but because Akira Toriyama forgot launch, I put it down to an A.
I would say A. I think that's a fair rating.
Yeah, A's fair, and just the Gohan's potential.
That's
Saying
true.
that was so high. I mean, that's one of the best
Like,
parts of it to me. And Goku, Piccolo finally getting to kill Goku, but not how he wanted to.
Yeah. Another villain.
Yep.
Piccolo always gets what he wants, the Namex or whatever. And you're right, he gets to kill Goku, but it's not at all in the fashion that he wants, and it means nothing. And real quick, we got another super chat for $5 from Lord Vegeta saying, "I watched Dragon Ball then Z. I literally was like, oh my god, it all makes sense now. They're all alien. I thought TN was one
Yeah.
too. But what happened there?"
Yeah, like
You should
at the
experience
time I
that
remember thinking,
Saiyan surprise.
like at the time I remember
that-
just thinking like, oh, this is this was Z tier, easy, but like comparatively, I wouldn't say it is, particularly considering what the show we're talking about, So I'd be happy
True.
with a high A personally, but there are just some moments in it that I remember watching for the first time and being like, this is nuts. Like this is so much cooler as a kid,
Well, then to
Then
find
Dragon
out
Ball.
at the end of the arc that he's the weakest one of all these other guys, which of course is Vegeta and Nappa who we see or whatever. But yeah, I would say
Vegeta with
it's A.
orange hair.
Yeah, true. With orange hair and different colored suits.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I
What
would
were you
rate
saying?
it an A just because everything that kind of comes after it is so much better, aside from the main reveal that Goku is, an alien. And I guess it does kind of set up the whole idea that Piccolo is becoming good. He starts training Gohan. We see hints of Gohan being maybe the strongest. I mean, we get that verbatim from Raditz and his scouter or whatever. So it does set up pretty much the rest of the story, at least till the Cell Saga, right there in that first arc.
Doesn't Raditz kind of start the thing where yelling becomes a thing too in DBZ, where they're always screaming when they power up and stuff too?
I don't think Raditz.
so.
I think that's more in the next one with Goku and Vegeta.
I just remember him being super loud.
Yeah, that's true. And if you're an anime
No.
watcher, I think he's used.
No.
I think he's used Kiyorameshi's voice.
It's not as big. It's not as big as with the Vegeta and it does start because if I remember correctly, Piccolo when he said Special Beam Cannon was the first time he said it that way. If I remember correctly, he named it and if you Special Beam, like he was charging it. So it's not as big. I do agree, Adam. It's not as big as the rest of Z, but it was like the first hinting, and I found they tested out and some people liked it, and they went much harder with it. That's how I see it.
That is actually a big reason why I like the manga so much more, because you might get a full page, which yes, in the grand scope of things, one full page of a 12-page chapter is a lot. But a whole yelling sequence that's 10 minutes in an episode is only like a full page in the manga. So that is why I always kind of read the manga more, and because of the art. I do. On a side note, I do think that Akira Toriyama has the best paneling for any manga ever. You never are in doubt of what's going on action wise or character wise, who's doing what. You always know exactly what's happening in a cool, viewable way. That's not just, one of the things with Naruto for me is that a lot of the things are just get the camera enough to show everyone on a straight horizon and show everyone doing something. In Dragon Ball Z, his paneling is so great where you'll get the same thing where you know what's going on, but it's not just a straight camera like a like a TV show or a Everybody Loves Raymond type thing, a sitcom.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what? So my vote is A. What do you say, Lucas?
I'm gonna say A. I agree. It's iconic. The twist of him being an alien is amazing. I could definitely see, like Ragnar said, if you were reading that for the first time, being like, "Oh my god, everything makes sense now." And I love the parallels with Piccolo's getting, like Cube said, like the whole Piccolo gets to kill Goku finally, but it's not exactly how he wanted. But I agree, A tier for sure.
Okay, what do the rest of everyone think?
Fritz.
So yeah,
says
for me,
A.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I'll go. No, I'll follow up with Fitz. Also A. I think it's not it's not an amazing arc to start Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball already established everything. But I think it's good because it changes everything. A world where Goku isn't a world where Goku isn't here, and there's a threat, incoming threat. I think 1 year, 2 years from there.
True.
Say solid A too.
Hi, do you have any vote for outside of A, or are you A?
Yeah, I was high A. Yeah, I was saying.
Okay, so A for Adam it is.
So Adam, on our list, but not on the saga list that we've been going off of, we do have what is it? Is it Garlic Jr.?
Garlic Jr., the one that we're gonna be talking about, we'll do it, I guess, with the movie. It's gonna be after the Frieza saga.
Okay, because I had it. It was just because of origin wise.
Yeah, the movie is technically at this point whatever, but then I think the main part we're gonna be talking about is that those like 6 anime episodes where it bumps up after the Frieza saga.
Okay, I removed it. So all right, sorry.
Perfect. You're totally fine. And that leads us, I guess, to our next arc, which is the Vegeta saga. Upon learning of Raditz's death, 2 more powerful Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, set their sights on using the Dragon Balls of Earth in order to gain eternal life. With Goku dead, the Earth's warriors must train harder than ever before to prepare for the Saiyans' arrival. And one thing I forgot to say in the last one is it is pretty cool in the Raditz one where if you're watching Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z to start with, literally the hero dies right away. Goku dies immediately. And of course, this doesn't mean much because you already see him going on Snake Way and all that stuff. But that is, especially for the time period, such a huge move to make your main character die.
It was amazing. Like Vegeta was like, I didn't even like him as much as other people. Like, well, you just knew the guy was dangerous, legitimately dangerous. I've been like in the same loop over and over again, and I still was like, oh my god, like this guy's real dangerous. Like, and I did not expect him to. I thought he was going to get absolutely, I thought he was going to get killed off for sure, but he wasn't. So yeah, I think it's a banger.
I'll say this: the one thing, and until then, when that Raditz explains Goku's race, the Saiyans, if you just the way he describes it is, we all know it's a warrior race, but we all assume Goku was only one of them. And then Goku saw the difficulty with it, and so then Nappa and Vegeta are much stronger. So you already have this for this in the storyline for 1 year. You know that they're strong, they're peak strong. And then Vegeta doesn't not only say he's a Saiyan, he's the Prince of all Saiyans. And I feel like at that time, it played we know it's all about branding, but at that time, if it was like if they were all warriors, but he's a prince, like at that level, I was always wondering what level, and then you see how Goku at the time had to struggle, like Kaioken and everything. So it's like I really feel like the statement of the Prince of All Saiyan is its reduction. There's a reason why people love saying it, like Ragnar in our chat who loves calling himself Lord Vegeta. There's a reason why we love Prince of All Saiyan is because it had meaning when it was introduced. It had real meaning.
Yep. And they're also the first villains who get the idea to do eternal life instead of just youth or whatever. They're the first ones to pretty much become immortal, or think about doing it like that. Lord Vegeta had a great comment. Can we talk about Nappa casually starting and finishing a world war when they first show up?
Wait,
That's true.
Yes,
just
It's
before
true.
we move
yeah.
on, Vegeta, one sec. I just wanted to touch on what Adam was just. What did you just say? So I'm gonna forget it now. I was struggling with my mute
I
button.
was just talking about how Vegeta and Nappa are the first villains to put the idea together that, hey, we could use this thing to get eternal life.
Yes, like that's what I was gonna say. Like everything, like as I say, now I look back, it's obviously I know he's been around forever, but at the time I was just like, whoa, again, like it is interesting. I've never really noticed, but as you go through the arcs, I do realize it kind of ramps up. The spice ramps up further and further, and Vegeta's just like, yeah, like Raditz was like big, bulky, kind of stereotypical, but Vegeta was the dude. You know what I mean? Like instantly, people wanted to liked him, even though he's a villain, stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's, and the reason why I say that is because I think the dreams are a perfect example of that. Like the first time we see like God sort of stuff going on.
True.
One thing I would
Also-
love to talk about actually is that no one has brought up yet is the Z Fighters stalling for Goku when he's being resurrected. Krillin steps up to bat. Piccolo sacrifices himself for Gohan, and Yamcha just gets murked by a Saibaman, which is the downfall of Yamcha's character. Yes, but it's such an iconic moment to see that. Yeah, even though
Chaozu has this big
yeah,
moment
Chaozu, yeah,
going against Nappa.
yeah, and it's such an amazing like plot device, really, to have. Here's the Warriors of Earth, and they're giving it their all, but their all isn't enough, and they have to wait for Goku. And I will say it's amazing in this arc, but for the rest of the series, it becomes kind of a problem where it's like the heroes are doing their best, but they're getting their asses kicked. Oh, now Goku's here. But still, in this arc, it adds to the impactfulness of it completely.
I'm going to jump in.
Self-destruct.
Jump. Oh, sorry. What you were saying, Fritz?
You're good. I said Voltorb. You self-destruct.
Yeah,
I'll say this because some people in the chat have heard it. Maybe people have heard it, but when Chaozu went after Nappa, obviously died, but he went from one of the big dogs, and Yamcha was defeated by a Cyberman. I'm sorry. At this point, for me, Chaozu became stronger than Yamcha in my eyes, and Yamcha became Yamshit. I'm sorry. That's how I see it.
In the end, they put the Ginyu Force later on. He's stronger than Chaozu.
Yeah, I'm just punning, but I just say that this is where, for me, where I think Akira just lost everything about Yamcha. It's for me, that's where he became obsolete. Like we talk about Big Dragon Ball, the moment he was still, like you said, when the Ginyu Force, when they're dead, yes, he has those moments, but he's no more in the scope. Like literally, there's nothing in the front row. Like he even gave up on fighting later on. It's like that's how much of.
And that's with Yamcha. His main plot purpose, sadly, in Dragon Ball is to show the next villain's big attack or big advantage over what Goku would have. And then Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, that comes to a complete halt to where he's no longer that character. The new character that kind of shows that is Piccolo, and then the next character is Vegeta later on to be the person that is shown to lose to the main villain in a way that's similar to how Goku would have been before his newest training.
Yeah.
But it's like Yamcha is base, right? Because Krillin is above that. And then Tien Shinron, later on, he's way above that.
Mm-hmm.
He's like base for the human race. So, like anybody, like anyone else, like is not going to stand a chance. That's the entire world because he is at pretty much base human.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's one of the big things that I, like Q was saying, that I really like here, and I think I like the best in Frieza, where everything, and you feel it as an audience, you feel it as a reader or an anime watcher, to where it is hopeless. All of our heroes are getting killed and beat down. just by Nappa, and he's not even really exerting himself that much. How on earth are we going to face Vegeta? And then, of course, Goku shows up, and with one Kaioken is able to knock out Nappa. And I said, okay, well now maybe Earth has a chance because Goku's back. You really feel that the same way the characters feel that, just from those moments.
And I'm gonna say this, because you addressed the whole Goku defeating Nappa. Can we give it a time that this is the arc that gave one of the most important gif / meme in the history of the internet?
Well, Vegeta
It's
just
over.
said that too.
It's over 9,000. It is. We
Yep.
should give off that it is like the internet sensation in terms like even people who don't watch Dragon Ball. When you say it's over 9,000, they know what you're referring to. It's a big
Yeah.
moment in Dragon Ball. It breaks all franchise. Sounds like a dump, but it's a big moment for me. I do like it.
True. And a big moment personally in my life, like I said, I'd watched the anime. I think it was around. It might have been right after Super Saiyan happened in like 2001. But I was at a Borders, which is a now defunct bookstore in America. But I saw the first in the cover. It has Piccolo and Gohan on it, and Piccolo's little pin on his shirt says 20, even though the volume says 4. And that was the very first manga I ever got and read, was Dragon Ball Z Volume 4, which is mainly the Goku versus Vegeta fight. And my life has been forever changed from that moment. Loving manga, trying to draw manga, all that stuff, all just from finding that one volume and becoming obsessed with manga. So it always will hold a special place in my heart. This saga and this manga volume in particular. I think it's volume 20 of the actual Dragon Ball volumes. But I will always, I still actually have that first. They used to make them bigger. They used to call them Viz Big editions, but they were about an inch or so bigger than what we have now. And I still have that one to this day. It is my straw hat.
I just want to say something before, because I just saw the chat. Ragnar and I talk a lot about Dragon Ball, and so we have some similar take. I just saw that Ragnar also wrote in the comments my whole thing about the meme of over 9,000. There's a reason why I didn't take it for Ragnar. We just talked about it a lot, just the two, both of us. It's just funny that he commented it before I was talking about it. I didn't see the chat, so I didn't sell your take, Ragnar. I didn't sell your take, Ragnar. Great mind think alike, exactly.
3-Day, do you have anything to say about the Vegeta saga and the whole Nappa fight, or the Vegeta? We get Yajirobe once again.
Yes, exactly. That's a good part too. But mainly when Vegeta killed Radix, it was on then that he was extremely dangerous. And
Nappa, sorry.
him working
right.
for
Vegeta
somebody,
does kill Nappa.
and him being scared of somebody else later on, Frieza. I don't know, the tension built up a lot for that one. Yeah, I say S at least.
I would say S too. I honestly, for Dragon Ball, for me, it might be what Z's is just the Frieza and this one. So I would honestly vote for Z for being the Saiyan saga. But I'm willing to listen to what Obviously, we're coming to a consensus. It's not just one decision. What are your thoughts, Fritz?
Vegeta being taken down by a Destructo Disc, being shot, like, crippled his power.
Yeah. Well, and this is the first time too we see the Spirit Bomb, like always until the very end, not working. But we get the introduction of the Kaioken, which is a great move. We get the introduction of the Spirit Bomb, and of course the Destructo Discs that are extremely effective for most of the series. They just never really are a death blow.
Destructo Disc is one of the most OP powers because it's not about the amount of power behind it; it's the way that the power is shaped. It's like Frieza's beam cannons. Like, it doesn't have to have a very ranged, super high power. It's its effectiveness is what does the damage, and it's like you gotta.
Yeah, because we see.
It's the shape. It's the way he shapes the key.
Totally.
And just to add,
can I just real quickly?
Yeah.
Real quick. Sorry. I had to meet up because I was sorting the kitty out. But just about what Ragnar Cube was saying, I think that's like a super interesting point because they were talking about the meme and the over 9,000. Because it's funny, like when I think about the meme, I think about the meme, right? But when I think about the actual moment, like that was before memes were around, and I remember genuinely being like, "This is nuts!" Like it was the first time in anything I'd seen, like the protagonist like just breaking through like the expectations, like and having it on that like power level, just so viscerally like displayed on the screen and stuff. It was so sick. So sorry to jump back in with that, but yeah, that just not just the meme, but the
Oh,
actual moment
no,
is
you're good.
all-time banger.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
bring
I
up
agree
a comment.
entirely. But 1 second,
Sorry,
Cube.
I'll
Just
let
to
you go.
add to what Fritz was, saying is, we even see Goku multiple times throughout the series when him and Krillin are sparring, and if Krillin throws a Destructo Disc, he has to dodge it. Like it will cut him. It will mess him up. So just that was just to add to what Fritz was saying. But yeah, Din, I remember I was probably about 8 when that episode dropped, and I can remember vividly being like on the playgrounds and stuff, and everybody, it's over 9,000 and everything. Like it was a meme before meme, or like it was just such an iconic cultural moment. Go ahead, Cube. Sorry.
No, I'm gonna bring in something. Well, I'm gonna pivot the opposite what Ragnar just said in the comment. He talks about how it's F rank because any arc where Piccolo is defeated is killed. But I would like to pivot this. If you think about it, Piccolo was like Goku's ultimate opponent, and in a way, he's the one who killed him. But yeah, the whole Raditz thing. So if you think about it, it was Piccolo was like overpowered, and I do feel like that's an important moment in the Dragon Ball where actually realizing it, their planet, their warriors, they're just in a pond, they're not in the ocean, and the ocean is Frieza, and then it goes Frieza's a continent, and then you have all the other ones like Nappa, and then Nappa and Vegeta are just part of it. But I do like the idea that introducing that Goku dies at the first arc, and then in this one, Piccolo demises. If you think about it, the two strongest people we've ever seen on both sides as heroes and villains were unable to do anything, and the threat they were going through in the next arc is even worse. So I do feel like it's an amazing. For me, it's a to S tier because of that. Just for that, it builds up. It's a world building moment. That's really the world building moment.
And that's
Also,
something
we
that I
can't
want to say,
forget-
Cube, is I'm sorry, 3D, you want to go?
I was just gonna say we can't forget that this is the start of where Gohan and Piccolo, their relationship, and he dies for him.
True. Father and son.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
That
And
is
also, don't
absolutely true.
And I'll say this, I think it's also the moment because the one person that Vegeta has always respected and apologized twice, the only person who's only apologized twice in his life is Gohan. If you think about it, Gohan was 5 years old when he fought, and I do think that that's where the first seeds of respect towards Gohan happened with Vegeta. So one character Vegeta always respected was Gohan.
Well, and that's something that I think is so huge in this arc too, is because obviously the idea of the Dragon Balls kind of take a lot of the tension out of it because we know ultimately whoever can be revived. Well, from Volume 3 until Volume 5, when Piccolo dies until they find out about the Namek situation, there is no... We know the Dragon Balls don't exist anymore. So we don't know that there is a way to bring them back. So the tension is even higher because for a minute, we actually think that Yamcha, Piccolo, Tien, all of them actually are dead and gone for real in the story.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, it was Vegeta's basically that statement of Vegeta about the planet Namek was plot device for the next arc. Yeah, and I think I really like that because how can I say that? It really, this I think is a moment that they really connected to. We had the first arc of Dragon Ball Z, the Saiyans race, and then we get the Namek race, and I think that was very important because when we were introduced in the story, in the first panel of the first manga chapter, what you have the first page, you have Goku, Bulma, and the Dragon Ball, and so it goes full surface. You have a Saiyan, you have a human who is all about intelligence, science, and then you have the Dragon Ball, a creation that made by Namek. So we're restarting the story of Dragon Ball Z the same way we started with Dragon Ball, just in a different way. So that's what I liked about it. It was a build-up from Dragon Ball.
Well, that's something to me that I don't think Dragon Ball gets enough respect on just as a whole. is from Volume 1 until about the Majin Buu saga, it is perfectly flows together and builds up on itself, world lore wise and everything, to where it pretty much each arc flows into each other so perfectly to where, oh, of course it makes sense we're going to Namek now. Of course it makes sense these
Couldn't agree
Saiyans.
more.
Who's in
Couldn't
charge
agree
of
more.
the
Even
Saiyans they keep referring to? All that stuff builds up to Frieza. Then after that, we get the androids and stuff, which is a huge callback to the Red Ribbon Army. It's like everything flows together so perfectly and in a great, like, it all makes sense, not too convoluted, nothing seems, out of place.
even with the movies and stuff, like it just doesn't change. Like they're all the whole thing. Like pacing doesn't even exist. You know what I mean? You don't even know about pacing when you watch it because it's perfect. Absolutely, it's so good that like I guess it's from a time though where that was kind of standard to a degree, where we don't have that nowadays. But yeah, you could just binge watch that and like finishing an arc and starting a new one. There's no fatigue really or anything. It just perfectly transitions almost every time.
Yep.
and if you think about it, all arcs except the Garlic Junior one, because it's an iffy one because there's a filler aspect to it. But this what I'll say is, after this arc, it's very hard to hate any arc in Dragon Ball in terms of storytelling. It just becomes different. That's where I think that's why I prefer Dragon Ball Z, is the storytelling, not defined, but the storytelling change. It becomes more in depth. It's more like One Piece, like if you think about it, Planet Namek and all of those ones. Then back on Earth, going back to Dragon Ball. So yeah, I think that's also the moment where we start from running. We start to like literally to dash towards the finish line. It wasn't running anymore. We were dashing towards the finish line.
True.
So where are we thinking?
I'm saying Z.
Vegeta Saga is a Z for me. It's
I would say Z.
I'm gonna go high S.
Okay. We got two
S,
Z's and an S.
S, low Z. If that's
Yeah, count that as a Z.
For me, it's a Z because it's what the first arc of Raditz should have. There was some small stuff missing in the Raditz arc, which I think this one will really not only again but kicked it off. So for me, it's a Z. It's the easiest Z I
I
can
agree
get.
with that. It pretty much builds on the mysteries of Raditz, and then even builds even more bigger ones with this Namek and whatever might go on there. Pretty much starts introducing interplanetary travel. So okay, I think it's a Z for us.
Yep.
Okay, and then the next arc that we have is the Namek Saga, which is following the battle with the Saiyans on Earth. Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma head to Piccolo's home planet, Namek, in search of new Dragon Balls to revive their fallen comrades. Unfortunately, the most dreaded villain in the universe is also searching for the Dragon Balls. And this arc is going to go to the start of the Ginyu Saga.
Which this to me is entirely like basically until they get to Namek is entirely filler. They have a stop that pretty much leads to be into a fake Namek. They're being deceived.
Yeah,
That's definitely filler, I think.
It's definitely a filler.
Yeah, no, I think in the manga they get there in one chapter.
Yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
in the anime they get there, and after a bunch of turmoil of being duped, they get there. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't even realize exactly what's going on yet. I mean, they get there, they're completely dumbfounded with no idea what to do, where to go, and until like the interactions with Ginyu, yes, that's definitely a big, like them themselves. That's when it starts getting serious again. But I can't even, I don't think I can give this one a B. Like that's where it's at for me. Like the opening part
I
of
agree.
this is like B for me.
I would
Now,
say
one
C.
thing I
even.
will say is, like we were talking about earlier, where everything flows together, where it's so plausible that Goku, there's no more sensu beans. They brought them all to the battle. That Goku can't heal himself in time to go with them, so he has to stay behind to set up, the hero arriving later again. I did really like that as a kid. I really liked that old Namekian looking spaceship that they find or whatever. And I remember reading it as a kid, and really, I never liked Vegeta that much, like from the beginning. But in this arc, I started loving him to where he's basically the evil main character for a minute. All of his fights with Doritz, whatever that the fat pink guy's name is, and then he also has that fight with the guy that can turn ugly to become stronger. And he's going against
Zabazon?
Frieza, but also going against Gohan and them, and you know how strong Vegeta is.
I'm gonna do a follow up for what Adam just said. Is because this is why with what Fritz and Lucas said, I would agree there should be a B. But that's why I think if you remove the Gohan, I like Bulma has become really important with the whole science aspect, creating the spaceship. I thought that was like peak moment for Bulma.
True.
But what
Gohan and Krillin saving Dende was big.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll say this: why I like what Adam said. It is for me. This is the arc that really made Vegeta popular. Because as you went forward and forward, and I think it goes up to Ginyu Force, it's just before Ginyu Force that you understand from the Zabuza how basically Vegeta did everything he needed to survive. He's like the
Yep.
perfect example. The perfect example is for those who's read and seen Game of Thrones, the first season, Daenerys' brother, Viserys, who is called the Beggar Prince, because he had to beg, and that's what drove him crazy. If you think of the sense of it, it's literally that's Vegeta's origin story. This is how Vegeta was made, not because he was a prince of all Saiyans. It's because he was basically what's called. He was only one of his own kind. He was prideful, but he was mocked constantly. But he was always protected by, like, literally Vegeta. You could say that Frieza protected him just to bully him more. It's like the ultimate insult for someone who's that prideful. And you do understand, like, he is that scared of that guy. Like anybody else, Vegeta would kill, but he is so scared of him that he needs the Dragon Balls. That's the only thing that can make it to the. That's why I like this arc. So for me, it's an A because of that.
I agree. I agree that it has a lot of great setup to it, and it has a lot of great moments like that, like with Vegeta's character development, and Krillin saving Dende and all that. But looking at it as a whole, yes, it has great connectivity to the rest of the saga with the Ginyu Force and Frieza and everything. But if you take this single year arc and then compare it to the rest of the series, I think it kind of falls flat. I think that the stuff with Krillin and Bulma and Gohan alone on Namek and meeting what's the big fat
Grand Elder?
Namek's name?
Grand Elder.
Guru. Master Guru. I remember the elder. Yeah.
Yeah, the Grand Elder.
Guru,
yeah, and like all that's. I just feel like it went on a little bit too long. That's why I would personally say like C, maybe low B, but for me, it's definitely there.
I'm gonna say B, mainly because aside from a little bit in the Android saga, it's kind of the last time that we see like low stakes of survival as far as like, okay, none of these guys can win in a fight, so they have to be creative about hiding their energies. They realize that they have to use their scouters, so they're using some brain power to be like, well, they can't find us without the scouters, so Vegeta destroys them. I would rate it a B just because I do like the Vegeta fights were in the whole thing, but overall it is the probably the least part of the Namek saga, and we get but I do like the survival aspects of it, so I would rate it a B.
It's mainly a setup arc where
Yep.
get where the Ginyu Force gets there and everything really begins, so I can see it as a B.
What do you think, Fritz?
Like I said at the beginning, I pretty much kicked it off as a B. That's where I'm at with it. Um, it's not that I didn't like it. There was, a lot of cool moments. A lot of like pretty much that sets up how they're going to interact on Namek for the rest of the time. Yes, but it's the same time it's nothing to like be over gloating over. It's not something you would want to throw in an S tier. It's sitting at B is a healthy spot for it for me.
What about you, Lucas?
Lord Vegeta. Well, yeah, I'll concede and say B. Like I said, I think it's about a C tier for me personally, but for the sake of the tier list, I think a B would fit nicely. Lord Vegeta said in the chat with the $2 super chat, Namek is Z squared. Fight me, I'll die on that hill. Then he said, fight me. Nah, I want a duel. Draw your sword. Namek is Z squared.
No,
Did,
I was going to mention that because I'm not sure if he's talking about Namek as a whole, because as a whole, yeah, Z. But I think here it's split up between Namek, the Ginyu Force saga, and then the Frieza saga.
I like the Ginyu Force. I'm not gonna lie, it's a guilty. I like the Ginyu Force. Like maybe the first quarter, first third, maybe first quarter is just a bit. Well, it's pretty pants, but like other than that, I like it. I don't know. I like the fat pink dude. Yeah. So
Well, hey,
that's my take, and I would go.
jump into that then. The
Zamazam.
next saga of the series is the Captain Ginyu saga, which on Frieza summons the colorful and energetic Ginyu Force arrive on the planet Namek, led by Captain Ginyu. Gohan and Krillin must join forces with Vegeta if they wish to take Frieza's soldiers head on. And I completely agree.
Yeah,
I like everything in this arc except for pretty much when Goku gets body switched, and then until the frog thing. I never really liked that fight, but everything else I really like. I liked obviously Goku showing up to take out Beerus and what was the red one's name, Ryuma or something like that. I love that part. Loved him stand on. Oh, I guess he stood on his head with Nappa. But when
Arthur and Jace. Arthur and Jace. Jace. The red guy's called Jace.
Jace, yes. I remember them coming back. I remember how threatening Raccoon was when he broke Gohan's neck, basically killed Vegeta, and it was like, oh my god, they have no chance here. But then, for the last, well, not the last great time, but second to last great time, Goku shows up to save the day. And I remember just, especially as an anime watcher as a kid, I think there was like 40 or 50 episodes where we're waiting for Goku to get there. And then he finally gets there, and it's just the same hype as it was for the Saiyan saga. And this is everything. The tables have turned finally, but Akira Toriyama still finds a way to make it a little bit suspenseful as far as
that's literally
body feels him.
That's where I was going to go with it. That's literally what I was going to say. Like somehow he does it again. Like as soon as they land, and a lot of the like visuals, the planes that they're on are flat. It's not as like crazy and stuff as we've seen before. It's just kind of calm and peaceful until they start fighting. But like when they come down, you can see just straight off the bat that these dudes are like fully alien, right? And they're all different aliens. And I remember as a kid thinking like, oh shit, like Vegeta was nuts, but like these guys are not even the same race. This is going to be insane. And there was a few of them. So I remember just seeing them and like loving it. I was invested from the get once I'd seen the Ginyu Force.
And they're a great wacky, like with their poses and stuff. It's like at first you think, okay, they're a joke, and then as soon as Raccoon starts fighting, it's like, oh my god, everyone's dead. Oh,
I'll say this.
We got another Lord Vegeta super chat, which I meant it as a whole. I never knew it was split up. Which yes, I would agree. If we're just looking at when they get to Namek to when Namek explodes, S tier or Z tier, double Z squared, whatever tier. But the official stuff seems to have it split up into 3 different sagas.
And the one thing that when we were preparing this last night is I don't think we actually had a specific Ginyu icon to throw up here.
Yeah.
But as short as
you're right. It's the one that's there right there. But you're right. It's not the Ginyu for. I should have found one for that.
But it's also the sense as short as it is a very nice lead up to the damage they're about to take facing Frieza.
True.
Yeah.
Yes. I think we do get a little bit of Frieza like fighting Nail and fighting the Grand Elder guy Guru. So we do get. I think he finally loses Spear for the first time.
So I'm gonna jump in, and because I think all what you guys said is fire about the Ginyu Force, and one thing I like about the Ginyu Force is it's something that we learn later on when Goku learns instant transmission is that every planet have their own thing. So I like that Verter was considered to be he had the fastest speed in the universe. That's what it was described. Guldo, who was weak, had a unique ability to stop time by something. Like I like that. But what I like the most with Captain Ginyu is some people don't like the body switching thing. I liked it. Why? Because as you know, Goku was able to go to 160,000 in the power level, or 180,000, but Ginyu was only able to go to 23,000. And Berter, not Berter, what's his name? Raccoon, the guy who the second guy, the ginger who basically defeated all 3 of them before Goku arrived. he
Raccoon.
was at 40,000, meaning that I liked it because it showed.
to go to 120. But yes, you're right.
Yeah. So what Ginyu was at 120. Yeah, perfect. And so I liked that Ginyu was not even was barely at 100,000 power level from his original thing. I like that the whole concept of body and mind that we get now in one piece. I liked for this that it's not a end all be all type of ability. You need to be able to understand the. We still don't know much about it, but I like that it wasn't this thing where Ginyu just became overpowered and they had to defeat Goku. They defeated a wish version of Goku. That's what I liked about it.
Yes.
He wasn't invincible. I like that. He didn't
Yeah.
understand how his body worked.
And it really did show just how special, like just having the right body and stuff doesn't equal all the training, all the earning.
Exactly.
All
That's
the
what
mastery.
Kub was saying. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
the
Kub
mind
said. Like
aspect.
you need
Yeah.
the synchronicity and the
Yeah.
oneness.
And I would bet that this scene is what gave the idea of Oda's whole thing of body and mind, that statement of Kaido and Wano. I would not be shocked because that's like a big moment where he's even saying it. Why can't I use his own body? And like he's getting upset to the point that his only way to win it is to weaken him and try to switch with Vegeta.
True. No,
True,
totally.
But yeah.
You guys might have noticed I've been a little quiet. I'm not the biggest fan of the Ginyu Force. I think this saga is really good. I do enjoy it. The Ginyu Force as a whole, I like Raccoon. I like Jace a little bit. But I'm not a big fan of Captain Ginyu. And I'll just be honest with you guys.
I didn't like Captain Ginyu either.
That
Yeah.
said, I'm not a big fan of him. I don't like the gimmick of switching bodies and stuff. It is cool when, like Cube said, you see him switch the body. You got to be able to control the body. Actually, like you have to understand it properly with the body and the soul. I love that aspect of it. But for me, this is a B tier, maybe A. Actually, no, I'd say A. Definitely high A. I'm not going to speak too much on this one just because I'm not the biggest fan.
That's what I'm kind of leaning towards A as well, just because I do really like the beginning with the guy can stop time and Riku, and then it's like, okay, all hope's lost, and then Goku shows up. 3-Day, well, did you have anything?
To me, the best part about it was Goku showing up and showing how powerful he became and being able to pull memories from Gohan, which was amazing. The rest of it to me was just, I didn't like it. I don't know why. I mean, I liked some of it, but it's probably a B for me.
Okay, I could lean towards B as well. I could lean towards B as well. So do we have what? We have 3 B's right now?
I'll go B.
Yeah, I'm gonna put A, but let's just put it in a high B.
Any last thoughts?
No, but no, I'm good.
I'm gonna say A, and on that, like I said, we're missing an icon for this one, but placing it in A makes sense.
It is that one that we just did. That's the icon from the Ginyu Force on the website.
This one?
Yeah, we got more A votes.
Wait. That was split up. I didn't realize it. They were side by side. They looked good.
Yeah.
No way.
I think we're undecided with B or whatever.
A. Everybody else said A, I think, except for me, so it has to go in A.
I think all 4 of us said B, and then Fritz said A.
Yeah, I'm between A and B, so it's up to you guys. But I'll say this to Fritz about Fritz, since there's a lack of icon, just put a picture of you since you're our icon.
No, it's there. I was mistaken. They're in the background of it. I just couldn't tell. They looked good together. It looked like how it had his hair like it was supposed to be that way.
I do like the ending of it too, with the whole frog throwing thing to get Ginyu stuck in that, which is some of the only funny filler in the series.
BS right there.
So yeah, so it's an A.
Yeah, I placed it in A.
I have a question before we go to the next arc.
What
do you guys think has the best dance move? Queen from Wano or the Ginyu Force? That's a real question.
Queen. I sing that song every single day.
They
Queen.
literally did the Ginyu
Don't make-
Force
don't make-
dance
don't make-
in the Super Bowl. One of these like super artists that do music literally had their artist team do the Ginyu Force dance and pose at a champion game in the
Oh God,
U.S.
I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that.
I can't remember exactly which one it was, but I remember it being mentioned. Like that's totally the Ginyu Force right there. That's their thing.
So okay, just for that becomes an A to me then for sure. Well, okay, and then we jump into what many people kind of consider the best Dragon Ball saga. We'll see how it falls for us. But the Frieza saga, which is having defeated the Ginyu Force, our heroes must recompose themselves. But it's too late as Frieza has arrived with a vengeance. The true battle on Namek unfolds. But are our heroes a match for the all-powerful Frieza? And once again, this one starts with a great. It's totally plausible that Goku is damaged. There's no more sensu beans. He's got to go in that the pod from Star Wars where you heal and stuff. And basically, he's not able to start the fight because of that.
They try to raise the dragon, but then Guru kind of takes a little stroke nap. The Dragon Balls try to split, but then all of a sudden, later on in the middle of the fight, he comes back. And the
Well,
dragon's
remember, they have 3 wishes, and he dies before the 3rd wish.
Yeah.
And then when they use the Earth Dragon Balls to bring him back, because supposedly he died from the heartache of Frieza killing everyone, he comes back to be able to do that last wish. And there's that big reveal too, where you think Frieza's gotten what his wish is, and then you find out you need to speak in Namekian for it.
Yeah, and he can't do it.
Guys,
Oh yeah.
I'm
Didn't
going
they
to shoot.
stunts on him?
So
Okay,
I'll shoot, but like, I'll drop.
Before you pop off.
Wait, one sec. I was just going to say, like, there's a reason there's a Z in Frieza. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows the real deal here. We don't even need to rank it. It is what it is. But yeah, Denden Kushi, you all know. Love to the rest of you. It's been amazing. Sorry I can't stay up longer. Obviously, got the kid, and it's like UK time. But yeah,
Oh, it's totally cool.
you guys enjoy. I'll be in the chat.
Thank you.
Sir,
so
And
I'm
yeah,
gonna
you
say
did that-
something.
Go ahead.
See you,
Q.
bro. Okay, because you guys say a lot of fire stuff, but I think one of the most menacing moments in the entire arc isn't the fights with Frieza. Is when this whole Dragon Ball debacle happens, and Vegeta turns around and starts gasping for air. Then Krillin doesn't understand, starts gasping for air. Then when Gohan and then they look up, who does they see looking at them? Frieza, all pissed off. Not only seeing them that they did wishes, but the Dragon Ball disappeared. I'm sorry, that was one of the most scariest moments, and it was like the puniest of the Frieza forms. That look he had on them, it's so scary. It was Conquer Hockey level of fear, with his eye, just with his eyes.
Absolutely. I think Frieza is at the time at least, the scariest villain, as well as the first one that we get transformations of, really.
yeah.
Which that becomes kind of a mainstay for the rest of the series. I guess you could kind of consider the Demon King Piccolo transforming to when he's younger, but as far as actually built into the character transformations, Frieza's the first in all of manga, and that becomes a staple for the rest of manga for all time.
I'm gonna say this. We also have a follow-up of Dragon Ball of Kami and Piccolo separating into 2 entities, and you have Nail and Piccolo. So we do have the different form being introduced in this arc, but we also have the concept of fusion. It's the first time we got fusion.
True, and I always liked Nail as a kid. I always thought he was like a cool Namekian that was super awesome. Just they're their best warrior, whatever. And then even him, literally gets his arm torn off and has no shot against Frieza.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I love this arc. I'm not gonna lie. Frieza is such a menacing foe. Seeing him turn from like that first form to the second one, then you get the big beefy third one, and then the final form, that sleek design. Like Toriyama outdid himself with Frieza's transformations.
I like Nail's skills. The way he used energy and the way his powers were different from like how Piccolo would use his or any other character that's in there at this time too. Like his is like sage style shit that he had going on.
Yeah.
Well, and that's something that's great too with Akira's naming schemes. So if we think of fusion as putting 2 people together, what holds things together, a nail. So he's the start of that idea of, like Cube said, fusions and all of these things happening, 30 volumes before it happens.
If you think about it as a perfect parallel, King Piccolo becomes evil the moment he separates. And if you see that there's for Kami, but with Nail, you see something else. And I do like it seems like it's someone who now knows his origin. You know what I mean? Like he is self-aware of who he's supposed to be when he became Nail. I always felt like there was a big change in that thing. Like he didn't become just good. He wasn't insecure anymore. That was the whole thing about Piccolo. There was some form of insecurity, especially with him. Like the whole train Gohan, like he was just unnecessary mean, and he even knew it because he even looked back and felt bad, but kept doing it. And there, when he sees Dende, you see a different type of vibe from Piccolo, which we know is the Nail part.
True. And that's so over here in America, what basically happened was they released the first 10 volumes, which ends to just about before when Goku's going to try the Spirit Bomb against Frieza. They went those first 10 volumes, and then they pretty much went on a hiatus for like a year and a half, where they started Shonen Jump, and they started re-releasing them in the smaller forms or whatever. So as a kid, I had to wait a dreadful, agonizing year and a half for the culmination of the Frieza fight and stuff. So I reread that whole fight with Frieza's forms before Goku shows up, and Goku showing up, whatever. I love my favorite outfit of Goku is with the orange shirt torn off and the blue underneath, and wearing that one during that Frieza fight. And I love that battle of before Super Saiyan. Obviously, when it comes to Super Saiyan, great too. But that pre-Spirit Ball or culminate in the Spirit Bomb attack, and how everyone's working together and trying to fight Frieza and everything before he's a Super Saiyan. I love that fight. I love the martial arts. I love Frieza doing the thing with no hands, and then he ends up using his hands. So it's like, okay, Goku's losing hardcore, but he's winning in that aspect where at least he's, forcing him to do stuff. And obviously, I love Gear 5. I do love Gear 5. I think it's number 2. But the best and most influential and most legendary power-up of all time, the Super Saiyan, happens.
Yeah. And it's because of Krillin. Krillin dies, and then he goes Super Saiyan.
Finally,
and
you have
it's
done what no
amazing.
other Saiyan has done before.
Well, we get Vegeta's death, which 4 volumes earlier, 50 episodes earlier, we all wanted Vegeta to die, and then all of a sudden now he's dying and we're shedding tears.
Yeah.
And Goku buries him. Goku takes the time to bury Vegeta.
Yeah.
And that is one of the most humbling things I've ever seen. Is just Goku's like, fuck off, Frieza. Mind my French. Screw off, Frieza. I'm gonna bury this guy who I respect as an opponent. And it's just so good.
Exactly. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna follow up because you talk about Goku and Vegeta, and it's a mutual respect. Because not only that, but when Vegeta explains to him why he hates Frieza and how he's even proud to have killed all of our people, and he explained everything, we get that snippet of a flashback from Frieza when he looks at Goku and recognizes Bardock through him. And then what we get when Frieza comes back, which I love it, is the whole joke about Vegeta telling to Goku, you shouldn't have buried me that thank God you didn't bury me that deep. Or Goku said, thank God I didn't bury you that deep. And then he says, you dog. He says, you finally became a Super Saiyan. And we know that he was jealous, but at that moment, his child dream, getting rid of Frieza, was happening. And I love that joke of when Frieza looks at Vegeta and he is scared the hell out of him because he sees him, he's alive. He says, it's not possible. You have to be dead. Yeah. And then does a ghost can do this, and then he disappears, which I think is the most craziest moment because we've never seen Frieza that frightened. Then when he saw Vegeta appear, thinking he's a ghost, and then when he does his attack, he disappears because he was shook from that moment. That moment shook him.
And that's something huge too, is finding out that Dende can heal and all this stuff. What's the first thing that after that moment you're talking about? Once Frieza attains his final form, or at least the 1% final form, whatever, the first thing he does is kill Dende.
Well, not only that, but this is also the introduction of finding out that if Saiyans are beaten close to death in battle, it makes them stronger when they heal. it gives him like an exponential power boost,
He
and that's
literally
why
hurts himself to have
Vegeta,
Dende heal him.
yeah, he
That
purposely
was
like,
something as a kid I just thought about. Hey, why don't you kill me to the brink of death a million times? That would be my training because I'm lazy.
I did that when I was a
right?
kid. Doesn't work. Did that as a kid. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. It just hurts for like 10 minutes. But I'm gonna say this because actually it is such a scene that always bothered me as a kid. And if you think about it, we've seen a lot of death in Dragon Ball, a lot of deaths, horrible deaths, but we've never seen such a violent death than Frieza killing Krillin. Because
Yeah.
not only does he kill him, but Krillin is calling like Goku help, like literally he is not in control of his own body. And it's like not only that, it's basically that scene in Harry Potter in the fourth when that the teacher he uses the 3 curses on the spider. First he tortures it.
yeah.
First he moves it around, then he tortures it, and then he kills it. And you can think of it.
Yeah.
And it's very similar. It's very similar. It is for me one of the most painful. That's why I say Frieza is like a true psychopath, because that death alone is psychopath, especially for a character that a lot of people love in the fandom. A lot of people love Krillin, and I do feel like this death, even if you've seen thousands rewatch, it's still very hard to watch for Krillin.
Well, and at the time too, we don't know if he can come back because at that point you can't be revived twice in our minds. So we don't think Krillin can come back at that moment either.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna say this, and just
And
just for those
before-
who don't know, fun fact, the Krillin voice actor is the voice actor of Luffy.
Oh, see, it's not
The
in
voice actor of
America. The
Usopp.
Krillin voice actor is Usopp.
Ah,
Usopp,
okay.
yeah, Sunny Straight.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Japanese.
and before with Frieza, before Krillin dies, Frieza like impales him. Remember that? And then like jumps around with him on the horn, and like it's so like
gets
you said,
tortured.
it's so violent and it's torturous. Yeah, we see the depths that Frieza's going to. And with the reveal that he destroyed Planet Saiyan too, like, oh goodness.
Dude, he's sadistic. He's sadistic. We can say he's the one true sadistic character. All the other ones are psychopath or sociopath, but he's just sadistic because he was proud of all of it. Like he was grinning.
Oh, yeah,
like
he was happy.
Dude, it was Kevin from Home Alone when he sees his mom when she returns. It is that face. It was Christmas. It was Christmas morning for him. It's Christmas morning, like the Vegeta scene where Vegeta talks about how the planet was destroyed, and he said, "Look at him. He's even proud of it." And then he looked at him with a big smile, and I say, "Oh, the dude is just sadistic."
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And Fritz, do you have anything to say?
We're pretty much hit this one. Like we
True.
could go on for hours and break it down even further, but the thing is, if really what happens like what we were talking about earlier, and we even said it earlier, the lessons that he learned from Android 8, being humble. He defeated Frieza, and he gave him a chance. He gave him an opportunity. He told him he literally wouldn't kill him,
Preach.
and then turns his back. And Frieza decides that, I'm the psychopath,
Yeah.
I have to win. He doesn't take any of that. And Goku has to makes the move, he makes the choice, but not until after he decides to try to humble him.
True. Well, and that's the last thing that I'll say about that is the big point to me. Like I said, for me, I'm always big on, even if there's a power up, like with Gear 5, it was still a little bit of a challenge for Kaido and stuff like that to fight. This first time that Goku becomes Super Saiyan, at least in the manga especially, Frieza is still a challenge to fight for a majority of, like 10, 12 chapters, and then Frieza, finally is totally, losing and gets cut in half and all that stuff or whatever. Literally killed by his own technique or whatever. But I really enjoyed as a kid that once he became Super Saiyan, it was still a challenging fight and was not just a blowout one side. And to me, this is definitely Z tier.
No question, it's Z tier.
Definitely Z tier.
Z tier.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Z tier.
Definitely Z tier.
And like Lord Vegeta was saying in the chat, this arc, I mean, because it was like 100 episodes in the anime or something like that. This saga brings the entire Namek arc to a Z tier to me, where it's of course it's that and the Sand Saga are probably the best sagas in One Piece or in Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z or whatever. They're two of the best ones.
Agreed. Agreed 100%.
So okay, so is there any other burning desires about the Frieza saga before we move on?
Nope.
The only thing I have to say, and like what we're about to go into, like you've been saying, we didn't get everything up until like the late 90s, early 2000s. Even the movies, I remember watching it the first time. I think I watched the Cooler movie after Frieza.
Oh,
Like,
love the. We should have had that one. I love the Cooler
yeah,
movie.
definitely should have had that, but I love
We can
that
do
movie.
a whole movie stream. We can do
Yeah.
a whole movie stream.
That'd be different. I'd like that. But
I'm down.
I'd like to say like the Cooler, some of these other movies like The Tree of Life and all these other good home run movies, like we didn't have like access to until there was much later after they were developed and released in Japan. Like we seriously
Yep.
we were neglected hard, and like the fandom even though it was blowing up still didn't get the clarification and the go ahead like release these until like much after the fact. So like we were watching these
Yep.
movies well into the Android series, well into being done with Cell, and we was finally getting some in these movies. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I mean, dude, I think that Super Saiyan and the Frieza saga was in 1999 here on Toonami. That happened in 87 is when that came out. So people in Japan knew all about it, and we didn't have the internet stuff like that. And it's just a testament to how good it was that it was. Now, see, I grew up in a very small town. It's where I live now again, whatever. But over in my town, it was the worst thing that you could be was an anime fan. So I would get beat up. I used to pretend like close my eye like I was hurt. I was hurt, but I would close my eye like I was an anime character getting beat up, whatever. And I used to have to put book covers, paper book covers over my manga books to read them in school without getting beat up. So it's just a much different world now that I'm very happy for. But it's like, if you wanted to be an anime fan where I grew up as a kid, it was a training in and of itself. But no, Dragon Ball Z definitely changed my life, especially the Frieza saga, Super Saiyan, all that stuff. So okay, the next arc that we're going to be going into is our only kind of anime only saga that we're going to be talking about, and we'll also talk about here the first Dragon Ball movie. I think it's The World's Strongest is what it's called, and it's the Garlic Jr. saga. And it's the immortal Garlic Jr. has escaped from the Dead Zone. Oh no, it's not called World's Strongest. It's called Dead Zone.
Yeah, World's Strongest is its own thing.
Yeah, World's Strongest is that one with the brain computer and
Yes.
the ice stuff.
Which is a
But,
great freaking movie.
True. You know what? Honestly, I think like I said, we're gonna be doing probably next week Naruto. But after that, maybe we will do just a Dragon Ball movie thing or something, or maybe it'll be a members only something. We'll get Ragnar on that one, whatever it is. But maybe we can just do a movie stream just for those. But the Garlic Jr. saga, the immortal Garlic Jr. has escaped from the Dead Zone and returned to take the role of Earth's guardian for himself. He soon kidnaps Kami and Mr. Popo, and then unleashes the Black Water Mist, turning the whole world into demons. With Goku still absent, it is up to Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo to save the people of Earth. And this is, of course, the very first time that we ever see Krillin get laid. Which is always a plus.
So for me, it's one of the weakest arc for me in the entire Dragon Ball Z, especially with the others. Because I don't know, I remember. I think there's some canon aspect, but it's mostly filler, if I'm not mistaken. That
It's
saga.
all filler.
Yeah. So yeah, that's always I always think it's fully filler, but I know there's some aspect that are canon, but I just don't remember what. So that's why for me it's a
Krillin getting laid is canon, at least maybe.
Yeah, it's just between C and B. Why I would say I would put it maybe at B is because there was some interesting fights. It was like it was a good transition arc, I think, also with what we went through, and then with the arc that follows through.
Yeah, it was a great. We had just seen the stakes raised so high to where literally a flick of Frieza's finger can destroy a whole planet. This one kind of brings it back down to, you know, I don't want to say normal, but normal power levels to where not the whole planet isn't quite at stake as far as blowing up, even though all the people being turned demon is. And I do remember a big part of the arc is they have to fight their loved ones who are all, but I think Matsuroshi's
Yeah.
possessed. I think Krillin's girlfriend, pretty much everyone gets possessed, and they don't want to hurt them, but they have to, stop them. And of course, it does tie into, like we were talking about earlier, the Dead Zone movie, which is one of my favorite Dragon Ball Z movies, which is the one where Goku and Piccolo, it must have come out around the time of Raditz, because Goku and Piccolo team up to fight Garlic Jr. And then since talking about Piccolo and stuff, he's the only other villain that gets his wish, where he does wish for immortal life.
Yeah.
Garlic Jr. He is able to wish for immortal life, and so they can't beat him in any sort of generic way, and they have to. I don't remember where the Dead Zone comes from, but I know that they use the Dead Zone to lock him into it.
Says Gohan whoops him. He's
In this arc, and this is also, like you're saying, the setup for what will eventually happen with the Cell Saga, where Gohan pretty much takes the torch and the mantle of being the hero of Earth.
Gohan is the only character that is completely unfazed by the literal gravity of the wormhole. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't bother him.
I was gonna say this. When I was a kid, I always thought there was a connection between Emperor Pilaf and Garlic Jr. because of their resemblance. It was
For
crazy.
real.
Yeah, me too. I always thought that.
I did too.
I always thought Garlic Jr. was kind of like the strong version of the fighter version of Pilaf.
Yeah.
I would say this saga for me, probably a C, a high C at that though. It's very fun, but like Cube said, it's more of a segue saga. You know what I mean? It's because if you haven't seen that movie, you don't get the whole story. Which was what it was like for me when I first watched it. I hadn't watched the Dead Zone movie yet. So when I first saw this, I didn't know who Garlic Jr. was. I actually thought he was Pilaf and just like an old version of him or something. He's all wrinkly and whatnot. Yeah, and
yeah.
So I'd say probably a C for me.
I'm saying a D just because we haven't had a D arc yet, and a D would just show kind of the greatness of what's the difference between a Akira Toriyama helmed arc compared to the anime staff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tori
Yeah, I think
making decisions for
yeah.
themselves.
Yeah, I agree. D actually is a good listen because it's true. Like with the arcs that are about to follow, it's gonna be very hard for one of the next arc, at least for me to be a D.
Yes, me.
So,
That's what I was thinking too.
I'm gonna agree with the D.
Yeah.
And I know
that has
3
noth-
said she does not. She
and
had
that
not
has-
seen this arc, so she's absent from voting.
And it has nothing to do with disliking it because I enjoyed it. It's just out of comparisons, and definitely decisions made more off of Tory animation than, you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm gonna say this.
True.
Yeah,
as a
give
kid,
it
I
try to
was
be nice, but D.
Yeah, and I remember
Okay,
as a kid, I think they showed the entire arc on one Friday on Toonami, and it was like almost categorized as like a movie to show, and they just showed the entire thing in one Friday.
Yes, they
give it
did.
up
They
to-
did. I remember this.
Give it up to Garlic Jr.
Sorry,
for having the will of D. Give it up for Garlic Jr. for having the will of D. You know?
Well, yes, someone has to, and of course it's the garlic, stinky garlic guy.
If we do a
Who's
One Piece
also-
one, instead of the Z being at the top, it'll be a capital D with a period.
Oh yeah, that would be great.
There we go.
Well, hey,
We'll
you
get to
know,
a One Piece one eventually.
like I said before, our channel is mainly One Piece based or whatever, so throwing a little bit of One Piece content. I actually do think that Garlic Jr., being one of the main villains to get his actual wish granted, is a huge reference to Roger, who of course does not have a mustache. He has nose hairs that block the smell of garlic. Moving on. We have next. What?
We have the Trunks saga, right?
Yes, we have the Trunks saga moving on, which is Trunks returns from the future to warn the Earth's warriors that the Red Ribbon Army has returned in the form of a pair of androids. Dr. Gero has created the greatest killing machines known to man, and their target is Son Goku. And this, I want to say that this arc goes to... Okay, this is just Trunks showing up and doing stuff, and then we have a separate, after the 3-year time skip for training, is the Android Saga. So this is just Trunks showing up, taking care of Frieza, and then talking to Goku.
No, this isn't just that. This is Frieza coming up, Piccolo hearing the entire conversation and they know exactly who he is and not telling Vegeta. Like, this is totally a bunch of, like, everybody, like, still at each other's throats. Nobody trusts each other.
True. Well,
Yeah.
I want to say that the reason that they don't say it to Vegeta is to make sure that Trunks gets born.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this.
This is
Oh, sorry. I'll let you go. I'll go after you, Lucas.
thank you, Cube. I will say this. Thanks. Now I just sounded like Cube. But anyway, I think that this is probably one of my. The whole Android saga is actually one of my favorites in Z. But Trunks' introduction is one of the best introductions of any character in Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z. He comes down, turns into a Super Saiyan, slices and dices Frieza, and everyone's just like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And not just Frieza, Frieza's father too, who is supposedly stronger than Frieza.
Yep, King Cold.
I got all of these.
Yo, King
I
Cole.
got
Hey.
all of this series on VHS almost a year and a half before it ever aired on television.
Ooh.
Yeah, man.
Well, and I remember
VHS.
if you're a Toonami watcher, the animation for that was great, and they reused for the previews Trunks's the hand signs that he does, the Naruto hand signs to make the attack to shoot at Frieza or whatever. They reused that a million times. It was always so cool. And like you guys were saying, at this moment we know all the Saiyans. So once he shows up, because like, okay, now Super Saiyan's the big power level. What's gonna top that? Well, nothing. We just have to introduce more Saiyans, which is impossible. Okay, no, it's not. We use the future. We get Trunks, and real quick, we had another $10 super chat from Lord Vegeta once again, saying that the Garlic Jr. arc teaches about the former Guardians of the Earth, including the one stronger than Nameless Namek, Kanekolo. We find out is descendant of the house of Katsuka from Guru. Something like that, which I did not remember. That I did not know that Piccolo and Kami were descendants from Guru.
Shout out to Lord Vegeta for being an absolute legend tonight.
Yeah.
For real.
Wagner.
Oh,
Tonight
yeah.
his name is
Real.
not Vegeta. It's Vegeta for winner.
For winner.
Vegeta.
Vegeta.
What a
But
legend.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something before I forget. And you guys talk about Trunks, the whole thing, and it's the reason why I love this arc and also the history of Trunks is because if you think about it, it's the arc where they're introduced. There's a storyline where they all are defeated, and the Earth is chaos. It's hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which the history of Trunks we will touch on because it is a manga chapter as well
Yeah.
as a movie.
Future
Yeah, because you
Gohan.
think about it, he came back because there was a course correction that has to be made because they all were defeated, and that is very important. It's like literally, I say this up until the end of Cell Games, you don't know. When I was a kid, I didn't even know if they would be succeed or not because at that time Majin Buu arc wasn't announced. Like I think at that time I thought it would be end after Cell. Then we got the Majin Buu arc as a last arc. So if you think about it, it started this arc by saying you all died.
Yep.
And I think that was so powerful.
Well, and that was we
Yes,
were
it was.
talking about the Terminator earlier, and if you think about it, Trunks is Kyle Reese coming back to the future or from the future against robots, Terminators, killing machines, whatever. And instead of trying to save Sarah Connor, he's trying to save Goku because all he knows as a kid or growing up in the bad future is that Goku would have changed all this. This wouldn't have happened if he was alive. And of course, the big change, of course, this time is Cell is there earlier because he kills the one Trunks and comes back from the future as well.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
and
I would say
oh yeah, we'll get there.
Maybe-
Never mind.
Yeah, maybe let's rank the first
Yeah.
one because I think we're gonna go soon to the next part of
true.
the Android saga.
Yeah, I would say Trunks. It's very short. It's very quick. We get some cool action moments, and then Trunks' design is one of my favorites. I love that jacket. I had an action figure of Lego, a Technic action figure that I put on the Trunks little jacket thing to make him look cooler my whole life. I still have it. So I always loved that outfit. For me, I would say it's honestly it's a B tier, but I could see it being A because of all of the implications and things it sets up for the rest of the story.
I was gonna say S or A, so I'm good settling for A though. 3, what do you think on this one?
Start to finish, when Trunks showed up, the time he left, it was pure fire for me. Love it. S.
Okay, so we got an S, an A, and an A.
I'd say because I had it on VHS before it ever came out on television, like the VHS, I'm gonna give it an S. Like I was blowing up every time my dad went to freaking the store. He was always coming back with stuff that hadn't even come out yet for us. And then like I was always just dogging on people that I knew things that they didn't know about yet. Like it was freaking cool for me, all right? Like I give it an S.
S tier from Prince.
Okay, so Cube, you're the decider. We got tied for S, tied for A. You're the decider.
So for this one, I'm gonna put A because in overall, this is like the smallest and spiciest part of the entire saga. The two different part, the two third of it is just a different level. So that's why I'll give it an A and not an S.
Okay. I
Okay,
can
so
accept that.
it goes to A.
I can accept it. That's okay.
Okay, and then moving on. So up until the end of the Cell games, from the 3-year time skip to the end of the Cell games, there are 4 sagas: the Android saga, Imperfect Cell saga, Perfect Cell saga, and then the Cell games saga. So for all of us, we gotta try to keep in mind to differentiate between what exactly is what, and I'll try to fill in when stuff where it switches when I talk about the arc or whatever. So, starting with the Android saga, after training for 3 years in preparation for the androids, Goku and his friends head out to finally face them. However, after Trunks returns to offer assistance, he reveals that the 2 androids they've been fighting all this time are not the same as the ones that he knows from the future. And I would say I believe that this saga is from when they go to the city and find Dr. Gero and the fat android until when we first meet Cell with Piccolo and stuff.
I think it ends just before before Cell is introduced.
Yes.
Because then there's a whole time machine thing. It's
right
just before
before.
the Cell.
Yes. So this is just when Yamcha gets one shot and stabbed through by Gero. This is when Goku hasn't taken his medication and he has the heart problems. And then I think we have the main fight is when they're all super. We see Vegeta become a Super Saiyan for the first time, but I think when they're all beaten by Android 18 and 17, and totally the floor is wiped, even after all this training.
Yeah, it's around that.
So
exactly.
I have to jump off here soon, sadly, kids and whatnot. But I will say this is one of my favorite arcs in all of Dragon Ball Z. I think the fight between Vegeta and Android 19, where he rips off Android 19's arms, is brutal. It's one of the best scenes in the entire series. I love 17 and 18 and how menacing their presence is when they're introduced, and 16 later. But when 18 breaks Vegeta's arm and then his pride, gorgeous moment and character development for Vegeta. But like I said, I sadly have to go, guys.
What's
as
your
far
rating
as the
for this
future
one?
arcs? My rating for this one is an S or Z. High S, low Z. But when you get to the Fusion Saga, remember these words. It's a D tier arc. It is boring.
Yeah, because Gotenks is one of the best characters.
He's one of my favorite characters. I just don't like that arc that much. Either way, I will see you guys later. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you, Straw Hat Lucas.
See you, Lucas. Thank you so much for showing up.
Yeah, we appreciate you, bro.
Always.
Have a good one.
Yep, later, guys.
See ya. So we got his Z and S tier ranking. Now I'm going to say this is a D arc.
What?
Yeah, to me because I did like that the androids were able to beat everybody, pretty handedly or whatever and pretty quickly. But to me, the arc as a whole, with just the Dr. Gero wasn't menacing. Once Vegeta showed up, Android 19 wasn't menacing. And then I did like the idea that they were not like I mean they seemed like a threat, but obviously they weren't much of a threat because cells introduced right away. So to me, they were not. It was more of a, I wouldn't say filler arc, but definitely an arc that I was waiting for what's next because it can't be these guys.
I'm gonna go ahead and say when Vegeta turned Super Saiyan and he was fighting the android that was pulling energy off of him, it didn't matter about how much time or how much energy he pulled. Vegeta had such a surplus from trying to catch up and become Super Saiyan and try to that overall struggle, become stronger than Kakarot, become back and forth. He pulled and pulled and pulled, and there was an amount of energy he drained from Vegeta. It was going to make him weaker than anybody else there. You know, I think that was
True, true.
that was a really
But
strong
at the
moment.
same time, though, Goku would not have lost to 19 if his heart condition didn't start happening.
Well, yeah, but at the same
Oh,
time,
also,
that had already been foreshadowed.
True, true.
Well,
I did
Maybe-
like the surprise that they weren't the ones that Trunks was talking about, which was scary at the time. But Yamcha getting his last moment to shine ever, and he's just totally whooped once again, and it was gruesome, yeah. But I did not. To me, like I said, C or D is where I'm rating it. So we got a C or D, and we got a Z or S. Fritz, what was yours?
You know,
so
go ahead, Cube.
I was gonna say this. I agree with overall what you guys said, but I'll explain why I put it as an S for sure. And it's we get Goku getting sick. That's the first thing we get. So it seems like the timeline is still going forward. But then we get Vegeta, who's Super Saiyan, defeating easily Android 19. Then following Android 20 / Dr. Gero, finding out what by Trunks, it's not them. And what this is why I say it's an A or an S is because regardless of Trunks' interaction, we realize what in his timeline he didn't face the strongest androids.
True, true.
I mean he faced the strongest androids, but much weaker. Meaning that his thing did not affect anything because then we found out about that robot/slash insect drone that he had. So that's why for me I think it's the easiest thing is I would put it A or S because the threat level is just so high. I think it's a level where I think the Frieza saga we were always a bit hopeful because how everything ended. And right now we had Goku down, Vegeta defeated, and then you're at that point at least at the end of this arc before the whole Cell stuff. You come to this point where you're realizing something's gonna have to change because it seems that Trunks' interaction has just made the threat even stronger.
True.
I'm with Cubes and I'm with Luke's vote on S for this one. And I know that might not be the light you see it in, but I think as a community standard, I think Android Saga is probably one of the community's most favorite leading up into Cell.
I will say I do really like the idea that they could not track them with sensing Kai and all that stuff. That posed a threat just in and of itself, is that they could not really find where they were super easily. And I don't know if it counts as this arc or the next one, but I do like Piccolo's fight. I think it's probably the imperfect cell part, but I do like Piccolo's fight with 18 or 17.
Namekian, too strong. Explain.
Yeah. That's in the Imperfect Cell saga. That's an amazing fight.
This arc, doesn't
Okay.
it just go to where the others are activated and then they all get defeated?
Yeah, I think so. I think it ends with someone finds a time machine with the egg husk in there, and they're like, "WTF is this?" And then it's the next
Yeah,
part.
I think Bulma gets a letter. Remember, Bulma comes and shows a picture to
She's,
Trunks.
she's a capsule
I think
corp.
that's how it. Yeah. I think because remember they were teased. We all assume it's Cell, but someone teased them about it. They did not just find it. They received a picture of something, and that seems like the time machine. When they came, they found it with the location.
What'd you
I'm not
say?
100% sure.
What'd you say you voted on 3-Day?
I'm closer to what Adam's saying. The best part about it was Vegeta going Super Saiyan and everybody's surprised. You're supposed to be pure to be able to do that. And he's like, pure evil. That rocked me.
True.
But the first two androids, they were just irritating to me. Not lying. Until the others were activated, I didn't care for it much. So I'm like, maybe here B.
Well, I would say based on our votes and based on your guys' votes, it's a S.
Yeah.
We bring it down from a Z to an S.
Okay. I can see that. And that's kind of where I seen it anyway. There's a lot coming up in the next three
Yeah.
alone.
Yeah.
There's
My
so,
favorite part.
there's so
That's
much
my
going
thing
on.
is if we're looking at as a whole, I don't rate Imperfect Cell or Perfect Cell Saga as an S, and this one to me is lower than those. So it's like to me that's why I had a problem putting it that high.
I don't, because the amount of the way it was released and the way we received it. You know.
True. And they did live up to the hype of even after all this training, they still stood no chance or whatever. But yeah, so I guess we have it at an S, and we go on to the next arc, which is the Imperfect Cell Saga. The artificial human Cell has appeared, and he will stop at nothing to achieve his perfect form. Meanwhile, Goku awakens after recovering from his heart virus and decides to take his son into the hyperbolic time chamber to train, but not before Vegeta has his opportunity first. And I would say, yeah, this is from when we first meet Cell to I think when he absorbs right before he absorbs 17 and 18.
Like, he drinks a
Yeah.
whole city and not even phased. Like, he can't even feel his thirst at all.
Yes.
So I'll jump in and say, because I'll say this. I love Frieza as a villain, but I always put him second after Cell, because I just feel like the creativity of making a character that's basically based off the DNA of Goku, Vegeta, and their biggest rivals was such an interesting thing. And I'll say this, even though it's more the Perfect Cell saga, when he was semi-perfect Cell, the trick he learned from Piccolo when they were fighting, and Piccolo tricked him by talking, right? And then used that then to regenerate, like that mind twist. It is the same thing he pulled on Vegeta, and so that's why I do think that for me, Imperfect Cell, it's at least minimum an A or an S, because of it wasn't just with Cell. It wasn't a fight. It was a physical and a mental fight. He knew exactly how you worked. That's why I think also the whole plot twist, he got defeated by the one person where he had basically no genes on, Gohan. So yeah.
Which makes no sense to me because he should have, if he had Trunks' genes from that moment where he comes in the future, he should have gotten Gohan's.
But he didn't remember what he said to Trunks. I had enough DNA by then, so I didn't need to take yours.
He
That's the thing. He
underestimated.
he underestimated Trunks, and you're like you said, that was a plot hole for on Cell's side, because he could have found out about what's his name, about Gohan, or some more stuff about Trunks. Trunks was the one he wasn't be able to defeat, and Gohan had that hidden potential. But then that's much further on in the arcs. But that's why for me, Imperfect Cell is, it brings in the level even higher. Now it's even more like they're not just physically not able to defeat one. There's one that's targeting those ones, and not only is he physically as strong as them, but he also have their mind.
Shout out to my brother who came in the chat, Jared. Thank you for coming,
Oh,
bro.
what's up, man?
Oh, thank
What's
you,
up,
man.
man?
Thank you for showing up.
Sorry, I had to shout him out.
Oh, no, you're fine, dude. And then I'm really shocked by these. This will be the first dissension in the last arc crew, to where I'm really shocked by that, because to me the only, I guess when Imperfect Cell's first shown and he can copy the Kamehameha move, which to me does not seem like it's a crazy unique move in the grand scheme of Energy Blast, but he can copy that and it shocks Piccolo. that moment, and then I did like Android 17 or 18. I forget which one's the boy, but when he was fighting Piccolo, I do like that fight. But the rest of the arc to me is just a drag.
Yeah, it's a bunch of slow paced moving up, pretty much knowing that they have bigger intentions later, but they have to get they have to make slow steps to get there. I can see where this one not being. That's why I kind of see the imperfect Cell under the android, because the androids and them and their whole first interactions are their whole thing for me.
Yep, and then it's like to
Fair
me,
enough.
it's kind of doing what we talked about with the Frieza saga, where there's this survival aspect and hiding and scheming, but to a much lesser degree. So yeah, for me, I would honestly put it like a C or a B.
I would give it a C
Listen,
as well.
I would revert it to a C or a B. I would agree with what you guys said, because I do think that now realizing a lot of the stuff I like is more about the semi-perfect Cell and perfect Cell and the Cell games than the
Yep.
imperfect Cell. But I'll bring in this just one thing. I'll say that because we didn't talk about it. What I liked, because you said that how Piccolo was shocked about the Kamehameha, but then what shocked him even more, because it's true that this was shocking, but what was weird was afterwards when he looked at him, he was sensing Goku, and then he was sensing other people. I said it's not possible. How can he? How can they all be with him? And that part I really liked it, the twist, because Piccolo, you start realizing it with the Kamehameha, he saw something off while he's able to do that move, but then when he looked at him, he just saw that he was just off, to the point that he was going to do the one thing, the last measure, fuse with Kami.
True. Yep. True. And we do
The
also get what I think is one of the best techniques that's underutilized is sorry, I had to sneeze. Is the solar flare attack. I think Cell's the first person to use that to escape and utilize it in a perfect form in the whole series. I know Goku uses it against the Vegeta as a great ape or whatever, but it's like the solar flare technique against Piccolo to escape. I think is probably the best usage of that move.
This is a brilliant move.
Something he would have never expected that be used against him, even after seeing a Kamehameha wave.
Which is true. Which is fault of Piccolo there. And that's honestly the last time Piccolo's stronger than a main villain. But yeah, so I would rate it I would place it at a B as my vote.
Yeah, I'll follow you with that. B, I think is good.
I'll give it a high B just for the creepy vibe and the fear factor Cell gives off alone when he's fighting Piccolo.
True.
Also, before we go to the next arc, I'm gonna address something. After what happened with the androids on that city where Yamcha got, because we did talk about it at the beginning. Why aren't Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta on a watch list? That's when I started realizing it is like they seem to have a blessed life. You know what I mean? Like that's the one thing I would say with Dragon Ball is just weird. As Goku should be on a watch list. Wherever he goes, we know he's a good character, but wherever he goes, destruction follows. It's worse than Superman because some people say Lex Luthor is right because Superman like literally destroys cities. He doesn't think of the consequences. But Goku he's been doing that since he's 10 years old, destroying places.
Goku has actual remorse though. Like he has led so many people away from main populated areas to fight. Like he really has.
I agree.
He makes Vegeta follow him. He makes Cell pretty much do what he does. They escape because he's promoting himself as the perfect Cell version, trying to reach out to everybody that wants to fight him. He's like begging for a fight.
Even the android, think of it, the android, and I think at that moment he realized something was off, but he still wanted to waste his energy flying to another island so that they would be secluded. He's like, yeah, you're right.
Well,
Goku does realize that, yeah. Sorry, we can go to the next one. It's just something I want.
Fine. I agree with honestly all those points or whatever. With it just that kind of being the arc or whatever. And okay, so the next one that we have is the Perfect Cell Saga, which is after absorbing androids 17 and 18, Cell reaches his perfect form. With Goku and Gohan still training in the hyperbolic time chamber, it is up to Vegeta and Trunks to stop him. And this arc is literally just the end of the Piccolo fight, where I think one of them, the boy one, is absorbed by Cell, up until when Vegeta is defeated and Trunks has to take him away. That is that whole arc. And Fritz, for the image of it, it's the one of Cell's back is the
That's kinda
perfect
what
Cell one.
That's what I thought. It was out of order there.
Yeah, that is the one, and then of course is the Cell tournament is after that. So this is
Okay.
just 2 volumes, and to me, I have a very deep personal disdain for this arc because as a kid, we would go on trips and stuff sometimes as a kid, and when we'd go to California because my grandparents had a house out there, and they
Great.
didn't have cable, they didn't buy cable, so I was only able to watch Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z on Telemundo, Spanish television. And every single year we ever went out there and saw it was the same run of episodes in Spanish every single time. And it was
Oh, no.
always Vegeta and Trunks versus Cell fight. And I hate that fucking fight. I hate the contrivance of Vegeta just lets him power up, which, okay, it makes sense, I guess, who really
Bodies
knows
his
their
own son.
father loves. But in my mind, Trunks, the whole world's been destroyed. Man the fuck up and knock out your dad if you're that much stronger than him, and don't let Cell attain this form. And anything less than that is you being a bitch.
So I will follow through with this because I agree on the Trunks part. But the one I will say is I love so much is, like I said, with the Piccolo side, is Vegeta, Cell used what he knew about himself, that was part of Vegeta, his pride. And if you really wait, because I have to be outside for the talk. That's why, because a lot of people at the house. So I'm outside. I hope there's not too much sound. But using his pride, and every time because it's been a couple of years, but every time I used to watch, I really liked that. Every time I understood, like, he was outmatched, but he knew how Vegeta worked. And Vegeta was a master manipulator, he's a master strategist. He understood. During the Cell games, he was looking at Gohan at one point, how he was looking at the fight with Goku and Cell, and you could see that Vegeta already understood that Gohan was much stronger than him. Like the way he was looking at him, he'd understand that, and the fact that Cell pulled that on Vegeta and knew the exact chord because Vegeta, he doesn't let you power up; he'll just kill you. But there's only one thing that makes you is that it will never be a worthy battle for you. And when he heard that, that's when he said, "You know what? I'll let you power up." So this is why I love. For me, this one aspect I love about the semi-perfect Cell, is that he wasn't there long, and he was very childlike, a teen, but he was very, very smart. Like all of his stuff was really well done. And then Perfect Cell is a different level, but yeah,
That's a
that's
flaw of the
that's
pure
I
Saiyans.
will agree with that because I guess it is a good kind of setup and callback, whatever, to the next arc, Goku using the same thing against Cell to let Gohan power up or to try to reach
exactly.
that point. But that to me is kind of its only saving grace is that it's reused again for Gohan to have a contrivance to power up in time.
That's a major
Yeah.
flaw in these like pure Saiyans though. Like they are so thrilled about a stronger opponent that they'll let the entire universe be jeopardized rather than taking care of it right away. Where like the half breeds like Gohan and Trunks, they're so terrified of a stronger opponent, they'd rather go ahead and try to kill them while they're down.
Yeah.
Well,
But
that's what I'm saying.
Piccolo said it.
To me, Trunks should have done that.
Yeah.
But Piccolo even said it to Goku. Remember during the Cell games when he was being clobbered, and then Piccolo told him, and then he said, "He is not like you and Vegeta. He's part human. He does not love the battle. He fights because he has to. That's how he sees it." And then at that moment, Goku acts, and it's his son, and he realized that Piccolo, being an Namekian and not being a Saiyan, he sees another part of Gohan that Goku doesn't understand. Gohan doesn't have the thrill to fight like Goku and Vegeta, and that's the thing I really like.
That I would say that's all the next arc or whatever with that
Oh
stuff.
yeah. That's yeah. But I do
That's
feel like it was
alright,
addressed,
though.
but you guys are right. You guys are right about this. It's really on point.
I'd
And
throw
I'm
this
gonna
That's what
say
I
one.
this.
mean. Like just looking at this one on its own to me is a C.
I'd give it a C. Because I thought what was next is so much more important. That's what everybody
Yeah,
remembers.
Yep.
I agree. It's a C.
3 Day. What are your thoughts on it?
C, all the way.
See,
Sounds
Mhm.
good.
okay.
Back to
The
what we were
shortest
saying.
arc gets the shortest. Well, I guess not. I guess Trunks is probably the shortest, but the shortest arc gets the shortest commentary from us. And then, of course, next we get. Yeah, I would just say C. I think we all voted C. We get the Cell Games saga, which is what the whole entire Android and Cell saga has been leading towards. Which is Cell holds a martial arts tournament to celebrate his new perfection. While preparing for the Cell Games, our heroes must attain new levels of Super Saiyan. Once again, as failure to defeat Cell will result in the destruction of Earth. And of course, this arc is very famous for giving Piccolo and Goku driver's license. In the anime, at least, they learn how
Yeah,
to drive.
it's funny. Also, there's a funny joke here my brother posted. It says Goku wants more episodes, and Gohan and Trunks are tired of the camera crew following them around.
So I'm gonna say something about this before the Cell games, and there's the most funniest, I think, one of the most. First of all, Cell is one of the biggest narcissistic character has ever walked in the world of Dragon Ball after Vegeta. When you
Yep.
realize that he literally created a world tournament to celebrate that he's perfect,
That he's
Yep.
unstoppable. You come fight me.
unstoppable. And then the other thing that always makes me laugh is, Vegeta is like the smallest of the warriors. When he sees perfect Cell, he even mocks that he's small. And I always said that's such a hypocritical joke, pun. Like he literally made fun of him because he was smaller. And I said, Vegeta, you're like the smallest. Like the only other smaller one is Krillin. And Krillin is tiny. Chaozu and Krillin are tiny. And he's just taller than them. All the other ones are taller than him. But that's always makes me laugh.
That is very true. And that's something too. I see Straw Hat Lucas talking about the Mr. Satan shows up here for Hercule in the American dub, but Mr. Satan shows up
Yep.
to be fun. And I do actually like the I guess you would call it filler since it's not in the manga, but the commentary that they have on the side after Hercule's beaten during the Cell games about like, oh, this must be magic. Oh, they must have tricks in the stage. And just the funny things that they're doing there to save face about how Hercule was beaten.
And there's also something I really like about the Cell game saga is, like I said, the parallel between Android 8 and Gohan and Android 16. It's like, I think it's a very powerful moment, I think, for Gohan.
Unpopular
Yeah,
opinion.
definitely.
Unpopular opinion. Hercule bodies Yamcha.
No, no.
You know what? Even though I'm not a fan of Yamcha, I'm gonna give it to Yamcha. It's just for me, I think he's just,
I'm offended by that, Fritz. I'm offended by that.
It's all right. I threw it out there just to mess with
Yeah.
people.
Oh, and okay,
And
I real quick, I will mention that the start of the Cell games, we see Hercule's fight in the manga, and then the next chapter is the short chapter history of Trunks. So if we want to talk about that great movie, here is the opportunity we can talk about that as well as kind of a precursor to the Cell games fight. Because that is honestly probably one of my favorite movies, is that seeing Trunks and Gohan. I love Gohan's design in the future. I love the missing arm stuff and the shorter hair. I love in the movie where he fights against them and then Trunks gets mad and becomes Super Saiyan, but then totally loses to him and then has to go back to the future or back to the past. But other than that, yeah, it's the whole Cell games or whatever. And sadly, this is kind of Goku's last great fight in the manga.
Yep.
I know in the anime, it kind of some stuff gets fleshed out more, but this is kind of Goku's last great one-on-one fight that we see in the manga against Cell.
I'll say this also because I think it's one also a strong arc for Vegeta, not for it's after the Cell games, after what happens to Goku, after his demise. Is Vegeta the first time? The second time is in Buu Saga, but he looks at Gohan and says, "I'm sorry," which I like because, like I said, one of the best relationship I love in Dragon Ball Z is Vegeta and Gohan.
True.
Like there's a true mutual respect, especially for Vegeta's side for Gohan.
True. And one thing I have to talk about for a second is I think my favorite attack in all of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z is Goku's charging up the Kamehameha, fooling Cell into thinking he's gonna fire it into the ground or fire it towards Earth, and then that instant transmission to right in front of him and getting him with that. That is
That
probably
was
my
that.
favorite
It's amazing.
combo or whatever you want to call it in the whole series was that attack.
It was such an amazing because I think and that's what I like about. Like I said, there's a mental game, and it's so that you can see that Goku isn't just stupid; he's smart.
Yep.
He did something that he would never do.
He isn't just.
He made him, yeah. And like I really like it. Honestly, it's for me, it's a big, huge moment. And also, like you talked about favorite move. I think one of the favorite move is, like I said, I love the mutual respect for Gohan and Vegeta. One of the only times where Vegeta actually helps, because he helps Goku only at the end of the boot before he likes to fight before him or fights against him, but never with him. He did the attack that distracted Cell.
I was just about to say that. Yes, he is the one that shoots it because he's still mad about Trunks getting killed there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this. This is my funniest moment because I always laugh because when Vegeta has his monologue, he says, "Kakarot, it's all your fault," and I'm saying, "My God, like Goku could do nothing," and Vegeta always say, "It's your fault, Kakarot." It just this part always makes me laugh.
I know it's almost like Goku let Cell hunt around for 2 hours to find Android 17.
Exactly. Android 18, yeah.
I think the
Like
best
for me,
part
it's so funny.
of the Cell games was the look on King Kai's face when Goku showed up with Cell to explode. I love that.
True.
Absolutely
That was so funny.
love that.
That's true.
Knowing that before that he had a monologue of 3 minutes with the Z fighters and Gohan, when he could have been just very smart and just teleport from King Kai, go to ask him for deserted island, goes to deserted planet, and blows up over there, and at least King Kai could be preserved. I always felt like, dude, why did you talk so long before?
And he never brought him back.
True.
Yeah, never brought him back. That's a
Forgot.
douche move from Goku.
Like, how many other times did they use the Dragon Balls and not bring him back?
Who? Not bring who back?
King Kai.
King Kai. They
Oh,
never
yeah,
brought
yeah,
King
yeah.
Kai. They
Doubles.
kept him dead.
He
However,
doesn't
I'm
need
good.
to. I think he even mentions like he doesn't need to do what he's doing.
Yeah,
It's
But
Goku's
Kai.
like, what's the difference?
but I'll say this. What I liked about the Cell games we haven't talked about is the nostalgia we had when Cell using his moves. He went up from Dragon Ball tournaments to Frieza to then the Z Warriors abilities. I really like that.
Yep, true. And even with Gohan's final attack, we get a little bit of the call back to the Piccolo stuff to where Gohan can only use one arm to do it. Just like Goku against Piccolo the first time.
Yep. Like I said, for me it's powerful, and I think one of the sweet moments is Trunks telling Bulma from the future. I think that's the end of the Cell games, and him going back. That like I said, I love the history of Trunks, but why I'm not talking too much. I would love for us to do actually a live stream about it because I think it's one of those Dragon Ball movies where it's a bit like it's like a One Piece theory. You can last an hour or two just for that movie talking about everything because it connects to so much stuff, a different timeline, everything. So, and I like that moment where she tells Trunks tells him that Vegeta defended him in the battle after he was really down. And you can even see that Bulma was amazed that the impossible happened, and she was so happy for Trunks.
Yeah, but you're right. That the very end of the Cell saga is we follow Trunks going back to the future, taking out the androids and then taking out Cell.
And they
For
don't
me,
understand what
him-
happened.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
me, him killing Android 17 and 18 when they were literally upset that now they can it wasn't fun anymore, and that got me more upset. This is literally me, in Wano in the last battles when they all had their victorious moment. For me, it was as big because if you think about it, it was a 20-year nightmare. Like
Yeah.
Trunks was desperate, and not only he did not come with backup, he became the backup. Like he came back changed. I loved it.
True. I do really like that, and also with his shorter hair again, he looks so much older. Trunks does, and so much more mature. So yeah, so what are we ranking this? I'm in between S and a Z. I'm torn between the two of them. as a kid, I really hated the anime pacing of that beam attack where it was Gohan versus Cell. I think it was like 6 episodes straight of just screaming and pushing and all
God.
sorts of stuff. But in the manga, it's only about a chapter, so it's much better. But I place it at an S, but I will listen to everyone's votes, obviously. What about you? Chris?
I'm thinking right now. Honestly, I'll put it in A. But I know what I'll listen to what everybody say. I might change it depending on what the other people say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, trying to compare it to Vegeta and that whole deal with the Saiyans, trying to compare it to Frieza and the ending up what happened, becoming Super Saiyan and its importance. Like, yeah, the hyperbolic time chamber stuff where the training and the president of them having to become stronger to be able to fight this fight, for it all to be let down on the shoulders of a 12-year-old child. Goku literally gives up the fight. And
And you think himself to be.
he gives up the fight only because he knows that he can't be the one to do it forever. He has to pass that torch, and he gives Gohan the opportunity because he knows he literally tells Cells he had to fight him to figure out whether or not Gohan could beat him. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So I'd like to put it in an S myself. Z sounds really nice for it, but I'm gonna put it in an S.
So we have an S, S, and an A. What about you, 3-Day?
I'm a S.
Okay. So I was gonna say if it goes in an A, we have a huge problem to where the Android saga is considered better than the Cell Games saga.
Yeah, then put S because the Cell Games bodies.
I don't have it. It doesn't have like they did a lot to build up to make it so that they could defeat him, but it isn't the same kind of like struggle and the growth that they had to do to get to the end of the Frieza saga. Like they're still miles away from that, but the journey is a lot different.
That's the difficulty I have with the Frieza saga and Cell saga when you separate them into their true different sagas, is that it's amazing arcs, but inside the different arcs in the sagas, it's never balanced. It's either at the beginning there's a great spark, then there's a bit of a calmness, and then there's a excitement that comes back. That's also the difficulties I always have.
I would say Z if it wasn't for the fact that I really wanted it to be over first time, but once he explodes on King Kai's planet and comes back, that kind of threw me off. I didn't like that part. It could have ended there and it'd been perfect for me.
Yes, I agree with that. Where it did drag on, not only with the beam spam or whatever in the anime, but also just the whole thing had a great ending, and then we had to add, okay, now Gohan takes over. Then we get Trunks. It just kept going on.
Well, for me, they were pulling the emotional cord. If you think about it, the thing after that is Trunks going to the future. So having Trunks dying there is like an emotional cord. So yeah, I do agree. It was unnecessary.
I get that part, but I don't know.
Unnecessary. It was unnecessary. We had enough.
Especially since what's going to be more emotional to us as an audience than Goku dying again? I mean, that's about as emotional as it's going to get. Anything more than that is, it's nice, but it's like the high is Goku dying. Everything after that is kind of lowered just automatically almost. But okay, now we move on to the worst arc in the anime and the manga, which is the Great Saiyaman saga. Several years after the battle with Cell, a now 16-year-old Gohan enrolls in high school to protect Satan City, or Herculopolis, which is what it says in the manga, from evil. He takes on the persona of the Great Saiyaman. However, after Goku announces he will be participating in the next World Martial Arts Tournament, Gohan must train to prepare himself for the tournament. And this arc is just from when we catch up with Gohan as a 16-year-old, he's looking like an adult, up until when Goku's revived. That's not revived for good, but just for that one day thing.
He's brought back for the tournament.
Yeah. So it's just that one volume of Saiyaman being a hero and meeting Videl.
as for
aside from meeting Videl, which I did like Videl, I did like their budding romance, and I did think Goten and Trunks as a kid were cute. This arc is probably my least favorite in Dragon Ball Z.
I'm gonna say like the whole idea of Gohan having to study and focus when he's already taken ancient space age alien technology across the universe has interacted with the highest hyper technology besides that with the Saiyan ship and using all that other stuff, also being one of the highest, pretty much royalty by friendship, like the brotherhood, sisterhood of Goku and Bulma. He can have any job he wants on the planet. He doesn't have to go to school, but yet he sits here and buckles down and has this high school romance thing that he's trying to hide from. He's playing Spider-Man superhero secret identity crap. I agree with you. It is the worst. It doesn't really as much filler do anything. It doesn't really feel much. He teaches some
No,
girl. He teaches a girl that he's fallen for that he could have blocked. He wanted that shot. He wanted his face in it. Okay, pretty much. You know, he could have blocked that kick. He did that
And
all.
yeah,
also,
they only don't recognize him because he's not with the blonde hair. It's like, okay. I mean, I guess the same thing happens with Superman, the glasses, but whatever.
it's a bad arc, but I'll say this: the one thing that makes me so laugh every time I was watching this arc is the fact that they renamed an entire city after her crew for the Cell games, and I was saying, what the fuck?
It's like
That's
having
that's crazy. That's crazy dedication.
a comment says it's like having a man with a PhD do Yelp reviews for a career.
Absolutely, because it's just like, okay, this is what you're doing. This is your dream. Okay.
I almost don't want to debate on this one and throw it in a D.
For the
Yeah, I agree.
crazy. I do not want to
I
talk
agree.
about it either.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm fine putting it in D and moving on.
Thank you.
Sorry. That's just really
Okay,
sad.
so-
Sad.
So okay, the next arc is on the wiki is split up into two, but we're gonna put it into one, which is the World Tournament Saga and then the Babidi Saga. So I will read both of those things and then we'll talk about them. And I think that the Babidi Saga is up until they're trying to finally release Majin Buu from the egg thing. So the World Tournament Saga. Goku has been granted a 24-hour release from Otherworld and competes in the latest World Martial Arts tournament, along with his friends and family. However, all is not as simple as it seems, and the group soon find themselves wrapped up in more sinister circumstances. And then the Babidi Saga is the demon known as Buu was created 5 million years ago by the Dark Mage Bibidi. Now his son, Babidi, has appeared and plans to release Majin Buu again in hopes of conquering the universe in his father's name. The Supreme Kai must enlist the help of the Saiyans if they want to stop this new threat. And yeah, this is right up until Majin Buu is about to be released or whatever. And one thing I always liked in this arc that I never hear people mention is the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo from that I think it's Mary Poppins.
Is that Mary Poppins?
I think
I
it's a
never
bit
heard the
old.
first one.
Yeah, I think Mary Poppins is the most. I don't know if it's the. I think at least in terms of mainstream, it's the most. It's the first one, but I think it did come from something else.
Okay. But yeah, that I just always remember that as a kid being like, man, oh yeah, their names all go together. And this arc, it's like you knew something was gonna happen when Goku came back. You knew something was going to this obviously had to be a big moment or whatever. But I think that the only fight I really liked during the tournament was the Videl fight, where she gets like totally beat up by that dude, but it's like the only struggle fight. And then I do like when they finally go to where Majin Buu's being kept, and they have to fight Dabura, and he can do all sorts of stuff with turn to stone. He turns Piccolo and stuff to stone with his spit and stuff. And then actually, now I'm thinking about it, I think my favorite fight from this arc is the Goten versus Trunks fight in the junior tournament.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I do like that, but when Goku first shows up at the tournament and Videl recognizes him standing there with Gohan and recognizes him because she's holding a grudge against the defacement of her father. Like, because
True.
of the Cell games, she mentions, like, you know him? I was like, yeah, well, he's my father. And she's just blown away. She's like, no way. But my favorite fight out of the series is when Vegeta's fighting and they're in the underground bunker and they're going through the levels and Vegeta's fighting and the guy's bragging about, oh, you'll never be able to keep up because it's like 10 times Earth gravity. And like, yeah, that might have done something if it was 500 times Earth gravity or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And this does of course have the last great Goku versus Vegeta fight when once Vegeta's homogenized or whatever.
Bro, they left me in tears for real. Like the end of that fight, and then Vegeta making the choice to sacrifice themselves for the kids.
That's the next arc. That's the next arc.
Oh, damn it. No,
But you're right. It is the atonement for basically for this arc is in the next arc right away.
You guys didn't even talk about the best moment.
What?
Is Vegeta's ego to the point that he couldn't hold back. He had to destroy the punch machine. Don't know if it's
Oh,
only
yeah.
anime or not, but that cracks me up because when I think about it, all of them were hitting too hard. But Vegeta, he had to show that he was different, and he just broke the machine.
Bro.
That always cracks me up. That always cracks me up.
And you know what? Honestly, that's probably a big foreshadowing to Vegeta taking the route of trying to get Buu out.
I would
But yeah,
agree.
I do remember
I
that.
would agree. And also, I do like this. Is like I said, I think I've been talking a bit way too much about those two, but the anger that Vegeta had towards Gohan and his wasted potential, before he becomes Majin.
True.
Because yeah, I think that's a moment that's very important because actually that moment we could have guessed that he wanted it because the moment that he got so upset at him for wasting his potential, it felt like it was something was off at that moment. I think that was the one moment where he started to go out script, like he was desperate.
True. And it was a good like example of, okay, you can be the strongest, and if you don't train, you're no longer the strongest anymore.
Exactly.
Type thing. And I will say, I do, as much as I hated the Great Saiyaman arc or whatever, I do actually really like Gohan's outfit once it's just the black undersuit and then the green top part. I don't like it as much as when he starts wearing Goku's uniform. That's my favorite Gohan. But I did think it was okay. But yeah, I would rank this one. I would say it's not as bad as Saiyaman, so I'll give it a C. What is your thought?
Same.
I
I'll put
can
it a C.
second that.
Okay, so yeah, we got that one at a C. And then the next arc, of course, is the Majin Buu saga. Now we're going to personally split these up a little bit into basically when Majin Buu's released as Fat Buu until he becomes he gets angry and lets out when the puppy dies, and then that arc up until Gotenks. So the first one is just Majin Buu, which is the demon Majin Buu has been freed from his confinement after millions of years, and despite his childlike appearance, what?
Candy.
And despite his appearance and mentality, boasts more power than anything our heroes have ever had to handle before. And I remember being real hyped, and then when he first came out, it was like, what the fuck? This is the guy? This is the guy they've been talking all this stuff for? Now, I think it's very, very interesting and funny that Majin Buu has Luffy's powers. Just future foreshadowing stuff. But I think that when he's first shown, we've seen how strong Vegeta is and all this stuff, and after he kind of cheats to take out Goku and all these things, when Majin Buu first comes out, he totally whoops Gohan really bad and shoots him away or whatever, and then we see Vegeta pretty much not stand a chance, and then, like you were saying, Fritz, sacrifices himself to try to take him out after giving Trunks a nice hug, nice father and son moment. Maybe he's learned a little bit from the Trunks from the future.
Knocks him
And
out.
knocks him out. Yeah, I guess it's not so nice. He hugs him and then knocks him out. My father did the same. So, it has a special place in my heart. But I did like all that kind of stuff. But Majin Buu was just like, when I first saw him, and his first kind of big interactions was just kind of like, this is the guy that is so tough. And then, of course, the biggest moment of it is seeing Super Saiyan 3.
I'm gonna say, as a theory craft for Majin Buu, that maybe that he came out the way he did because of the energy that they extracted, pure hearts Saiyans, and like that might have tainted his ideology and in the way that he formed.
That's a good point. That's a good point, honestly, because it really could be something like that.
That's why he didn't come out. That's why he had to expel that from himself to become his pure demon rage form. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. Honestly, I didn't think about that. Where that maybe getting the Saiyans, and even though Vegeta was acting evil there, he seemed to have a good heart, or
he
at
had
least
a pure of heart because he had already became changed.
True.
Was maybe I'm mistaken, but I feel like wasn't he Fat Boo? Because in the past, when he attacked the Kais, the last Kai he took was a fat, bubbly person.
Fat Boo is from that. I think it's the South Kai that he would put up a challenge against him and he fights and absorbed. That's what made him turn him from Kid Boo to that Boo.
Yeah, I think there was something like
I'm
that.
not
But
sure.
I do like.
Like, why would he retain that form if he's already been trapped? Why, and that would have been, as you think about how he is, he saves these beings inside of himself and pretty much feeds off of them.
But when they go in the anime, when they go inside of him after Vegito, they take it off, and that's why he becomes Kid Buu again.
Yeah, that's why. That's why they all remove it. But I do feel maybe Ragnar in the chat. He might know. He knows all the lore about Buu. He might maybe explain it better, but because I do feel like, but I do like the idea of it that it did have an impact. Like he was more friendly than he was supposed to be.
True,
and also this, I'm gonna talk about another character before we go back to Buu. The most useless Kai of all Kais is Supreme Kai. The lack of information that he could have told them stuff about Buu that they would take more seriously. They said nothing about Buu when you think about it. All the abilities. He basically can regenerate all the time. He could absorb people. So he didn't say any of that. He just said he is the most strongest opponent you ever had. That's basically everyone they've ever faced.
Is it like that is it like that in a Japanese translation too?
What part?
The Supreme Kai doesn't say much.
I think I listen. I haven't read in the manga in a long time, but I got the same vibe when I was a kid. I said he's useless. When didn't he warn them from all of that?
And he has one of the coolest designs too, and he's just totally useless until after Boo's out, I guess, with the Z sword and stuff.
I remember seeing a lot of these characters too on the old school ROMs of playing the Super Nintendo and the fighting games. Seeing these characters way before we ever got them.
Yep. And that was one of the things that you were talking about with that VHS set. I had gotten the VHS set of the Super Saiyan 3 episode about a year before they came out. So I knew for a year before Toonami got them that, okay, Goku turns this crazy long-haired one, which I had seen on the internet one time before, but it was really, really bad scans and all that stuff. But yeah, I would say as a whole, I mean, Super Saiyan 3 is cool, and then we do get the idea of the fusions. We get the start of kind of learning the fusion dance and how Goten and because they think Gohan's dead, they pretty much think that Goten and Trunks are the only futures of humanity. So I would, and then as I said, but this arc ends when they're practicing that and the dog dies, which that whole dog episode. When the dog is shot and killed, and then Boo freaks out, and then has the evil old little wrinkled person pop out of him, and then beats him up or whatever. I did like that part, but overall, this one to me is maybe a B-, maybe a C+.
Yeah, honestly, just because of the level of threat, I would put the B minus for like the Vegeta moment. Also, the Vegeta before he does his final atonement, hearing that Gohan is dead, and he did like seem shocked. And I think that was one of the few moments other than Trunks and Bulma where he felt sorrow. So
True,
I would put
true, true.
a B minus for that at
I'm
least.
gonna land it a B as well.
Okay, so yeah, that one goes to be a B. And then the next one that we have is it's one shot over from the bottom thing where it's the three different Majin Boos together. That's the next one, and we're gonna count this one as from when the skinny old evil one eats the Majin Buu as a candy, and he transforms into like that big thick kind of one up until when Gohan first comes back to fight after training. Not when he gets Gotenks, but up until that point. So it's gonna be a little bit of the fusion, a little bit not. I guess it's kind of in combination. It's up to you guys, honestly, because I kind of think of the fusion arc as mainly. I mean, I guess it is Gotenks, but I always kind of think of it as mainly like Vegeta with those earrings and stuff, and then up until the Kid Buu saga. But I guess if we want to, we can include Gotenks in the fusion saga.
I think Gotenks was a bunch of wasted potential.
True. And you know, what, I'll just read the Fusion Saga synopsis is Majin Buu has reached an even greater level of power and bloodthirst. With Goku's time at an end, Vegeta dead and Gohan off-world, the last chance for Earth's survival is in the hands of the two young Saiyans Goten and Trunks and their ability to pull off the fusion technique in time. So yeah, I would say that arc to me is the one with the three Majin Buus there up until when Gohan comes back, and then Vegeta's a different one. So I actually really like this arc. It's like the last kind of fun fight with Gotenks. I liked his powers with the little ghost kamikaze things. I liked his super volleyball donut stuff. I thought the Gotenks design was cool as well as I thought it was really funny the misformations they did where they didn't quite do the right part of the dance and they would become like a fat one or a really skinny one. Um, I actually really like Gotenks. So to me, I would place this one, in the A minus territory, around there.
So like get the idea of having an overpowered mix of two super children and like their ideas of powers and the way they would interact. But the whole snot bubble ghost stuff was just like not I wasn't feeling that. Like it wasn't cool with me, you know? It seemed
Those?
yeah, the ghost powers that he had where he
No,
like
you didn't like those ones? I thought they were so hilarious how they would like interact with each other and like just like they weren't all on the same page and stuff.
they were counterintuitive.
Yeah.
But
And then they trick Majin Buu with like that, oh, look at this cool thing. And then Majin Buu comes over and they blow him up. Like,
I think mixing like I think they should have had a stronger edge with it, and I think they really underpowered something they were trying to do. Like it could have been way better for me.
true, true. And I will say to me, a big part of that is the idea that this is really a good example of children being thrown in this position. Goku really was built different to where he could be, 11 or 12 years old saving the world from Piccolo. These kids, because they're so strong and they don't, realize how strong they are, they don't have that same seriousness about, kind of saving the world and defending it.
Hard men make easy lives.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so
So,
Q? What do you
so,
think?
so I will say this because I agree, and then we could do the voting. But the biggest flaw with this arc, that's why overall the saga I love it, but this arc for me is the weakest. Is I would understand after the Frieza saga, after 2 years, some characters are not able to be at that level. But after 7 years, you're telling me that Piccolo hasn't reached a certain level that is close to Gohan, and that's what bothered me is that they were very young, and just by fusing, they would surpass Vegeta, and because we know that it seems like Super Buu was stronger than what's called, he was stronger than Fat Buu. So with that logic, that means that Gotenks when they were kids and when they fused together becoming Gotenks, they're stronger than the strongest. That's what bothered me a bit. Is that I feel like the power dynamic changed completely in Boo compared to the
Yeah.
others.
I'd
They had
agree.
7 years. They had 7 years. I'm sorry. In less time, they've upgraded. I would understand between the Frieza and the Android Saga, but that was 7 years. I'm sorry.
And after something like Cell, you don't think they would have trained so hard for so long for
Exactly.
those 7 years that they wouldn't be dwarfing the children who get to play around with, high level power ups for free,
Hmm. Exactly. That's what really bothered me. The power dynamic didn't make sense anymore.
Well, and that to me is kind of like the point of the arc is like I was saying with Goku. Goku had to train. He lost to Piccolo, had to train. Gotenks and Trunks, or Trunks and Goten, and then Gotenks was kind of the culmination of like the easy way out, and how that wasn't going to work in this world.
But they had a better example of their limitations as well. Like Gohan only saw a Super Saiyan after Namek, when everybody was already Super Saiyans at that point. When you get back to like in the future, Gohan was a Super Saiyan, everybody else was a Super Saiyan.
Yep.
Like the
That was
expectations
like
of
the
their
new base
reality,
level.
the expectations of their reality were entirely different as well, though.
True. So what are we voting? I think it's an A, but I understand that it might not be an A to you guys.
I want to throw this one in an A.
Yeah.
Any differences, Cube?
And now I'll put an A as well because good fights. They were good fights, but
True. Okay, so it's an A then, and then next we have. I'm gonna consider it when Gohan comes back until Vegito is inside of Majin Buu as the next saga, and on reread, and this was a killer for me as a kid, was the manga is not as good as the anime for the first time. It's like the Gohan and Majin Buu fight is not that long in the anime or in the manga, whereas the anime it's pretty fleshed out and like longer and cooler. And then same with once Majin Buu does the Gotenks trick and gets him the fusion whatever in him, all that stuff in the anime is honestly, in my opinion, much better than the manga for once, which is like the only time. Well, with Kid Buu too, so the only time that happens, which is to me a big sign that it was time for the manga to end. But I did really like when Gohan came back with Goku's uniform. I've been waiting for him to wear Goku's uniform since he was a kid training with Piccolo. Last time he wore it when he had the ponytail, and then before he switched to Piccolo's, and then I did. I of course, once we found out about fusion, what was the main fusion that we all wanted to see? Goku and Vegeta. And
Vegito
we finally got
Jawbreaker is
that.
OP.
What'd you say?
Vegito Jawbreaker mode is OP.
When he's the candy, yep,
Yeah, I
yep.
love that. Like, I might not like the ghost, but I love when Vegeta was a piece of candy. Like, for real, come on. Let's talk about
I even
having an OP power to use against somebody, and then you turn him into a literal jawbreaker. Like, he busts him up.
and then even makes fun of him, saying, do you really want me to beat you like this? And forces him to transform him back. And also, I know we're not talking about it here, but I love Gogeta as well. I love that form actually probably more than Vegito, where they actually learn the dance or whatever and do that. I love that form. But Vegito I thought was super cool. I really liked in the anime how they had like both voice actors do the lines and then combine them. I really liked how that sounded. I guess Gotenks did the same thing, but it was more noticeable with Goku and Vegeta.
People are agreeing about the candy in the chat.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean the candy. That's gotta be. I mean, top one move in the verse, maybe, at least top three. Think about it. I mean, that would be like if it was trying to destroy the whole world. You just have this candy thing flying through every single thing, unstoppable. It's like a three world problem type situation where it's just one little teeny piece of metal is flying through and destroying everything. But yeah, no, I totally like that, and I do like Vegeta. The only thing I don't like about it is just how overpowered Vegito is compared to the Gohan Buu. That he's just able to, not even try and take him out. Which, of course, we'd learn is he's trying to get the absorbed people out of him. But at the time, it was just like, okay, he's just toying with him, playing with his food.
But you got to consider the minds of two pureblood Saiyans just completely overcharging each other. The egos, the purest thought, like you took a guy that already believes he's number one with a guy that already knows he's the strongest, compare like outside of villain arcs that are, threatening the world. These guys mixed together do make a really cocky fighter, bro. Like he's ready to play all day long. They outlast their time limit because they've
I think, remember the earrings are supposed to be forever. So
Oh
they
yeah, yeah,
end up.
yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But no, I totally agree that it's in character. It's almost out of character because they're just playing with him to get inside of him, and they're not looking for a bigger fight.
They get split up and rob him of all his power.
True, which they don't think is gonna make him stronger, but it ends up, making Kid Buu or whatever. But as a kid, especially, I did really like the Gohan. I kind of thought once Gohan became an adult that he didn't look that great as a Super Saiyan. But when they had that Super Ultimate form, whatever, where he didn't go Super Saiyan, I thought that was real cool with the black hair. It reminded me of Yamcha. And I did really like that Gohan fight, probably more than the Vegito fight. But I like the Vegito character. And I remember, too, if you guys ever played those Tenkaichi Budokai games, I think there was a part in them where you could pretty much fuse anyone. And I like that, just that aspect being added to the series where you could fuse, Tien and Yamcha. You could fuse, Gohan and Krillin. You could do all these things. But it is probably a B to me, a B tier to me. What do you think, Cube?
Yeah, I agree. Wait, yeah, I'm not muted. Perfect. No, I agree with you guys. I think everything was said. Uh, however, I do like of this personal theory that I feel like as Super Boo was killing more people and was being more sadistic, I was wondering if at one point Kid Boo was coming out because they did say that Kid Boo was
Ooh.
this pure. Because you think about it, the Go Tanks Boo Tanks, like the fandom love to call him, he seemed to be very very sadistic. Like he
Well,
enjoyed. It was more the super regular Super Boo, the skinny one. After he absorbs the fat one, he seems to be more like wanting to have fun still. But this one, he was sadistic. Like he
Bro.
showed pure evil.
Well, that was something we didn't mention earlier, but to me, the coolest, scariest Boo form was that middle one that fought Gotenks, where he kept having his head like tilted back, and that moment where he just raises his hand and literally shoots little beams across the whole wide world and kills everyone. I think is one of the most badass moments in the series of just, oh, this is how powerful I am. I'll literally kill everyone at once without blowing up the planet.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'd say the fusion with Vegito and stuff. I'd say all in all, to me, I vote a B.
For me, I vote C.
C. Okay, so Fritz, you're the decider. B or C?
Not comparing it to any other one, but I'm comparing it in an overall. Yeah, I think I would give it a C because it more or less they're beating around the bush. Had the most uh overpower, fusion that they could do. Something that everybody wanted since they even hinted at the idea that they were going to do that, and then for it to actually be not the way to defeat the enemy.
True.
So I'd give it a
Oh
C.
yeah, then see that. It's right to see. That's fine with me.
It's just
'Cause I totally agree.
It's a bunch of smoke, is what it is. It's a bunch of smoke with no fire.
Yep. Okay, and then the final arc that we have is the Kid Buu saga. Majin Buu has returned to his original form and destroys Earth without hesitation. With Goku and Vegeta being the only surviving warriors left, The two must find a way to stop Boo, or else the entire universe will be in danger. And this is what is known, like I said, as the Kid Boo saga, which is perhaps Boo's most deadly form. And once again, this one for me was a sad point because the anime does a much better job of when they're inside of Majin Buu's brain. There's like a bunch of fights that they do in the anime that aren't in the manga. Goku's fight with Majin Buu on the Little Kai planet is a lot more enhanced and expanded upon than it is in the manga. Everything but about Vegeta and Hercule's fight with Kid Buu is made much better in the anime than it was in the manga, which to me was sad because I've been looking forward to the ending of the manga. The series ended, I think, about a year or two before the manga finally ended. So I was sitting there this whole time thinking, man, everything in the series has been so great. I can't wait till I see the better version of the fusion. I can't wait till I see the better version of Kid Buu. And it was, not the case.
Where it finally had outrun the other.
Yep. But I do like that the Spirit Bomb finally works. I do like that we Hercule gets, or Mr. Satan gets his big moment in the sun to convince everyone to give Goku the Spirit Bomb energy. I do like I like that they bring back the other Boo to fight against the Kid Boo. So there are lots of things I do like, but just all in all, is it something I rewatch or reread? Not as much, or as I do for the Saiyans or for Piccolo or for the Frieza saga, especially. So to me, it really kind of centers either on an A or an S tier. Just because it's the ending and we do get the actual Spirit Bomb to actually hit and work for once. I did like Vegeta's kind of brain power of using the wishes to really help them. And then also his kind of coming to terms with Goku being the best. Obviously, Super is going to, retcon whatever stuff. But as far as the
Brought
main
back everybody he killed.
True, yeah, bring back the people he killed, stuff like that. I do think it's a good character ending for Vegeta, especially, probably more so than anyone else. Is Vegeta coming to terms with he'll never be the best, but it doesn't mean he has to be evil, stuff like that. So to me, it's either an S or an A. I'm fine with either one. If it's a deciding vote, I can do whatever. But I'm pretty much torn between S and A.
So for me, I have a lot of problems with the Boo saga overall. But for me, just the way they ended it, at least the last 10 episodes, don't know how much is in the volume or chapter, at least the last volume, is I think it was a perfect way to end from what we got from Dragon Ball when they did all the callbacks from all the friends from Goku, that he we went back from Android 8 and the girl
Yep.
were there. There was Upa and his father, who even
Yep.
says he's the Goku, the boy who saved from death itself. And so for me, I put it at Z because I think as a closure for, let's say, regardless of the whole Oob and GT or even Super thing, in terms of how a story ends, their final battle, I think it was the best, And at the end, it was about Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta accepting, his position. Goku, realizing that he's not alone. And so when he calls out for people, usually he tries to do it all by himself or let somebody else. It's one of the first time that Goku asks for help, genuinely asks for help.
True. Yeah. True.
So that's why. But I do understand the A and the S thing. But just for me personally, nostalgia and all, it's a Z.
I can see Z too because I mean honestly, nostalgia wise, I got the Kid Buu on DVD. It was one of the first DVDs I got into the series on Christmas one year, and I watched the shit out of that beginning. The I think it was like 4 episodes on the DVD. It had the fight where Vegito and them are inside and they split or whatever, and then it ended with right when Goku had to stop the fight against Kid Buu to recharge. And those anime episodes are some of the best fight scenes in the anime version, period. So I have no problem with it being instead of being for me between S and A, between Z and S, which was what you said. So I do I'm looking at mainly as a manga and I don't like it as much, but the anime wise and series wise, it was great. And like I said earlier, this is it honestly at least is an S because it gets in the anime we see Launch again.
It's true.
There's a Flash. Yeah.
Yeah. So Fritz, you're the deciding vote. Z or S or whatever.
Um, and even Straw Hat Lucas in the comments, even though he's not here with us right now, he says to put Kid Buu in an S tier.
Okay.
I feel like landing it in an S tier is totally fine, and that, mainly because there is a Vegeta is finally fully arced, right?
True.
Like you said earlier, he never like what you said was kind of like he'll never be the villain again because he's the brains, he is the savior of the planet. The decisions he made, Hercule stepping up and being part of the Z Warriors, convincing the planet to lend their energy. That's amazing, honestly. Like
True. True.
they have some guy trying to plea with him. What was it, Vegeta that was playing with the planet?
Yeah. He
And
said, I beg of you. I beg you.
yeah, and he's like nobody cares for Vegeta. He just sounds like a
Not only that, they
a
didn't like him because they had seen him kill people at the tournament, so they didn't like him.
yeah, but
It took Hercule to be like, hey.
and he also had like a really smug attitude about it because he's never asked for help before.
True. True. True.
And like he fully arcs, like he becomes a guy that it's not just about getting his revenge on Kakarot ever again. It's about doing what's right for the universe and then defeating Majin Buu.
True. True. So yeah, so I think S is perfectly fair for Kid Buu Saga.
I feel bad for the guys in the D right now.
Hey, Great Sandman and Garlic Jr. deserve it.
And I almost feel bad for the
Yeah.
guys in the C because they're lopped in with the red ribbon too.
True.
The red ribbon mid arc. Because the
True.
first and the second
And
part.
hey, is there a way that you can like save or download this so that we can post what our rankings were?
It says save or download, but I'm not sure if that'll do what it's gonna do. We can wait and see if that works right throughout at the end of the stream here.
Okay, cool,
Sure.
cool. I took a screenshot of it, but I don't know if that will be very viewable. But just to keep track of what we've said about series and if they change in the future.
So let's find out on the next episode of the last arc rankings.
And I saw a chat from random shit that meant that was asking about will next week's Naruto stream be the same time, and for right now it is planned to be probably next Saturday at 1 o'clock again, doing the same thing with the tiers and arcs of Naruto.
So there's a lot
And-
there
Yeah.
too. There's a lot there.
Yeah, Naruto's more.
Dragon Ball was
This one.
42 volumes. Naruto is 72.
Man, we're gonna have to
No, but
figure out
even-
how to do that a little easier.
Also, yeah, and also we have to be sure because Naruto does not just have filler episodes; it has filler arcs sometimes.
Oh, I'm not.
we have
I'm only. I have not watched the anime, so I'm only doing the manga stuff.
Yeah,
In fact, I stopped watching anime because of Naruto and Naruto's filler arcs.
Fritz, if you want, I can help you with that because I have my issues with Naruto, but I've seen everything in the anime and the manga, so I can help out and suss out, even the arcs that they made an anime arc around it, but it wasn't really worth of being an arc. You know what I mean?
True.
Because there's too much,
Totally.
or else it'll be an 8-hour stream.
I want to
Exactly.
thank everybody that was in the chat today. This is my first time
Yeah.
being on with a vocal part. I actually put my input in with the last arc. I appreciate these guys. They have been super supportive to me, and I just would only like to share that I want to share in that support with everyone else.
No, Fritz has been great. Without him, none of this stuff would be possible. None of these streams, none any of that stuff. So it's great to have him as part of the team, and finally getting his input on the creative side and stuff like that has been a joy, I think, for all of us. And of course, thank you to everyone in the chat, and especially Lord Vegeta for the huge
Oh.
super chats and the donations and everything like that. Thank you so much. This has been our most successful
Legendary.
stream by far. And just tidying up some business stuff, we will have released tomorrow a edited version of our secret D&D stream that we had, as well as just some follow-up stuff to set us up for next week doing the stream. And we most likely will have some sort of a One Piece theory type stream this week, probably on Wednesday or Thursday. And then, of course, Friday D&D, and then Saturday, once again, ranking Naruto. And then after that, we're pretty up in the air about whatever we do. So if you have any suggestions, super chat them, go to the Discord, join the Discord and tell us there, all that stuff. Between all of us, we've pretty much seen or read everything. So we're interested in doing more of these.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to thank everyone in the chat, especially Ragnar for the crazy donations and also all those as well for the memberships. But also, yeah, Fritz, it was happy that you were able to join us. And I think I think everybody agrees it was, I think, the best addition we can have to our stream. So yeah, it was great having you. Finally, people, we know you, but now we're happy that the community started to know you as well.
Thank you.
So we appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Totally.
Yeah, and I love the love for the Android and Cell Saga. I loved your love for it. So.
And Fritz has some great on Twitch, some great streaming content, playing games. He is an expert at Diablo, at basically everything. It seems like when it comes to gaming, he is a great person to watch for if you like watching video game streams, which I'm not a big fan of. Even I liked watching his Diablo playthrough. So I'm sure if you're already into that stuff, you will love subscribing to him on Twitch. But yeah, with that, I think we're going to end this stream. Once again, thank you everyone so much for joining in. Thank you for commenting and helping us with ranking and bringing up parts that we missed and stuff we forgot about. And we're looking forward to the next one next Saturday. And we'll see you all then.